Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas million strong with her trademark style. And the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Let me see how if this gonna be a struggle stream this morning. Let's see here. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I can't believe it's already Wednesday. It's already hump day. Oh man. I think it feels funny because we didn't stream on Monday. Well, I didn't stream on Monday. Somebody probably did stream on Monday, but I didn't stream on Monday. So I'm like kind of confused. Like, what is going on here? It's already Wednesday. So just a couple updates before we get into what our plan and what we got going on this morning. I know yesterday when we ended off, we had for our trial, our upcoming trial that we're going to be going into, they had a total of wait a minute. They had a total of actually 13 jurors yesterday, guys. One of the men from yesterday decided that they came in, one of the jurors that were selected, one of the men came in, which would have been, he was the 13th juror, came in and just kind of told the judge, look, I cannot do this. I cannot mentally do this. So that's how they ended up back with 12. So um so yesterday, so we kind of like waiting. At least the last thing I seen that they had was 12. I'm sure that they'll probably get through it today, I'm thinking. Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's any additional updates on it. It's so funny because it's not funny, but it's so different because I was listening to so they said they got about 50 or 75 people there in today's group. And I think the reason why they get more older people is because younger people are probably raising families, have jobs, are not at home. So they don't have the like convenience like maybe an older person who maybe retired or close to retirement or whatever case may be. So I think that's why the jury makeup is going to be a lot different. But I just found it strange that when I was listening to different reporters on how they're inside, the case, how it kind of looks. With her, Lindsay, she's up in the witness stand. She's very actively involved in the jurors that are going to be picked. So that seems like typically they're at least from what I've seen. Well, I guess we never really seen a jury selection process, but I always thought they'd be at the defense table and the jury be kind of like in the jury box. But it's like they're saying like she like right there, like she can hear everything. Like so it says right now that there's a good time for her to become very personable with these people because she's that close to them. So they can kind of actually see all that stuff. But with that being said, I do think I'm just trying to check and see. I do think that the openings at our best chance will be tomorrow on Thursday. The reason why I say that is because it was, to my understanding, yesterday, Tuesday, the judge did tell the jurors who have been selected to come back on Thursday. He didn't tell them to come back today, as if opening statements will start this afternoon. He told them to come back on Thursday. So just so you guys are aware. Okay, so we're waiting. I don't think we'll be in there till Thursday. So I figured since we're not going to start that one until Thursday, we do have Colt Gray's sentencing that's coming up on Friday. Considering that he's not going to have a trial, he decided to take a plea plea deal. And I'm not sure what the judge is going to give him because the judge gets to decide. So he doesn't have like a plea agreement where him and the state have said, oh, okay, you plead guilty and you get 20 years. Nope, the judge is going to decide exactly what he gets on Friday. So I figure in the meantime, between time, it'll be a good place for us to determine how did we get here. And I'm assuming that he's taking this plea deal because he's seen his dad's case or knows the verdict of his dad's case. And his dad's case is probably basically exactly what they would show in his case. So I figured this would be a good time for us to kind of look at that. The good thing is that this is going to roll right into his dad's sentencing because Colt will be sentenced on Friday. And then next week we'll be sentencing for dad. Okay? So back to back. Not like Drake, but back to back. It's going to be back to back. So we will kind of skip around in his first trial, and just look at some testimony. We had very good video footage, with them coming out to his home. When the FBI first came to his home, letting them know about his son's messages on Discord. We had that video footage. We also had the video footage from his interrogation. There was nice video footage from inside the house. And if y'all anything like me, I love me some good video. And then to wow us all, shit, Dad got on the stand. We got to hear from Dad. We got to hear from the mama. We got to hear from the grandma. So we got to hear from intimate partners and intimate people that played a role in this case. So yeah, I thought it would be awesome for us to go ahead and kind of relook at how we got here. But before we get into any of our testimony, let me go ahead and let's say do our good mornings. Good morning, film. Hey, SD, good morning. Hey, Gabber. Hey, Angela. Hey, Lynn, I wanted to see. So, are you real far from there? They'll probably be doing openings tomorrow. It'd be so nice if you can get in there and get nosy. You probably have to be there so early. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You probably have to take off the day and be like there in the next day. Hey, Christine. Christine say, don't they need 18 for the jury? Yes, they do need 18, so they need 6 more. Yesterday when I left off, they had about 12. So, I keep checking to see if we have any updates, if they have the other 6. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to see if they got anything different on here in regards to the update for that. Yeah, I'm just thinking that the next one will probably be next week. That we probably won't have opening statements until tomorrow. Okay, cool. Yeah, that would be like I would have to take off and go back to Boston. How far is it from you, Lynn? Like, is that like a day trip or is it like an hour? I'm just curious. Do we need to get you a collection plate, get you a little hotel so you could sit here for opening statements and get there early in the morning for us? I tell you, I was thinking to myself, like, because they said like this is like one of the biggest cases, right? Of the summer. Oh, 3 hours? Oh shit, yeah. Well, I guess it depends, because I will go to the Grand Canyon and that's about 3 hours. Okay. And I'll be able to come back home. Sometimes I'll be like, forget that drive. That's a long drive. Yeah. It sounds like you would have to take off. Yeah, I think opening statements is going to be tomorrow. But I don't know how the court layout or any of that stuff is. So, you say you couldn't even find a place. You said it was crowded down there. They probably got all streets blocked off and everything. It's amazing to me how polarizing that this trial is. It kind of reminds me of at different points in times. I hate that as a society we pick and choose what's polarizing and what's not. Because like I'm like, okay, I think we didn't kind of sort of might have seen this before. Oh, okay. So you were just down there. Okay. Like I just like say for instance like the whole thing with the David thing that's in California. Like, oh gosh. I'm just kind of slightly like amazed of how we pick and choose different trials or different situations for it. But I'll reserve my opinions until we get into trial. I think I made up my mind too, or where I'm at. with this trial with her. I listened to some stuff last night. Oh, and I just want to see how they gonna play it out in the evidence. And once it comes out in the evidence, I'll let y'all know. That was it. Cause I already know what I think it's gonna be. So, in my mind. So, but I need to see it come out in the testimony and how the prosecutors present it in trial. And if they present it the way I think they gonna present it, or they present it the way Sweet Pea told them to present it, yeah. What I think is gonna happen is gonna happen. Okay, let's go here. So we are going to go into our Colin Gray trial. As I stated, Colt Gray, his son, will be sentenced. He took a plea deal instead of taking a trial. Remember, we watched this trial all together for those that were here. If you were not, this is in Georgia. It says Sweet Pea Gang. Sweet Pea Gang. So this happened in Georgia. You know, the last trial that we seen where a parent actually failed to do some stuff in regards to their child going into a school and doing some pew-pewing, unfortunately, was in the Jennifer Crumbly case, and that was in Detroit. So that case happened in Detroit. So that was the first one, and then this is the first one that took place in Georgia like this. So let's go in here. Hey, lady, good morning. So let's go in here. Let's see. We'll skip around. We're not going to watch all the testimony over again. I'm assuming that we will only probably have today and maybe some afternoon of tomorrow to watch some testimony. Because remember, even if we start opening statements in our main trial, which is the Clancy trial, they are on East Coast time, so they will end pretty early for us West Coast people. So we may be able to still watch some of the testimony in the Collins case. Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, I pulled that clip out too so we can watch it. But let me pull this up. Wait a minute. Let me get us queued up. And I like this judge. Wink, wink. Look, I can't even wink. Can I wink? Oh my gosh, I'm one of them people that can't wink. Oh, I can wink. Psych. What's up, Claire? I was about to say, oh my gosh, I can't wink. Oh, when I was thinking about it, I couldn't wink. Oh, I was going, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, but that case is gonna be, I keep trying to tell myself, don't think about the case, but I keep getting myself tied up into watching different stuff, so there it is, but whatever. Okay, let's get this up. Assume a position, yes, in my position, and T, and Vogue. Vogue. Okay. Come on and vote. Okay. Let me stop this. Let me stop all my shenanigans and let's get into this case. I'll put a little verbiage up here in regards to the sentencing dates for each party so we can have a reference. And we got our judge on here. I do think we're going to look at opening statements. That's where we're going to start off. We're going to start off with the opening statements so we can be reminded how the state built their case. You've been weakened for a few hours. Look, Look, I got both eyes. They're like, do, 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 do. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Okay, well, let's get in here and see what we got going on today. Well, we know what we got going on, but let's revisit so we can see how Colin digged this hole, this mess that he did, created. What I want to say is a person that was already unstable, his son, that means his son was already unstable, and he just gave him everything he needed in order to commit this horrific act. Remember, 4 lives were lost in this incident. Let me get it. Yeah, so a total of 4 lives were lost. I think it was 2 teachers and 2 children. No matter how we try to put this. So I don't know what he was thinking. It happened September 4th. I got to get my notes out because I can't remember everything. It happened September the 4th, 2024. 4 people were unalive. We have Mason, 14, Christian, 14, Richard, 39, Christina, 53. And several others were injured. The reason why Daddy Dearest was charged, because he purchased a rifle for Colt. He was aware that, and there were concerns out there in regards to Colt's mental health, right? And he failed to secure the firearm adequately. He also failed to take reasonable steps that could have prevented the pew-pewing. So that's why he was on the stand. So just so we can have some type of idea of where we're at and what the prosecution team is trying to prove. So as I stated, Friday, Colt Gray, he is expected to take a plea deal, and the judge is supposed to impose his sentencing. And we know next week, Colin, Daddy Dearest, he has already been convicted and found guilty. And so we will see his sentencing next week. So this is the perfect timing because we like right in between both of their sentences, guys. Okay? All right, guys, let's go into these opening statements.
All right, this is the exhibit I'm going to be showing. Thank you. Good morning. Before we start, one thing needs to be abundantly clear. This is not a case about holding parents accountable for what their children do. That's not what this case is about. This case is about this defendant and his actions. His actions in allowing a child that he has custody over access to a firearm and ammunition after being warned that that child was going to harm others. This is a case about his actions and the horrific consequences of them. I'm going to take you now to September 4th, 2024. It was a Wednesday morning. It was just after the Labor Day holiday. A 14-year-old boy enters Appalachia High School here in Barrow County. It's a new school for him. In fact, he had been out of school completely the entire previous year. And while the school year was already a month old, this was only his 5th day attending school. As he walked through the crowded hallways, he carried his book bag in front of him. And hidden inside that book bag was a 6-hour M400 AR-style rifle. This 14-year-old boy has an evil plan. He goes to his first period class, located here It's a computer science class. He sits down at the table, and he puts his book bag with the rifle next to him. At some point during the class, he gets up and approaches the teacher, and he asks her, "Y'all had any active shooter drills?" She says, "Yeah, actually, we had one last week. You were absent." He goes back and says,
I mean, only because we've seen this before, I'm going to probably be pausing and just bringing out some things. And it's like, this is the audacity of this little boy. Like, he comes into school asking them, remind you, he new to the school. He goes up to the teacher like, have y'all had y'all active shooter drill? You know, I always wonder about this when schools are teaching the kids on what to do. Like at the same point in time, when you think about it, should they teaching the shooter? Like, he like, wait a minute, I missed a very important lesson for something that I need to take care of. Like, they are part of the classroom, unless it's something different, like the school shooting, the Uvalde, where he just, you know, he used to go to the school and then he came out. But isn't that crazy? Like how he had the nerve, the all mitigated gall to come in, like the boldness, the I don't give a F attitude, talking about Colt, to come into the school and ask somebody that. Like how alarming. Like why would you ask something like that? Okay.
Sits down. Teacher ponders on this a bit. It's an odd question to ask. She didn't know this boy very well. He's only been there 5 times. So she emails the school counselor, and she courtesy copies her direct supervisor, the vice principal, about the question the boy had asked. At the end of class, at 9:38, this boy picks up his book bag with the rifle in it, carries it in front of him out of the class, heading to his second period class. But that first period teacher stewed on it a little more, and between the class breaks, she decided, I'm going to go up to the office and find the vice principal and talk to her. But at this very moment, that 14-year-old boy is entering his second period class. It's 9:40 a.m. He takes a seat, and he puts that book bag with the rifle in it next to him. 14 minutes later, at 9:54 a.m., that boy gets up, grabs his book bag, and he tells the teacher, I'm going to go to the counseling office, which is located down here. He leaves the class, but he doesn't go down to the counseling office. He goes down what's called J Hall, and he enters the boys' bathroom here. He goes into a stall, locks the stall, and he hides there for the next 26 minutes. Now, 4 minutes before he left second period, at 9:50 a.m., the boy's mother calls the school counselor, who's in this suite here. Now, the boy's mother doesn't live here in Winder. She's down in Fitzgerald, Georgia, which is in South Georgia. It's a 4.5-hour drive from here. But the boy that morning has sent some text messages that will bother her. And he's now not answering his phone when they call or try and get a reply. She's worried about his emotional well-being. Now, the counselor had actually met this boy the week before. He had a panic attack at school, went to her office, and was too upset to go back to class. So the counselor and the mother talk on the phone for 8.5 minutes about this boy's emotional well-being. And at the very end of that call, at the end of the 8.5 minutes, for the first time, that mother mentions to the counselor that this boy has access to firearms. This sends a red flag up to the counselor. She immediately hangs up the phone and she calls the vice principal. This phone call was ended at 9:59 a.m. But remember, the boy had already left the classroom 5 minutes before that phone call ended. 5 minutes before the mother said anything about firearms. And he's hiding in this bathroom where no one knows where he is. 7 minutes after the call ends, at 10:06, the vice principal and the school resource officers arrive at his second period class. Now remember, this boy that the vice principal and the SROs are looking for has only been to that class 5 times. And there's another child in that class who has an almost identical name. And that boy has also left the classroom to actually go to the bathroom. He signed out to go to the bathroom. Second period teacher thinks that's who they're asking for and says he just went to the bathroom. Gives the vice principal that boy's backpack. And the vice principal and the school resource officers head down to the bathroom to find that boy. That boy's just up in the sinks. He comes out with them, they talk to him, they search his book bag, and they realize this isn't the right kid. He doesn't have computer science for first period. They go back to the class. They arrive there at 10:11, back to the second period class. The teacher then tells them, oh, that child has gone to the counseling office, located here, because that's where he said he was going. Vice principal, school resource officers go to the counselor's office. Of course, they haven't seen him. He never made it there. At this point, they decide they're going to go look on the security cameras, see if they can locate this boy. They go down this hall, and it's not on this map. You'll see a more full map later. So around this area is where the vice principal's office is that has access to the security cameras. So they're about right here. At 10:18, the vice principal emails the second period teacher. When did he leave your class? They're trying to locate when exactly he left because remember, this boy's only been there 5 days. They don't really know what he looks like. So they're trying to find him on the video surveillance equipment. So she emails at 10:18, when did you leave your class? 2 minutes later at 10:20, second period teacher responds, he left towards the beginning of class. That's 10:20 a.m. when that email was sent. 1 minute later, at 10:21 a.m., that boy exits the bathroom he'd been hiding in. He's now wearing yellow work gloves. He's carrying that Sig Sauer M400 AR style rifle concealed with a poster board. And he walks back down J Hall towards his second period class. Now, when the vice principal had left that class to go look for him in the counselor's office, she shut the door behind her, and the door automatically locked. This boy is not going to be able to get into his second period class. But next door was another classroom. Right here. It was taught by Cassandra Ryan and Stephen Edwards. And inside that class were the following students: Landon Adams, Christian Angulo, Jackson Beaver, Hayden Bowen, Jalene Brady, Michaela Brown, William Carricker, Marquez Coleman, Melanie Delira Castaneda, Natalie Griffith, Taylor Jones, Kendez Lawrence, Martin Moreno Galdamez, Tyler Moon, Ariana Norman, Brittany Rubio, Mason Skirmerhorn, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton. At 10:20, Mason Skirmerhorn, who's in that room, leaves to go to the bathroom. And the door does not shut behind him. Mason goes down this hallway. He actually passes the shooter in the hallway. And Mason goes into the bathroom. The shooter goes to his second period class. The door's locked. He knocks on the door. A student in that class gets up, goes to the door to open it for him, but sees through the glass at the last second him standing there with that rifle. She steps back from the door At that exact moment, the teachers also reached the door because they've been looking for this boy, remember? And she sees through the glass him standing there outside their door with that 6-hour M400. She immediately presses a button on a lanyard that's around her neck that locks down the school. The boy then steps next door to the Ryan Edwards classroom and he opens fire. He fires discriminately through the classroom. He hits the following victims. Melanie Delira Castaneda is seated here. This is the door he comes into. She's seated here. He strikes her in the left arm with a bullet. Natalie Griffith is seated here. Strikes her in the shoulder, the upper arm, and the forearm. Taylor Jones, seated here, struck through the leg. Christian Angulo, seated here by the door. He shoots him through the wrist, into the chest. He would not survive. Jackson Beaver, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton were also in that room. They were struck by shrapnel from the bullets ricocheting around the room. When he finishes shooting, the shooter then leaves. He runs down J Hall. He's looking for more victims. Christina Iermy is a teacher in this classroom. She hears the commotion. She steps out, looks down the hall. The shooter's about here. He shoots her through the neck before she can get back in the room. She would not survive. Richard Aspinwall is coming out of this room on I Hall. He hears the commotion. Joining him is David Phoenix coming out of this room. The two of them start coming down the hall here. They don't get very far because the shooter has now reached this point. He turns his gun down this hallway and sends a hail of bullets towards them. As they dive towards their room, David Phoenix is shot in the hip and in the foot. Richard Aspinwall is shot in the side and the upper chest. He would not survive. The shooter continues down the hallway. He gets to here, tries to get in this door, it won't open. He turns back and heads this way. At this point, Mason Skirmerhorn is still in that bathroom. He doesn't know what's happening. He comes out of the bathroom, and he turns away from the shooter, doesn't even see him, heading back toward his second period class. The shooter takes aim from behind, shoots at him but misses, hits the wall above and in front of Mason. This startles Mason, and he turns and runs the other way directly at the shooter. He's shot point blank range. He would not survive. Shooter's here. He then aims his gun down K Hall. And Zane Zinni is locked out of his classroom here. He's in the shooter's sights. Now, before the shooting started, two school resource officers, Donovan Boyd and Brandon King, were in the vestibule area, the atrium, I think they call it, in this area, right outside the vice principal's office. They're waiting for the vice principal to find this boy and go get him. And they're waiting out there in the atrium, and they hear the gunshots coming from this side. And those two deputies ran towards the gunshots. They come down this hallway here, and they turn the corner, and they see the shooter here with his rifle aimed towards Zane Zinni. And they yell for him to drop the gun and get on the ground. And he complies before he gets a shot off at Zane Zinni. The officers rush down here, they secure him, and they secure that 6-hour M400 AR-style rifle. And out of his pockets, they find 3 more magazines loaded. Now remember when the shooter had tried to enter his second period class and the teacher pushed that button? Well, that sent an alarm. It immediately notified law enforcement all over the county. Within minutes, an enormous police and medical response descended upon that school. It was a dramatic and intense scene as the school was cleared and the wounded evacuated. But to make matters worse, they were getting additional threats, fake threats, about other shooters at all the other schools in the county. Law enforcement now had to be diverted to these other schools to clear them to make sure people were safe. Barrow County deputies Anthony Townsend and Brandon Bazinet were sent to clear Winder-Barrow High School here in Winder. Once they cleared it, then they went next door to Russell Middle School. They cleared it. And just as they were finishing that up, they got a call from their superiors. I was trying to say superior and supervisor at the same time. Their superiors to go to a residence in Barrow County and secure it. They were just given an address. They don't know why they're going there. They are just told, go to this residence and secure it until other officers can arrive. Where they're going is the shooter's house. And when they get there, Colin Gray meets them in the garage. And without any prompting, because remember, they don't know why they're there, they don't know who this guy is. Without any prompting, he blurts out, "I knew it. My little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said we're in lockdown." I'm like, God Almighty, please tell me your brother didn't do something. Agents with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations arrived shortly thereafter, and they begin a search of the house. And inside that house, in that 14-year-old boy's bedroom, on the wall, they find this shrine, for a better word. Those pictures are all of the same person, Nicholas Cruz. Nicholas Cruz was the person that in 2018 went into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, with an AR-style rifle. And there he killed 17 students and faculty and wounded another 17 more. Investigators look at this and they begin to wonder, who is this kid? His name is Colt Gray. He's the oldest son of Colin Gray. His mother is Marcy Gray. He has a younger sister named Jenny, who was 13 years old at the time of this incident. She was actually going to Hayman Morris Middle School, which is directly next door to Appalachia High School. He has a little brother, Coley, who was 8 years old, was going to his elementary school. Now, Colt Gray, raised here in Barrow County, he went to Statham Elementary School up until fourth grade, up till the beginning of fourth grade. And in the beginning of fourth grade, he was withdrawn from Statham Elementary School because the family had moved. They moved to Gainesville. And he goes to White Sulphur Elementary School, but only for a few months. Because again, the family moved again. Now they moved to Cumming. And he goes to Chattahoochee Elementary School. But again, only for a few months. In March of 2020, they moved to Fitzgerald in Ben Hill County, Georgia. It's South Georgia, kind of east of Tifton. Because there, Marcy's mother and father, Deborah Polhamus and Charlie Polhamus, live. And Deborah Polhamus's mother, Marcy's grandmother, Colt's great-grandmother, had passed away and left the house. So there's an available house for them to live in. So they moved down to Fitzgerald on March 4th of 2020. But if you remember that day, that's the week before COVID shut everything down. That was the end of Colt's fourth grade here. Fifth grade. Now this is going to be the fall of 2020 into the spring of 2021. That's fifth grade year. Colt goes to Ben Hill Elementary School. But remember, this is when COVID is raging, and it's mostly virtual. He's mostly at home using the school computers. The next year, 6th grade, fall of 2021, he starts a new school, Ben Hill Middle School, because he's in 6th grade now. And early in that year, 11-year-old Colt, at home, using the school computer, searches the word abuse. A few hours later, he searches the phrase, how to kill your dad. That was on September 19th, 2021, 3 years before he took that rifle into Appalachian High School. School resource officers are sent to the house to check on him. Everything's fine. It was just a mistake. Misunderstanding. But a defects case is opened on the family. But the family leave Fitzgerald and move to Jackson County 6 weeks later in November of 2021. So in November, they come up here to Jackson County, Georgia. But they don't enroll the kids in school until February of 2022. Colt finishes out his 6th grade year at West Jackson Middle School. 7th grade, fall of 2020. 1 year after he searched How to Kill Your Dad, and 2 years before Appalachia, 12-year-old Colt starts Jefferson Middle School. It's his 7th school in 4 years. That Halloween, halfway through the semester, Marcy, his mother, gets drunk, passes out in the car in the driveway of the house. Jenny and little Coley are trick-or-treating, and they get separated. Coley gets lost. Authorities are called. Another defects case is opened on the family. Marcy and the 2 siblings, little Coley and Jenny, they move back down to Fitzgerald in November of 2022. But Colt stays up in Jackson County with the defendant. Defects caseworker Tamika Mitchum is monitoring Marcy and the 2 siblings down in Fitzgerald, and defects caseworker Michaela Anderson is monitoring Colt and the defendant up here in Jackson County. And starting in March of 2023, during his 7th grade year, Michaela Anderson visits his residence monthly. Every month, she shows up to check on Colt, see how he's doing, check on his well-being. And the defendant always says the same thing. Colt's doing well in school. He doesn't need any counseling. But that's not really true. Colt is full of intense anger, and he's having a hard time dealing with it. On Sunday, May 21st, 2023, this is the end of Colt's 7th grade year at Jefferson Middle School. In fact, classes had ended that Friday, and this is that Sunday. And on that Sunday, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office gets a tip from the FBI. There's an app that you can get on your computer called Discord. And this app is popular with video game enthusiasts, but it allows people from all over the world to talk to each other on the computer. And users in a chat room on this app, a true crime chat room, report to the FBI that another user is threatening to shoot up an elementary school. This user is threatening to do this, says they have access to guns, says they plan to do it within the next 2 years. The FBI passes this tip on to Jackson County because when you look at the IP address of that user, it comes back to a Colin Gray and an address in Jackson County. Deputy Justin Elliott and investigator Dan Miller go to that address. Now, the current resident of that address has 2 daughters, and they don't use Discord. But they're new to that address, and they keep getting the mail of the previous tenant, Colin Gray. Deputy Elliott and investigator Miller then go to his new address. They speak with the defendant at his house, and they tell him about this threat on Discord. And they ask him, does Colt have access to guns? Which he does. But the defendant says that he and Colt, they take this school shooting stuff very seriously. And Colt denies to these officers that it was him on Discord. He says his Discord account got hacked. The defendant makes no mention to these officers that less than 2 years before, Ben Hill officers had also been to his house when Colt searched how to kill your dad, also on a computer. But before they left, Investigator Miller asked the defendant to please restrict Colt's access to guns. Less than 3 weeks later, when DFACS agent Michaela Anderson goes back out to the house like she's been doing monthly to meet with the defendant, and again, she asks, how's Colt doing? He makes no mention to her of this visit from the sheriff's office. 2 weeks after that, on June 23rd, the defendant signs a lease to move out of Jackson County into Winder. But he doesn't tell Michaela Anderson he was planning on doing that, and he never tells DFACS that he did do that. She just keeps going to an empty house. 2 months later, in August, it's time for another school year. Colt's not at Jefferson Middle School anymore. 13-year-old Colt is enrolled at Heyman Morris Middle School. This is the middle school in Winder that's directly next door to Appalachia High School. This is supposed to be his 8th grade year. But he's withdrawn from that school 3 days later. He never attends it. Instead, Colt goes back down to Fitzgerald to live with his mother, Marcy. And while he's in Fitzgerald, Colt is still filled with anger. He's still having trouble dealing with it. He's becoming violent. He breaks windows. He cuts up things with a knife. He even starts cutting on himself with that knife. These are the scars from after he was arrested after the shooting a year later. Colt's grandfather, Charlie Polhamus, is at his wit's end. He actually calls the police on Colt. And at the beginning of October 2023, just a few weeks after being in Fitzgerald, Colt comes back up here to Winder to live with the defendant. But he does not attend school. 2 weeks later, on October 13th, down in Fitzgerald, Marcy, who you remember is still being checked on by DFACS, tests positive for drugs. She's going to lose the kids. DFACS worker Tamika Mitchum, who's been monitoring Marcy, calls the defendant, tells him to come down to Fitzgerald to pick up the other 2 kids, Jenny and Coley, and bring them back up. He now has sole custody of the 3 kids. Marcy's to have no unsupervised contact. But Tamika Mitchum also stresses to the defendant to get the kids in school and counseling as soon as possible. He does neither of these things. 3 weeks after the kids are brought up here, on November 6th, 2023, back down in Fitzgerald, Marcy basically goes crazy. She wants to come up to Winder. She wants her mother, Deborah Polhamus, to bring her to Winder. And Deborah Polhamus says, you ain't going to Winder. So Marcy duct tapes her mother to the chair, steals her car, drives up to Winder, goes to the defendant's house, keys his truck, and gets arrested. She spends some time in the Bexar County Jail before she's transferred to the Ben Hill County Jail for the charges down there. And while she's down there, she's released on bond to an inpatient drug treatment facility in South Georgia. She has no supervision during this time over Colt. Now, back up here in Barrow County, it's been a chaotic few months for Colt. But that Christmas, after the cuttings and the things with the Jackson County and the moms going crazy, testing positive drugs, that Christmas, the defendant, 7 months after he was told by Jackson County Sheriff's Office of possible school shooter threats and being asked to restrict Colt's access to guns, the defendant buys and gives 13-year-old Colt that 6 Sauer M400 as his Christmas present. And he allows Colt to keep this rifle propped up in Colt's room. Now, in February of 2024, 2 months after this Christmas, in February, Colt's siblings, Jenny and Coley, are finally enrolled in school. They've already missed 4 months of school, but they're finally enrolled. Colt does not attend. He misses the entirety of his 8th grade year. But during that spring, when Colt's not in school, the defendant continues to buy accessories for his Christmas present rifle. He buys a sight-marked ultra-shot sight to go on the rifle. He buys a bungee sling to go for the rifle. He buys an accessory rail set. He buys a 45-degree offset iron sights. And he buys a lot of ammunition. That summer, 2024, Colt is now 14. It's just a few months before he takes his Christmas present rifle into Appalachian High School. July 6th of that summer, Marcy gets out of rehab in Fitzgerald, and the defendant picks her up and brings her back up to Winder. It's her first contact with Colt in 9 months. Now, Colt, who had always been quick to violence and suffered from severe anxiety, begins to spiral out of control. He's fighting with his father. He's throwing things at people. He's putting holes in his sister Jenny's door. But the rifle stays in his room. On July 20th, Colt has a panic attack at the house. He comes in the living room and he actually asks his parents to call 911 for him. But they don't call anyone. His mental health becomes so bad that the defendant and Marcy together begin giving Colt Marcy's prescription for Zoloft. They're just giving it to him themselves. They worry he's suffering from depression, but they don't take him to see a doctor. It's around this time that Colt puts those pictures of Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, up in his room. And the rifle stays in his room. August 14th, 2024, 3 weeks before the shooting. It's Colt's first day of Appalachia. School had started 2 weeks earlier, but this was Colt's first day. He missed the first 2 weeks. He had not been inside of school for 15 months. Not since the sheriff's office came to his door about the threats to shoot up a school. And that morning, Colt again is spiraling out of control. He sends a text message to the defendant at 6:49 a.m. He writes, "I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you. You fucking caused this." 2 minutes later, at 6:51 a.m., he sends this text message to the defendant. "Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands." His first day of school. And the rifle stays in his room. The very next day, August 15th, Colt skips school. He gets into a fight with his mother, Marcy, when she goes into his room to try and get the rifle away from him. With rifle in hand, he shoves his mother to the ground and she hits her head on the wall. She then asks the defendant to please take Colt's rifle and lock it up. He never does. Marcy then has had enough. She goes back to Fitzgerald, once again leaving Colt into the care of the defendant. And the rifle stays in his room. The next day, after this altercation with his mother, Colt asked the defendant to get him 150 rounds of ammunition. The defendant responds to him, well, he needs to pay for everything first, but he will. He will. Now, Marcy's down in Fitzgerald, the defendant's up here, but they're still communicating with each other by phone and text. And they begin to worry that Colt needs to be institutionalized. He needs to go to an inpatient facility. He's so bad. They search for places and resources, but the defendant never follows through. He never takes Colt to see any professional, and the rifle stays in his room. August 26th, 9 days before the shooting, Colt has another panic attack, this time at school. It's the one I referred to earlier in the opening. It's only his 4th day he attended school. Remember, he missed the first 2 weeks of school, and he skipped school 5 of the next 8 days. Colt leaves his second period class that day. He goes to the counselor's office. He's too distressed to go back to class. They call his father, but his father can't come to get Colt. Colt ends up spending the entire school day in the counselor's office. That night, on the phone, Colt asks his grandmother, Deborah Polhamus, if he did something terrible, would she still love him? This bothered her so much, Deborah Polhamus, that the next morning she drives up to Winder from Fitzgerald. And on the way, she calls Advantage Behavioral Health Systems. It's a crisis stabilization inpatient place in Athens, Georgia. She talks to them on the phone, and they tell her he must be brought in by a parent. Marcy's in Fitzgerald. The defendant is here. They tell her that Saturday is a great day to come in, because most people don't realize they're actually open on Saturdays, and you can just walk right in. But he needs to be brought by a parent. Deborah asked the defendant to take Colt on that Saturday, which would have been August 31st. He doesn't. Wednesday, August the 28th, Colt skips school. This is 2 days after that panic attack, the day after Deborah Polhamus has called Crisis Advantage Behavioral. Colt tells the defendant that he hears voices telling him what to do. This is 3 days before the defendant is supposed to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral, and 1 week before the shooting. At 7:44 a.m. that morning, Colt texts the defendant, I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do. And the rifle stays in his room. Colt skips school again the next day, which is a Thursday. That Friday and Monday, school is closed for the Labor Day holiday. And that Tuesday, September 3rd, Colt skips school again. That brings us back around to that Wednesday morning, September 4th, 2024. Those pictures of Nicholas Cruz are still on his wall, and that rifle is still in his room. The defendant leaves to take little Coley to school. Jenny leaves on her bus for Heyman Morris Middle School, which again is directly next door to Appalachia High School. Colt gets his rifle, gets extra magazines, puts them in his book bag. He wraps a poster board around the part of the...
Dang, I'm just sitting up here thinking, like, this man is still talking. I did not even realize how long these openings were. I should have been playing this at 1.25. Like, oh my gosh. I did not know he was talking this long, guys. Look, we'll never get through anything. Let me see. Let me play him on 1.25 so we can get through his openings. Oh my goodness. Aye.
Rifle that sticks out of the bag, and he takes a hat with a Fender guitar logo on it, a stocking hat, and puts it over the top so you can't see it. And then he heads out to meet the bus. A few hours later, just like he'd been warning he was going to do, Colt murders 4 people. Now, after the shooting, which I will remind you happened at 10:22 a.m. So after that, at 11:01 a.m., Jenny, the daughter, texts her father. 3 people are dead at the high school. The defendant texts back a minute later, "How do you know? How do you know?" She responds, "People are saying, and there was an email. Please, I'm scared." She then texts the defendant, "I can't call you. I'm in a lockdown." At 12:19, the defendant texts Jenny. "Jenny, have you talked to your brother?" Jenny replies, "No. But I think we're thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text." 1 minute later, the defendant replies, "Yep, 10-4. I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you get back in the building and when I can come get you." A few minutes later, the defendant arrives at his home, not Jenny's school, not Appalachia. He goes home, and he runs straight to Colt's room. He has to confirm what he already knows. He goes straight to Colt's room to see if that gun is missing. And it is. Moments later, Anthony Townsend and Brandon Bazinet arrive at his house, and he utters those words, "I knew it." Now, ladies and gentlemen, the charges in this case, it's the same acts that he did. The charges are divided up between whether or not the victim of those acts was a child or an adult. If they're a child, the charges that stem from their victimization would be cruelty to children, because you have to be under 18 for cruelty to children to apply. But through his negligence of allowing Colt to have this gun, knowing what Colt was going to do, he caused cruel and excessive physical pain to the children. That's cruelty to children in the second degree. If that cruelty to children in the second degree results in death, like with Mason Skirmerhorn and Christian Angulo, that is murder in the second degree. So the cruelty and the murder in the second go together. They apply to the children. 2 adult deceased, Christina Irmy and Richard Asenwall. They're above the age of 18. The defendant is charged with reckless conduct, same act, recklessly allowing his child, and he knew this was going to happen, to harm someone else. And because they died during the commission of reckless conduct, that is involuntary manslaughter. So for the adults, it's involuntary manslaughter based on reckless conduct. All the other children who were either struck by a bullet or in that Ryan Edwards classroom when the bullet started flying, they're the victims of charges for cruelty to children in the second degree, either by the physical pain it caused or the emotional anguish it caused. And the adults that were injured or put in harm's way, David Phoenix, Stephen Edwards, and Cassandra Ryan, those 3 adults, they're the victims of the reckless conduct. Now, at the end of the case, we'll come back before you and ask you to render the verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we talk about evidence, before we talk about the law, we have to begin with what every person in this courtroom already knows. What happened at Appalachia High School was tragic. It was horrific, it was terrifying, and it was heartbreaking. Nothing said in this courtroom can change that. Nothing that I'm going to say is meant to diminish that. You're going to hear emotional testimony, you'll see photographs, you'll see videos, you'll hear about the fear, the chaos, and the terror that Colt Gray inflicted on that school and this community. But your job is not to decide whether or not that was tragic. We all know that it was. Your job is to decide something much more specific. Your job is to decide whether or not Colin Gray knew what Colt was going to do. Because the state is not just prosecuting the shooter in this case, they're prosecuting the father as well. I want you to remember something as we begin. The courtroom is not a place where we punish people because we're angry, where we punish people because we're grieving. It's not a place where we punish people because we feel someone has to pay. This is a place where we follow the law. And the law requires proof, and the law requires evidence. And the law requires that the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden never shifts, not for a single moment. The state's theory will be simple. They'll tell you that Colt Gray allowed his son access to firearms and ammunition. Colin Gray had warning signs, and then Colin Gray, knowing that these were warning signs, consciously disregarded those warning signs. That he should have known his son would, not could, that his son would harm someone. And because the son later committed this school shooting, therefore Colin Gray must be guilty, must be criminally negligent, because he knew this would happen. That's their theory. But what you'll learn from the evidence is that case is not that simple. The evidence will show a teenager who is struggling mentally, a teenager who is deceptive, a teenager who hid his true intentions from everyone, from his family, from his counselor, from his siblings, from DFACS, from law enforcement, and most especially from his father. The evidence will show a father who did not ignore his child. He did not abandon his child. He did not turn his back on his child. The evidence will show between Colin Gray and Colt Gray daily contact, daily effort, and active steps by Colin Gray to seek mental health intervention for his son through the school. The evidence will show that the most important facts, the planning of this shooting, the concealment of this shooting, and the timeline of this shooting were hidden by Colt Gray from his father. That's the difference between tragedy and criminal liability. And this case is about whether the state can prove criminal liability by showing that Colin Gray knew that Colt was going to do this, knew that Colt was going to harm someone else. You cannot hold someone criminally responsible for failing to predict what was intentionally hidden from them. You'll learn about Colt Gray's state of mind that at the time no one knew. You will learn that months before the shooting, Colt had notes hidden on his cell phone from April of 2024, private notes that appear to be the planning stages of this shooting. Those notes were not known to Colin Gray. Those notes were not shared with Colin Gray. There's no evidence of that. You will learn something else. The plans reflected in those notes show that the shooting was initially planned for February of 2025 to coincide with the anniversary of the Parkland High School shooting committed by Nicholas Cruz. The plan reflected in those notes was that that time was going to be when the shooting happened, not in September of 2024. Something changed. The evidence will suggest and support that Colt accelerated his plan. And there's evidence suggesting that that acceleration was tied to the fact that Colin Gray was actively seeking mental health treatment for his son through the school at that time. There are emails to the counselor. There's paperwork he filled out. There was already in motion, already in place, an appointment for Colt to meet with the counselor and to meet with the mental health specialist the very next day, September 5th. Colin Gray did not know about the plans. Colin Gray did not know that Colt was planning to do this and that he would in fact go harm someone else. The behavior that Colt exhibits, the behavior that you'll find from his notes in his cell phone, from his text messages, show that he was actively keeping this information from others, from law enforcement, from DFACS, from counselors, from professionals who know to look for these signs. and most especially from his dad. The state will point, and they've already mentioned to you, an incident in May of 2023 when 2 Jackson County sheriffs went to Mr. Gray's home to talk to Colt. Fortunately, this interaction is on body-worn camera video, so you'll get to see the whole episode. You will see that Colin Gray is cooperative. You'll see that he brings his son out. He tells the officers that he takes this kind of thing seriously. He tells the officers, you tell me that he did it and those guns are gone today. That is on video. That is undeniable. But the officers don't tell him that. The officers say that they're not sure that it was him that made the threat. He tells the officers that he has a gun in the home. He says that he has a son who is somewhat isolated, who's on the computer a lot. He says that when he was young, he used to enjoy hunting with his father, that they would go deer hunting. And so he was introducing Colt to deer hunting, that they had gone out a year before. Colt had killed his first deer, that the gun that they had was for deer hunting. The gun was to get him outside, which the officer in the video approves of. Get him away from the computers, that's good. But Colin tells the officers, if you think this is him, tell me, because those guns are gone today. And that is not what he's told. It shows that Colin, had he known, would have removed those guns. But he didn't. Let's talk about what Colin actually did, because this case is being framed as if Colin Gray didn't do anything. The evidence will show the opposite. You will hear that when the family transitioned schools, it was Colin Gray who registered Colt. You will hear that Colin Gray worked full-time, was raising 3 kids on his own, due to the kids' mother's addiction problems, due to DFAC saying that she was not allowed to have unsupervised contact with them, due to the courts in Barrow County saying she was not even allowed in the same county where these kids lived. Colin was doing everything. Colin is the one that filled out the counseling referral forms. Colin is the one that communicated with the school counselor. Colin's the one who discussed the evaluation. Colin was the one who was coordinating mental health services through the school. Colin is the one that filled out the paperwork to get the assessment done on September the 5th. You'll hear that the school had arranged, and it had already been taken care of, that Colin had completed everything he needed to for the assessment. You're going to hear from the grandmother who says that they wanted to take him to Advantage Behavioral in Athens, that it was urgent. This comes out after the shooting. The grandmother will also tell you she had absolutely no idea that Colt had any interest in Nicholas Cruz or school shootings in general until after the shooting happened and they were making the 4.5-hour trip from Fitzgerald, her and her daughter Marcy, at which point Marcy said, well, Colt does like this school shooter named Nicholas Cruz. That's the first time that you hear Debbie learns any of that. You're going to see text messages from Debbie in August and September of 2024 when she says that they were so strongly trying to get him into a facility. What you're not going to see in those text messages is any urgency on Debbie's part. You're not going to see anything from Debbie saying, get the guns out of the house. You're not going to say anything from Debbie saying, I'm worried about Colt, we need to get him there today. Nothing. They don't talk about it at all. Debbie doesn't mention it one bit. Now, she mentions it in hindsight after the fact, and Marcy does the same thing. Who's Colin Gray? He's a working father raising 3 kids by himself. He had responsibilities, he had a job, he had a family to keep afloat. He had 2 other kids besides Colt. He was involved. You'll see his text messages to his children. You'll see his text messages to Colt. This is not a parent who's turning his back on what's going on right in front of him. Let's talk about what you're not going to hear. Because sometimes what you don't hear in a case like this is just as important as what you do. Sometimes the absence of evidence tells you more than the evidence itself. You will not hear a text message where Colt says to his dad, I'm going to shoot a school. I'm bringing a gun tomorrow. I have a plan. I'm going to hurt someone. You won't see a single message like that. You will not hear that Colt ever told his father about the notes on his iPhone. You will not hear that Colt ever showed his father a plan. You will not hear that Colt told his father he was accelerating the plan. You will not hear that anyone called Colin Gray and said, your son is about to commit a shooting. You will not hear that law enforcement told him, your son made a credible threat. You will not hear a school official warn him, his mental health treatment is imminent. He needs to see someone today. You will not hear anyone from DFACS told him, we have serious concerns that he's violent, that he's going to hurt someone else. You will not hear anyone say that they contacted the police on September 3rd and said there's a school shooting about to happen. You will not hear that Colin Gray encouraged violence. You will not hear that he glorified violence. You will not hear that he dismissed a specific credible threat. In fact, you'll hear something entirely different. You'll hear that Colt suffered from anxiety. You'll hear that Colt suffered from depression. You'll hear about his panic attacks. You'll hear that he didn't like going to school. These are serious issues, but these are not the same as homicidal ideations. These are not the same as suicidal ideations. These are not the same thing as proof of a probable school shooting. The state will ask you to connect dots after the fact using hindsight, dots that became visible only after the shooting itself. But what you will not hear is evidence that at the time, Colin had sufficient warning that this outcome was probable, not imaginable, not possible, but probable. That Colin knew that his son would harm someone else. You'll hear testimony from Colt Gray's counselor. And that's important because it gives you a professional's perspective on what was going on with Colt in the weeks leading up to the shooting. You will hear that Colt presented as a student suffering from anxiety and emotional instability, panic symptoms, and inability to function in class. And you'll hear something very important. You will hear that even the school counselor, a professional trained, did not perceive Colt as a threat. She described him as nice, respectful. That matters, because if a trained counselor did not perceive the imminent violence, then it's unreasonable to claim that the father should have seen it himself. You'll also hear testimony from her about how the father did in fact take steps to get him mental health treatment. The father was in communication with the counselor. The father submitted the paperwork. The father completed the referral, and the father was pursuing intervention. You'll hear the therapist was essentially scheduled to meet with Colt the very next day. The father was not ignoring the problem. Colin Gray was acting. They want you to hold him responsible because they don't think he was acting fast enough. You'll hear from his daughter, Colt's sister, Jenny Gray. Her testimony will corroborate the concealment that Colt was perpetrating on his family, on his dad. She'll testify that Colt was secretive, that he was constantly deleting and opening new accounts on Discord to avoid detection, that he was using usernames that were combinations of alphanumeric combinations. You'll find that he would not discuss, based on the statement that Jenny gave on September 4th of 2024, that he would not discuss school shootings or school shooters in front of his father. You will hear on the morning of the shooting, Colin Gray had already left home. You will hear that Colt, when he did discuss school shooters with Jenny, made her promise not to tell his dad. You'll hear that that morning on September the 4th, Colin Gray got up and took his youngest son, Coley Jr., to school, that he left before Jenny and Colt did to catch the bus. You will hear that Colt had to go and find the gun because it wasn't in his room, that he had to find the ammunition that wasn't in his room, and that he had to put them in his backpack, and that he had to conceal the rifle that stuck out of his backpack 18 to 24 inches with a poster board. And he put a hat on top of it. It proves concealment, it proves independent action, and that matters because it's consistent with what Colt had done the whole time, which was conceal this plan from his father. Remember, the state says that he knew. They said that he knew this was going to happen. That he knew, not that it was possible, that he knew Colt was going to go and harm someone else. But you can't consciously disregard a risk that you're not aware of. And you can't say something is probable when it's being hidden from you. You're going to see text message. They've already discussed some of the messages. We're going to discuss some of the other ones. We're going to talk about why they matter. There are hundreds of text messages between Colin Gray and his son. These texts matter because they show the reality in real time of what was happening and what Colin would have thought and what Colin would have known at that time. Not now, but at that time. They also show what Colt chose not to disclose. You'll see a father checking on his son on a daily basis, checking on school attendance. Did you make it to school? How's your day going? How was your day? What are you doing after class? You'll see encouragement. I'm proud of you. I love you. You're a good young man. This is not an absent father. This is not a father not paying attention to his child. You'll see daily involvement. You'll see a father trying to keep a teenager engaged and connected to school. You'll see a father trying to build the confidence and self-esteem of his son. You will see this all in the text messages. You'll see their discussions about mental health, about depression, which is not homicidal ideation, about anxiety, which is not homicidal ideation, about anxiety, panic attacks, which are not homicidal ideation. You'll see a father trying to stabilize a situation at home. You will not see threats to harm other folks. You will not see threats to harm other people. You will not see, I'm going to shoot up the school. I'm bringing a gun. I have a plan. I'm going to harm someone. There needs to be proof that Colin Gray knew what Colt was going to do and knew that Colt was going to harm someone. The text messages show something else as well. They show that Colt was capable of living a double life. He could text his father, "Love you," and "have a good day," while simultaneously writing plans on his phone about shooting up the school. He could talk about liking school. School was good. The kids here are mature, referring to the Appalachian High School. They gave me a nickname. The teacher said I'm the tech guy. And you'll hear Colin respond happily that his son seems to be finding his way for the first time in a while in school. He could talk to Colt about school being good, about having a good day, and what they're going to have for dinner, while also planning on how to sneak a rifle into the school. That's not something a father can foresee. He asked about ammunition. You'll hear evidence that he went to the gun range. You'll hear evidence that he taught his son safety. You will not hear evidence that Colt requested ammunition because he was getting ready to do a school shooting. That conversation is not a threat. There's no mention of harming anyone else. There's no talk of a timeline. The state's going to ask you to interpret these ordinary messages with extraordinary hindsight. But the law does not allow hindsight convictions. Your task was determining what Colin Gray knew in the months leading up to the shooting. It requires proof of what he specifically knew at that time. You'll hear from the mother, Marcy Gray. She'll try to convince you that she warned everyone and no one listened. The evidence will show that she did not share the most important information she knew about Colt with Colin. You've already heard the relationship was not smooth. You heard that DFACS took the kids from her. You'll hear that they were separated. You'll hear that the kids had to come up here for the DFACS order. You'll hear that she drove up here. After telling her mother she was going to murder Colin, came up here, keyed his cars, got arrested, and then was told by the judge, "You can't come back to Barrow County." You'll see evidence in text messages between Colt and his mom. You will see in these text messages Colt telling his mom prior to the shooting that he had created a Securus online profile that he was using by making up a fake age to try and get in contact with Nicholas Cruz in prison down in Florida. He will text her that he had emailed Nicholas Cruz a couple times, and he'd even put money on his commissary. Marcy's response is to ask him where he got the money. And he tells Marcy in a text message, "I told Dad it was to buy a video game on Steam." To which Marcy responds with a laughing out loud emoji. Marcy knew that he had this interest in Nicholas Cruz, but she did not share it with Colin. Immediately after this conversation, you will not see a text message from Marcy to Colin say, "Hey, did you know he's been emailing a mass murderer in Florida? Did you know that he put money on this mass murderer's commissary account that he told you was for a video game?" She doesn't share any of that with Colin. She keeps that to herself. She does not reply immediately after to Colin or tell him, "Hey, this is what's going on. We got to get the guns out of the house now." No, she responds with a laughing out loud emoji. That's how serious she took it. She didn't think anything was going to happen. Remember, the evidence will show that even she, with the information that he did not have, did not believe there was an imminent threat and did not believe that Colt would harm anyone else. She didn't call law enforcement. She didn't seek an emergency mental health evaluation. And you'll hear evidence that after the shooting, her conduct is inconsistent with what she tells the police. You'll hear evidence that even after the fact, she's still trying to assist him in contacting school shooters and amplifying his profile across true crime community websites. And that matters, because credibility matters and bias matters. You'll see that the state is asking you to convict Colin largely based on a hindsight narrative provided by witnesses who were not credible, that did not recognize the warning signs in real time. You will hear from the victims in this case. Their testimony will be emotional. And it's important to understand what happened inside that school. But respectfully, their testimony will not establish what Colin Gray knew and didn't know. They can't tell you what was said in the home. They can't tell you what was concealed. They can't tell you what was sent in text messages. And they can't tell you what warnings were communicated to Colin Gray. We're not going to dispute the horror of what happened. We're not going to dispute that they were harmed, that they were physically harmed and mentally harmed. But that's not proof that he was negligent. That is not proof that he knew what was in Colt's heart, that he knew what Colt was planning, and that he knew that Colt was going to harm someone else. The law doesn't punish what is possible. The law does not punish what is conceivable. He is charged with knowing what would happen. He is charged with knowing his son would harm someone else. In life, almost anything is possible. It's possible that a teenager who's angry might get into a fight. It's possible that a teenager who's depressed might run away or make up excuses not to go to school. It's possible that a teenager who's anxious might break something or act out. But this is not a case about whether something bad is possible. This is a case about whether or not Colin Gray knew Colt was going to take a gun to that school and harm other people. That matters, because if the standard becomes it could have happened, then the law becomes limitless. If the standard becomes you should have imagined the worst, then every parent becomes criminally liable for what a teenager might do. But that's not the standard. The standard is proof. Proof that Colin Gray knew, that he consciously disregarded, not a vague fear, not a general worry, but a risk that made this tragedy. That he knew Colt was going to go to that school. That he knew what the counselor didn't, what the DFACS professionals who had met with Colt didn't. The state will ask you to look at the outcome and then work backward to say because this happened, it must have been foreseeable. But the law doesn't allow hindsight to substitute for evidence. That's why you're going to hear about what was actually known at that time, and most importantly, what was actually hidden from Colin Gray at that time. Because when someone conceals a plan, deceives the people around them, acts independently, the law does not allow us to pretend that the people left behind should have seen through all of it. They're going to say that common sense means you should have seen this coming. And guns are serious, and this tragedy is serious. But the law is serious too. This case is not about whether or not firearms are dangerous in the abstract. It's about whether Colin Gray, based upon what he actually knew, failed to act because he knew that his son was going to go to that school and commit these acts. In a case like this, there's a natural human instinct. When something this awful happens, we want an explanation. We want someone to blame. We want a story that makes sense so that we can take steps to make sure something like this never happens again. It's very easy and it's very human to look at the end result and believe that someone, somewhere, must have known. But the evidence in this case is going to show something that's deeply uncomfortable. Sometimes the truth is that the person who committed the act was hiding it. Sometimes the truth is that a family can be struggling, a child can be spiraling, and people can try to get that child mental health help. And still, something unthinkable can happen. It's not satisfying and it doesn't give anyone peace. But the criminal courtroom is not here to provide a scapegoat. It's here to provide justice. Being a juror, providing justice, that requires discipline. It requires that we do not convict someone because we're horrified. It requires that we do not convict someone because we wish they would have seen it coming. It requires that we do not convict someone because we feel like there must be some accountability somewhere. The state has chosen to put the father on trial for what the son did. And at the end of this case, you'll be asked to decide whether the state has proven, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Colin Gray knew his son would go to that school and commit these violent acts. And at the end of this trial, you will find the state cannot prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will ask you to return the only verdict that the evidence can support, which is not guilty on all counts for Colin Gray. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the first witness is called,
So that's just a reminder of how we're, oh, that didn't work. Of how we kind of are at this point where we're at, right? Oh, I was like, what did I click on? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh gosh. That was not what I was trying to do. I'm over here making a mess behind closed doors. So that was the opening statements for both. Now, mind you guys, we have seen this trial, so I'm not going through every witness or any of that stuff, guys. I don't even know if we need to hear wait a minute. I don't even know if we need to hear about like the actual pewing part. I don't know if I really want to do that part or the victims. because that can be like real, like traumatizing, you know, re-traumatizing for people. But I will show, um, no, I don't think I want to show that at all. Okay, wait a minute. Let's go to the next part that I wanted to show. Because I kind of had everything out that I wanted to show. Because in this case, they did show like a lot of video and stuff. So let me get it at the part where she starts.
I'm just going to flag them all, and then I can sort of give context back to that. So I'm going to start with States Exhibits 1, 11.9, 10, and 11. So how do I approach with this, Judge? And I'll go ahead and kind of make an aggregate argument about this, Judge. These photos that we're showing are mostly photos from the crime scene at the school. Some of the photos are pictures of evidence that were taken individually, either at the school or outside of the school. A lot of these photos, this is pared down from obviously thousands of crime scene photos, but this school, like a lot of schools, the hallways look very similar, the classrooms look very similar, the walls within the classrooms look very similar. So as we're going through it, we do have some pictures to orient the jury to where we're talking about, what we're talking about. So those three, for example, Judge, I think those are essentially three pictures going down a hallway, but we're showing the jury what hallway we're talking about as we're going down the hallway and helping orient them while we're talking about the crime scene itself. So the purpose of that is not to show three pictures of the same object, but to provide orienting photos as we talk about the crime scene, in addition to showing the evidence that was at the crime scene.
All right. And with these three, you know, I don't.
And Judge, Ms. Brooks did just apologize for cutting you off, make a good point of part of this too, even as recently as last night in talking to Special Agent Stewart about this, part of it is to orient our witness to where we're talking about in the crime scene as well. Again, with the sort of visual redundancy throughout the school, it is hard to tell what hallway you're looking at, what classroom you're looking at, what locker you're looking at without some kind of orienting point.
All right. Again, with these three at least, I don't know if there's any particular degree of prejudice to the defendant. I'll go ahead and determine that 111.10 is needlessly cumulative. I think simply everything in it is depicted in 110.9 or 111.9 and 111.11. I don't know that we gain anything from 111.10. I think because you know your case, I do not. If there's something you're aware of that I'm not, really want to know. So.
Can I get this back from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also ask if
See.
in their totality, as we get closer photos at the end. That's just to orient.
There are.
Publish that for the jury. Do you want to kind of just tell us what we're going to see first off to give us an idea of what we're looking at and what we'll see for the first minute or two of it?
Yeah, so the video starts in the boys' bathroom that was on J Hall, and then the video will be coming out of the bathroom and then turning left down the hall and proceeding down the hallway towards Ms. Greer's classroom and Ms. Ryan's classroom.
And just for clarification purposes, is it the same bathroom that Colt Gray was in and exited the direction he exited towards on September 4th, 2024?
Yes.
So this is the bathroom that Colt was in, guys, when he was changing up, getting in his gear. And the reason why I went to this is that I don't know, I guess it's up to y'all. If y'all want me to play like when parents were arriving. That was like in day 2 and the remainder of day 1. I figured we just get to the meat and potatoes of the case to kind of remind us of the sticking points of how this was. Versus, I know when we go into sentencing probably Friday, we probably hear some impact statements and things like that that will probably end that. So I kind of figure I would skip over that part. So this is the bathroom that he's coming out of at the time. And, you know, I don't know about you guys, and y'all have to let me know. I have to kind of figure out where our chat lands in our community over here, take it to trial. Like, are you a more of a visual person? Like, I am such a visual person, it's like ridiculous. You can talk to me all day. I'm such a visual person. I'm a visual learner, so I need to like actually see it to understand it. In some ways, you know, some people you can, you know, read it to them or whatever the case may be. I am such a visual person, it's ridiculous. So when I hear photos or I'm hearing about video, I am all in it. I am game. I am down. If at any point in time, I do have this on a higher speed. So at any point in time, if it's too fast, please let me know. I will slow it down. It's not that, you know, serious. We're going to watch today. And we will watch some of his trial, Colin's trial tomorrow, just to kind of get us geared up for Friday for sentencing. Only because when sentencing happens, we probably won't be able to do any kind of like background or anything like that. And then one of the Grays, the son, Colt, will be sentenced Friday, and then Colin will be sentenced on Monday. So just a good refresher in that part. Well, here we go.
Clock is at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So we're approaching Ms. Brewer's classroom. Can you tell us what we're going to be seeing for the next couple minutes?
Yeah, so for the next couple minutes, you'll see the video go towards Ms. Brewer's classroom, almost like we're going to go into the classroom. The door would have been closed during the time of the incident, but for scanning purposes, we leave the doors open so that the scanner can see into the room because it's a line of sight scanner, so it can't see through the door. What you may also see is some what we call noise. The scanner doesn't love reflective surfaces, so what happens when it's hitting a reflective surface is it's returning back, and it sometimes creates points in error, essentially. So you may have, like, let's say it hits the TV screen, you may have the duplicate of the TV screen on the back wall or something like that. We go in and we try to clean up most of that as best we can, but you can imagine in the school there was a lot of reflective surfaces. So you may see some of that as well. And then once we come out of Ms. Greer's classroom. The video doesn't go completely in it, but then we go next to Ms. Ryan's classroom, and you'll see the video actually go through her classroom to show some of the defects and the other evidence that's in the classroom. Of course, during the incident, Colt didn't actually walk through the classroom. He stepped into the classroom. But for the purposes of this, for you to be able to see everything, we went in that classroom.
Thank you.
So these are the classrooms. I didn't know if she was gonna be talking, but since she's not talking, I guess I can talk. I mean, as y'all can see, after the destruction of Mr. Colt, and the crazy part, and this may seem real off the wall to y'all. Like in these cases, like where the parents know that the child has some type of mental illness and they provide them with certain things knowing that the child has some type of mental defect, like I'm almost not mad at the 14-year-old. Like in some ways, like if at 14 years old, I know they know right from wrong, like in some ways, but when you think you know right from wrong and the things that you're thinking wrong and your parents are encouraging those with buying you weapons and things like that, I think it's so much more of the parents' fault. I'm so glad that Colin was convicted, right? I just don't know where I land in regards to the 14-year-old boy that was never given the proper opportunity to have the mental services that he needed. Instead of having the mental services that he needed, they decided to put weapons and let him run stuff instead of giving him the services that they needed, because Colin and the mama, they were too busy wrapped up in their little shit show. She a druggie. I don't know what he is. So they was too busy in their stuff that they never even paid attention to him. So in order to shut him up, instead of giving him the video game, which they probably did, don't get me wrong. After they give him the Call of Duty, they decide, here go the weapon. So when I'm looking at him at 14 years old, if this has been your lifestyle and this is what you developed, and this was what was instilled, is it really the 14-year-old's fault? So that's where I kind of get a little stuck in these situations, because I know what he did was horrific and we got 4 lives that are gone, and a lot of other people that were injured. So I'm not taking away from that, but this is where I get really, really conflicted when we talking about kids that do these violent acts, because it's in this case, he knew no better. If somebody can tell me the first time when Colin was able to get in a car, Colt, I'm getting these C's mixed up. When Colt could get in a car, or Colt could tell his parents, look, I'm going to go do this. Colt don't run nothing, right? He can't get in the car. He doesn't have a driver's license. He can't walk off. He can't fend for himself. He can't go feed himself. He can't just leave the house. He can't just say, I'm going to the doctor. He can't get up and do these things. That's the parents' responsibility. So now the parents were irresponsible and they decided to weaponize him. So, is it really Colt's fault? And it just really, because he can't get up and just say he going to he don't even know what the mental health stuff is about, right? Because he had been struggling with this for a while, because remember, 3-4 years earlier, he was talking about that he wanted to pew dad. I don't know why dad going to get a weapon for somebody that wanted to pew him. I'm keeping everything away from you. And then he makes the threats that's on Discord, and even though the father tried to downplay him, but this comes after that he said these things about you. So if you putting all this stuff in place, it's like you actually supporting it, you're actually encouraging it, you actually letting Colt know that this is okay. And so when we have Colt come into the courtroom, and you know, and he's about to be sentenced on Friday, I'm just kind of like, dad and mom created this monster, created what he is. No matter how we try to slice it and dice it, yeah, we know he the one actually did it. But if he was in a home that actually supported the mental health versus to, let me give you a game, let me give you a weapon, let me buy you some bullets to make you happy, let me do this, instead of actually seeking out and getting him some help, then we probably wouldn't be here. And that's when I just don't know. Like, I don't know. Does Colt know he have mental health? Like, I just don't know. Because I'm just trying to think, at 14 years old, besides chasing boys, like, what was I thinking? Like, I was not thinking about, like, that type of stuff. So I don't know, like, yeah, I wanted to play hide and go seek, and I wanted to stay out past the street lights and all of that stuff. But this right here, like, and the parents like encouraging it when they know he, like, I don't know, is it really, really his fault if somebody's encouraging him and his mind is so impressionable? Like, you look to your parents, you look to your family to give you the right direction, right? These are supposed to be your leaders. These are supposed to be the people. So what do we do with that? Yeah, and even if they may be, and I just, so like when we talk about what his punishment should be, like, do we think that he should go to jail, life without parole? I say that the daddy should. I think the daddy should be going life without parole. I think the daddy should be taking it up for what Colt did, because he created it. I think that if anything, Colt should get some kind of like reasonable, like not insanity defense, but like a mental health defense, right? Because if you don't have nobody, I'm like, you're a kid. Kids don't know what to do until people start putting stuff in their mind of what to do. Man, come on. Yeah, and I just, I don't know. I just really have like, because daddy wanted him to be a man and disregarded his mental health. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So it's still dad inflicting, like putting those seeds and planting it in his mind. Right? Like, it's so irritating. It's irritating for me because this kid was basically put in a situation that caused him to do harm to other children when all he probably needed was some damn help. Like, some help. Like, these are most parents, when they kids are pewers, the parents not giving them access to weapons. All the other, at least the ones that I done heard of, the school shootings, like, the parents not giving them access to weapons. These kids are finding other means to get these weapons, or these mass shooters are finding other means. But it's like this dad, like, he was doing this when this young boy was like 10 or 11. Like, he's so, like, he looking up to dad. He looking up to what dad is saying. All of these things. Like, and if you can't believe in your parents and what your parents are telling you at that age, and shit, you doomed. Like, that kid is doomed. Like, really. Like, I'm mad at social services. How social services allow him to move, and I know that they probably only can track so much. But I would have been so far close on them to white on rice, trying to make sure that I could even close my case or whatever the case may be. And they just let it just fall through the cracks. It's like it's so irritating to me. I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm glad the father got charged. Yeah. Yeah, he can't go to the store and purchase a weapon or anything like that. This stuff is instilled. Yeah, seeing the comments on YouTube and X just highlights how much work we have to do when it comes to understanding education, PB, mental health in general. Yeah, it really, absolutely real happy. Yeah, they sitting up here acting like they scared of him. Yeah, the mama was scared of him. When she testified, she was like, shoot, she told daddy, you better come get this weapon. And I guess the daddy decided not to get the weapon. He was running around there terrorizing the little sister. Like he would have been so locked up in some facility. Like I'm not sleeping with one eye open. That would not be what I'm going to do. I don't know. I'm irritated. I'm irritated because I know he did something wrong. And so I do know he needs some punishment. I just think it was his situation that he was brought up in. And I just don't know, like, if you always taught to be a certain way, or you are taught that a certain way is acceptable, then, I mean, you can only go by what what you are taught, right? And he was barely in school, as y'all can see, at least from 2020. Like his school stuff is trash. Yeah, like I'm just irritated. Blue said, I can't help to think that to a certain degree, the child should have some kind of cognitive reasoning that taking an innocent life is bad. I mean, he was searching for mass shooters. Yeah, but and I get that, Blue. And that's why I said, like, I'm so torn between certain things, because if you taught that this is okay. Remember, dad is walking past his room every day, sees this active shooter shrine that he has up there. Remember, mommy dearest, the Coca-Cola head, mommy dearest, she up here trying to get money so he can write this man. Like, even though she wasn't there, she was supporting this mental health behavior. I'm telling you, if any one of my kids, if I looked at them and saw that they were looking up something about something, what the fuck you looking at? What you looking up that for? Why are you looking at that? I want to know. No, it's not. We about to be pen pals with this person. We about to message this person. That's what these parents were doing. So in his mind, he probably thought everything was okay. Grandma, I need 150 bullets. Can you get me 150 bullets? Grandma, like, I'm working on it for you, baby. What is going on here? I think it's these people around him that made him feel that this was acceptable. And just as a kid, like, from his thing, if even if kind of like right and wrong, if they telling you that this stuff is cool, this is okay, I mean, what are you to do with that? But don't pay me no attention. Y'all know I'll just be here for shit and giggles. Shit and giggles until I get upset about certain stuff, because this just don't make no sense to me. But let's go back into her video. I'll try to stop. I know we watched it before, so I'm gonna try to stop my rants and raves and all of this stuff. I just coming up to a sentence, and I'm really trying to think deeply in my mind. Like, what should he get? What is deserving of this crime? Like, considering all the factors. So, yeah. Just kind of got me hot.
So in the next few minutes, you will see us make our way back down J Hall towards the intersection of I and J. And that intersection is where Ms. Irami gets shot. Colt shoots Ms. Irami from that intersection, and also Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix.
So is it going to look down the hallway where Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix were?
Correct.
minutes, 35 seconds. Tell me what we're going to see in the last section of this.
So we will continue down J hallway. Obviously in this I'm flying through very slowly because I don't want anyone to feel like they're on a roller coaster. But in the video, obviously things were moving much faster.
And is there an additional hallway we're going to look down as we get further?
Yeah, so we'll get to the end of J hallway. It will turn towards that last classroom on the left side of the hallway because in the video it appeared that he almost like he looked into that classroom. I don't know if he was attempting to go in, but he looked in that classroom and then he turns around, points back down J hall. That's where he shoots Mason, and then turns and points the gun at a kid that is down K hall, and then that almost in that same moment, law enforcement is making contact with him.
So you, in addition to this scan and collecting evidence, you referenced taking photographs of the crime scene. Is it fair to say a significant number of photographs were taken of this crime scene over the course of several days?
Yes, I individually took over 1,000 photographs.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 111.1 through 111.144 that the defense counsel has previously reviewed. Did you review the stack of photographs outside the presence of the jury?
Yes.
And tell me what those are.
They are overall mid-range and close-up photographs of the school and various items of evidence and bullet defects.
Okay. And are they all fair and accurate photos of photographs that were taken of the crime scene and evidence from the crime scene?
Yes. In some of the photographs, you may see some areas that are a little brighter. I did use an external flash because as the day moved on, it got darker outside, so it was darker inside of the school.
Okay. And have they been materially changed or altered in any way?
No.
And Judge, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibits 111.1 through 111.144, and note that 111.117 was previously admitted through Deputy King.
All right. So, Mr. Berry, no objections except those we dealt with earlier, is that right?
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right. 111.1 and 144 are admitted, except those that I ruled on a little while ago.
Okay, we're going to pull these up, and we will start with 111.1, and we've got some orienting slides throughout this. So we'll start with pictures starting at the J Hall bathroom. And can you just tell us, is that the relevant bathroom to this case that Colt was in?
Yes.
Okay. And this is starting with 111.1, and I'm just going to say the last part of the number. All of these are parts of State's Exhibit 111. So starting with 1, tell us what we're looking at.
This is just an exterior photograph of the bathroom.
Okay. And is that a bullet defect, on the right side of the bathroom sign?
Yes.
Okay. And going to 2.
This is making my way into the bathroom.
And next.
Again, continuing into the bathroom.
Okay, and that's on 1.3. And next, and then we've got some out of order, so I'll try to avoid saying the numbers, but, so the next one, 4, what does that show?
That would be the first bathroom stall on the left when you enter the bathroom.
Okay, and the next one?
This is a close-up photograph of the hat and hall pass or office pass.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 112 and 113 containing this bag. And can you identify what this is for the jury?
Yes, this is a bag containing the blue and white in color hat that you see in the photograph, and also the media center and office pass. And then there was also a piece of paper on the floor, so it's also in this bag.
Okay. And can I have you open that bag? And I think you've got materials up there to do that, and show us that hat and tag. And Judge, at this time we would move to tender State's Exhibits 112, which is the hat, and 113, which is the badge.
And just so it's clear, these are not 111 point.
No, these are their
This is
own
actual
exhibits.
112.
Yes, sir.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 112 and 113 are admitted.
All right, can you just hold up? I'll have you hold up the hat for the jury, and then after that, if you'll hold up the badge. And can you tell us what the writing on that badge says?
So it says Appalachian High School at the top, then it says Media Center / office, and then it says Hall J, room 2.151.
Okay. And what was the writing on that hat?
The writing on the hat says vendor.
Okay. Now going back to the pictures, if we can go to the next slide. This is 6, and what does that show?
This is a new student information paper.
And thank you. And then the next slide. So these next pictures will be from outside the bathroom going down J Hall to the classrooms of Ms. Greer and Ms. Ryan. If we can go to the next slide. So 7, what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the exterior of the bathrooms and then also down J hallway.
Okay, and next is 8. And what do you see in this picture?
Now we are outside of Ms. Greer's classroom and Mr. Ryan's classroom.
Okay, next is 9.
Again, we're outside of that classroom, making our way closer.
And what are those objects that you can see, at least in the foreground of that photo?
On the floor just outside of Ms. Greer's classroom was a poster and a backpack.
Okay, and the next is 11.
This is just another photograph from a different angle outside of the classroom, both of those classrooms.
Okay, and in addition to what you identified previously, those blue gloves, are those from the crime scene or from medical personnel?
Those are probably from medical personnel.
Okay. And is that assumption just based on your knowledge, training, and experience with how these crime scenes are approached?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on, so they likely were trying to render aid to people and, trying to change gloves out.
Okay. And next, 12.
This was a shoe that was just outside of Ms. Greer's classroom.
Okay, is that the same shoe that we saw in the foreground of the previous picture?
Yes.
Okay. And 13.
This is a close-up photograph of the poster, and then there's also a crock that has blood on it.
Okay. And next. All right, so Ms. Greer's classroom. Go to the next slide. This is 14. What is this showing?
This is the area just outside of Ms. Greer's classroom.
Okay. And next, 15.
That's an overall photograph from the doorway of Ms. Greer's classroom.
Okay. And next. And so referencing Ms. Ryan's classroom, so go to the next slide. 16.
So just outside of the door of Ms. Ryan's classroom.
Okay. And next. 17.
This was taken from the doorway. It's showing the overall from the doorway and those defects that are in the whiteboard.
Okay. And this is inside Ms. Ryan's classroom?
Correct.
Okay. Next. 19?
So this would be in the doorway looking down. So what you'll notice in this photograph is we have some evidence markers that are out, and then we have sticky notes on the ground. So this photograph was taken on day 2. What happened was day 1, we collected all of our evidence, and then in order to do a thorough search of the room and find additional cartridge cases, we had to move things out, but we wanted to still have a reference of where the evidence was from the previous day. So we utilized sticky notes to do that in place of those evidence markers.
Okay. And that's 19. Next is 18.
Just another overall of the classroom from a different angle.
All right. And next is 21.
Again, another kind of overall of the classroom from another corner showing evidence markers.
Okay, and that significant amount of blood that we see on the floor there, is that the same blood that we saw when you were coming into the room?
Correct.
Okay, and that's 21. Let me go to the next one. And this is 28.
Yeah, so evidence marker 28 was just inside of the doorway towards the left door jamb.
Okay. And next, or I'm sorry, can we go back to 28? What is the evidence marker 28 showing?
It's showing a cartridge case.
Okay. And next is 29.
29, 30, and 31 were also just inside of the doorway, but towards the right side, and they represent cartridge cases. You're going to hear me say cartridge case. It's the more formal term for a shell casing.
Okay. And next is 30.
Close-up of the cartridge case that was just underneath the desk.
Okay. Next. This is 22.
So this would be with the door closed. There were blood stains that were on the back of the door that we initially couldn't see when we first walked in until we closed the door.
Okay. And that's the door, the entrance to the classroom. Is that closed?
Correct.
Okay. Next. 23.
Just a close-up photograph of one of the blood stains on that wall.
And next. 24.
So this is a bullet defect. If you remember, evidence markers 30 and 31 were on the right side just as you enter, and so there's also a bullet defect in that area.
And then next.
This is a close-up of that defect.
Okay, that's 25. And next. 27.
So just an overall of evidence markers 29, 31, and 32.
Okay. And we see that significant amount of blood up in the top corner. Is that same near the doorway that we're at?
Correct.
Okay. That was 27. And next. 26.
So the significant amount of blood that was previously referenced would now be towards the bottom of the photo behind us, essentially, and now we're looking at other evidence markers in relation to that.
Okay. And next to that evidence marker 32, what is that?
A cartridge case.
Okay. And that was 26. Next is 31.
Close-up of cartridge case.
And next, 34.
These are cartridge cases that were either like under chairs that had been turned over or near desks.
Okay. And is that black object on the right side, is that a chair that's turned over?
Yeah, that was a chair that had flipped over.
Okay. And that was 34. Next is 35.
Cartridge case at evidence marker 38. I believe this is under a chair.
Okay. Next, 36.
So this is an overall photograph of evidence markers just inside the room.
Okay. And is that like crocheting or knitting yarn that we see right there?
Yes.
Okay. That was 36. Next is 38.
Another photograph of evidence markers 28, 29, 31, and 32, all representing cartridge cases.
Okay. And again, is that door in that top corner, the front door of the classroom?
Correct.
All right. Next is 37.
Just a closer photo of 35. There's another evidence marker that's just on the other side of the chair, which would be number 34. That's difficult to see from this photo.
Okay. And next is 32.
Yeah, so then there's evidence marker 34 identifying a cartridge case.
All right. Next, 33.
A close-up of evidence marker 35 identifying a cartridge case.
Next, 39.
So an overall photograph of evidence markers, and there are some blood stains as well.
Next, 41.
Overall photograph showing some of the cartridge cases that are underneath the desks.
Next is 42.
Just a closer up photograph of those evidence markers.
Okay. And going back to 43.
So this would be, if you walk into the classroom and turn left, this would be that corner.
Okay. And is that screen in the top right corner, does that say clear touch?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 43. Next is 44.
There were bullet defects on that wall.
Okay. Next, 49.
That's a closer up photograph of some of those bullet defects.
Okay. And tell us about the measurements on those markers. What are those? Inches, centimeters? What are those showing?
So typically we use centimeters. We refer to bullet defects and blood stains typically in millimeters or centimeters, preferably millimeters.
Thank you. That was 49. Next is 45.
This would be in the previous photo. If you are standing in the doorway of the classroom and you look left, we saw that podium, and these are blood stains that were on the podium and then also on the wall near that podium.
Okay. And next is 53.
So these are the bullet defects that we saw on that wall on the left side. If we continue along that wall, there's a whiteboard, and these are the bullet defects that are on the whiteboard, a little below the whiteboard, and then above that whiteboard.
And do you have a silver pointer that's up there?
Yes.
All right. And on this picture, I'm just going to have you on the screen behind you. Can you just point out, since it's kind of white on white, where all the bullet defects are that you see?
Okay. So any place that you see in what we call an L scale, it's an adhesive scale, any place that you see that represents a bullet defect. Some of them represent 2 bullet defects because they were so close together. It didn't make sense to try to finagle 2 scales. These dots are dots that were already on the whiteboard in whiteboard marker, probably drawn by the teacher or a student. So if there's not an L scale next to it, then it's not a bullet defect.
Okay, thank you. And that was 53. We can go to the next one, 54. Is that same board?
Yes.
Okay. And just a little easier to see the
Yes.
defects there. Okay. And next, 55.
More photographs of the bullet defects.
Okay. Next, 56.
Additional bullet defects.
Okay. And 46.
So in this photograph, there's not a scale on this one. I think maybe the next photo, I know I have photos with it, but that's a defect in a desk.
Okay. And then can you point to it on the screen behind us? I think it's pretty visible, but I know it's obviously on black material. Okay. Thank you. And next is 47.
Additional bullet defects on desk 21.
Okay. And next is 48.
A defect on desk 19.
All right. And next, I'm going to use this classroom seating chart. This was previously tendered as State's Exhibit. Okay, as State's Exhibit 38. The desks we saw had numbers on them. Can you tell us which desks it were that had the bullet defects in them?
So that would be desk 19 had bullet defects, desk 21. Both of those in the photographs had the L scale, and then desk 9 was that first one that we saw that didn't have the L scale in that specific photograph.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can go to the next slide. This is 50.
So if you're standing in the doorway and you're looking straight into the classroom, this is that wall. So there are bullet defects on the blinds and then bullet defects on the whiteboard on that wall.
Okay, and again, anywhere where we see an L scale, that indicates a defect?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Next. It's 51.
Just a closer up photograph of that. And as I mentioned before, especially on this whiteboard in particular, there were a couple of bullet defects represented by 1 L scale. Most of them are just 1, but on this particular whiteboard, there were a couple of L scales that represented 2 bullet defects.
Okay, thank you. And next is 52.
So we removed the whiteboard because some of the bullets went through the whiteboard, and so we were trying to recover any evidence possible. So we removed the whiteboard to see which ones went through, and this is that wall behind that whiteboard.
Okay, and we see the L scales down below the paper, but we see this large defect up on the top. Is that from a bullet?
It's likely from a bullet,
Okay.
yes.
Was that consistent with being
Yes.
from a bullet where the defects were on the board?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And that was 52. We can go to the next one is 20.
So as I said before, day 1, we did our initial search. We came back into this classroom on day 2. We had to remove everything from the classroom to recover additional evidence and label the bloodstain. So this is a photograph of us when we had taken everything out, and we have the evidence marker showing where the additional cartridge cases were.
So before we go towards the next photographs, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. And can you just identify what this is?
Yes, this is the bag that contains the backpack that was at evidence marker 20.
Okay. And is what is labeled as being inside of that bag?
This bag is labeled to contain the black and color JanSport backpack, and within that backpack would have been a binder, miscellaneous school papers, a knife, a computer charger, a can of Remington oil.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when it was packaged and put into evidence with the GBI?
Yes.
All right. And at this time, we would tender State's Exhibit 114.
No, go ahead.
All right. So I'm going to have you open that up. And specifically, if I can have you, once you have that open, display for the jury the backpack as well as the oil and the knife. Can you tell us what brand of backpack that is based on the front of it?
JanSport.
Okay, and is this the backpack that was recovered? We saw in the photos a backpack that was with a white poster board outside of Ms. Ryan and Ms. Greer's classrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the crime scene and the evidence, is that consistent both in appearance and location as being the backpack that Colt Gray had with him that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then inside the backpack, if you could just display for the jury the oil and the knife. Can you just read what that is off the can?
Yes, it says Remington, and then it says Rem Oil Firearm Lubricant.
Okay.
May I have to step down, please?
I'm sorry?
I may have to step down.
Okay, that's fine. And I'll go ahead and ask you, I think it's pretty obvious, but was the knife in that packaging when it was recovered from the crime scene, or was that done by law enforcement?
I would have packaged the knife. Thank you.
And if you want to go ahead and store that over on this table, you're welcome to do that. Thank you. Next, I'm going to show you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 109 and 115. And I'm not going to have you open these up, but if you can just identify what these are.
Yeah, so 109 is a brown paper bag containing 6 LC223 REM cartridge cases from room 2.152, which would be Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay.
And then 115 is brown paper bag containing 18 223 cartridge cases.
Okay, and where were those recovered from?
Some of them were from room 2.152, which is Miss Ryan's classroom, and then some of them were from the hallway floor, close to where Mason was shot.
Okay. And those appear to be in the same condition and sealed as when you took them into evidence and put them into evidence with the GBI?
Yes, the only difference is they have the blue evidence tape showing that they've been to the firearm section for analysis.
Okay. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibits 109 and 115.
And Judge, here we are. 109 and 115.
Okay. Here, I can put it. We're going to go back to some of the photographs. So we have our next photographs from when he shot towards Ms. Yeramey's classroom. If you can go to the next slide. This is 64. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at evidence marker 14, which is kind of close to where Ms. Yeramey's classroom was.
Okay, and is that her classroom where we see her name up on the ceiling?
Yes.
Okay. And next?
This would be the outside of Ms. Yeramey's classroom.
Okay, and that's 65. And next is 66.
Just a close-up of the outside of her classroom.
Okay. Next.
So in this photograph, this is an overall of, there are actually 2 pieces of bullet jacket and I think lead gore. So bullet defects that are just outside of her classroom.
Okay, and this is 63. And if you can show us on this photo where the defects are on the screen behind you. Thank you. We'll go to the next photo. 67.
Those are close-ups of those fragments.
Okay, and that's Ms. Yeramey's doorway?
Correct.
All right. And next. 68.
This is just outside of her classroom, looking down, kind of leading into her classroom.
Okay. Next. 69.
Looking down at the bloodstains that are just inside of the doorway.
Next. Is 70.
So this would be an overall of part of her classroom.
All right. And we see, obviously, a significant amount of blood in a pink article of clothing. Is that where Ms. Yeramey was when she was first located by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And next.
Just another photograph of the bloodstains.
Okay, that's 71. This is 72.
This would be her sweater.
Okay, next. So this is just on I Hall. And we can go to the next slide. I Hall's where Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix's classrooms were located. What are we looking at here in 144?
So where the green evidence markers are that's I Hall. So we used yellow evidence markers on J Hall and green evidence markers on I Hall.
Okay. And how many markers do we see in that picture?
In this specific photograph, there are 11 evidence markers, and each one of them represents a cartridge case.
Okay. And go to the next one, 143.
So this is evidence marker 12 that represents a cartridge case that would have been just outside of our view in that last photograph on the left.
Okay. So that 12 total cartridge cases that were recovered on I Hall?
Yes.
Towards I Hall. Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 203. And again, I'm not going to have you open this, but if you can identify what this is.
This is the bag containing those 12 223 cartridge cases from the evidence markers on that hall.
Okay, and again, does the evidence appear to be how you packaged it and in substantially the same condition as when it was placed into evidence?
Yes, this also has the crime lab firearms tape as well.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we tender State's Exhibit 203.
Any objection? No. All right, 203 is admitted.
Thank you. And we can go to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
Just an overall down the hallway, and you'll see Ms. Lancaster's classroom on the right and Coach Aspinwall's room on the right as well.
Okay, so I know the evidence markers aren't there, but this is still I hall.
Correct.
Okay, and that was 73. We'll go next. 74.
So this is just outside of Coach Aspinwall's room. There are several bullet defects that are on the outside of his classroom.
Okay, we'll go next. 75.
These are just a close-up of some of those bullet defects.
Okay, and next. 76.
This is, again, just outside of his classroom.
Okay, and next. 77.
So that's the wall just outside of his classroom, and at this point, we're now making our way down the hallway.
Okay, so that's Coach Aspinwall's classroom, that door on the right side.
Correct.
Okay, we'll go next. That's 78.
So these are the lockers that would be just past his classroom.
Okay, and are those defects where we see the white markers?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go next to 79.
This is a close-up of one of those bullet defects.
Next. It's 80.
Close-up of one of those defects.
Okay, next. 81.
So in the right side of this photograph, you'll see the end of those same lockers, and now we are making our way further down the hallway, and there are bullet defects just outside of the science classroom.
Okay, next. It's 82.
Just a closer photograph of those defects.
Okay, next is 83.
A close-up of the one that's low on the door frame.
Okay, next. It's 87.
So Ms. Yike's classroom was actually across the hall, so we're still continuing down the hall. So instead of being on the right side where you just observed those defects, we're now on the left side of the hallway, but we're still making our way down the hall.
Okay, and I'm actually going to have you, we've got the map of the classroom right there. If you want to look and show us where Ms. Yike's classroom is in relation to Coach Aspinwall. Sorry.
So Coach Aspinwall's classroom is here, and some of the defects that you saw were further down the hallway, and now we're across the hall. That Ms. Yike's classroom.
Thank you. All right, and that was 87, and we'll go to the next one now. 88.
Those would be close-ups of those defects.
Okay, in Ms. Yike's doorway.
Correct.
Okay, and next is 89.
And now we're continuing down the hall. We're on the same side of that hallway.
Okay, and are those each where we see numbers and or markers? Are those all bullet defects?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go next. 90.
There's close-ups of the bullet defect.
Okay, next is 91.
Another close-up of the bullet defect.
Okay, so can you tell us approximately the size of that defect?
It's bigger than 40 millimeters, so it's probably close to 50 millimeters in length.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one is 86.
This is now the end of I hallway.
Okay, and is that wall, is that where I hallway intersects, kind of on the opposite end from J hall?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one. That's 84.
So this would now be the other hallway where I intersects on the opposite side.
Okay, and do you see a bullet defect in this picture?
Yes.
And could you show that to us on the screen behind you? Thank you. And that was 84. We'll go to the next one, which is 85.
That's a close-up of that defect.
Okay. And we'll go next. All right, so looking at Mr. Phoenix and Ms. Lancaster's classroom specifically, and we'll go to the next slide. It is 92.
It would be just outside of Ms. Lancaster's classroom.
Okay. Next.
Making our way into the classroom.
All right, and what do you observe on the floor here?
There are bloodstains on the floor.
Okay, that was 93. We'll go next. Is 94.
So stepping inside of the classroom and photographing back out towards the door.
Okay, and that blood we see in the doorway, is that the same blood we were looking at before from the opposite direction?
Correct.
Okay, we'll go next. Is 95.
And then this would be looking back out towards the door, the bloodstains that are just inside the doorway.
Okay, and based on your review of the crime scene and evidence, is that area of blood consistent with where Mr. Phoenix fell after he was shot?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. 96.
This is just looking back out towards the hallway.
Okay, and the next one. So now moving down to Coach Aspinwall's classroom. We'll go to the next slide. All right, 97, what are we looking at?
The area outside of his classroom.
Okay, and next is 98.
The doorway immediately inside.
Okay, and that's going into Coach Aspinwall's classroom?
Correct.
Okay.
And we're in the doorway photographing our way in.
Okay, and this is 99, and what do you observe on the floor here?
There are bloodstains on the floor.
Okay, and we'll go next. This is 100.
So this would be the opposite corner from the doorway, looking back out.
Okay, and that blood that we see kind of in the middle of the photo here, is that same area of blood that we were seeing when you were coming in from the classroom?
Yes.
All right, we'll go next. Is 101.
Just an overall photograph of that blood.
Okay, and based on your review of the crime scene and the evidence, where that blood is consistent with where Coach Aspinwall fell?
I believe, yeah, he fell kind of outside of the doorway. I don't know if he was even able himself to make it in. I think someone had to pull him into the classroom.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. This is 102.
Just an overall of those blood stains, and that's kind of why you see it streaky. That appears to be the drag marks.
Okay, and based on your knowledge, training, experience, is that consistent with somebody being dragged?
Yes, generally.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. So we're now going down J Hall to the area where Mason was killed. And we'll go to the next slide now. All right, so this is 7. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is back outside of the boys' bathroom.
Okay, so we've gone down the hall. Are we now coming back towards the hall, kind of like we saw in the Leica scan
Correct.
video? Okay, and we'll go to the next one. And this is 57. Is this that same boys' bathroom where Colt started?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see in this photo?
There are bullet defects just outside of the boys' bathroom on that wall.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one. That's 59, and what do you see relevant in this photo?
So on the left side of this photograph, you see part of one of the bigger bullet defects, and then there's a piece of paper, and on the paper and on the wall, there were what appeared to be blood stains and potential body tissue.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. This is 60.
So this is the workroom area that's, if you're staring at the wall that we were just on outside of the boys' bathroom, this would be towards the right and somewhat across from Ms. Hirami's classroom.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one, 61.
So this was a paper that was hanging on the wall, like I said, just to the right of the boys' bathroom, and there was a bullet defect in that paper.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide, 62.
This, on the right side of this photograph, that's the workroom door, and there's a bullet defect just outside of that door.
Okay, we'll go next is 103. What are we looking at here?
So from where this photograph was taken, I was standing on K Hall, so the intersection of J and K, and I'm looking at the evidence markers that are just outside of classroom 2.141 and near the lockers and the blood where Mason was found.
Okay, so we see this blood on the left side of the photo. Is that where Mason's body was when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
All right, and we see, we'll show closer pictures, but that black object with the evidence markers on the right side of the photo, is that approximately where Colt surrendered to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next photo. Are we looking, I apologize, are we looking from K Hall on that picture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next one. And this is 104.
So this is a cartridge case at evidence marker 9, which was near Mason's body.
Okay, and I believe was that cartridge case in one of the previous exhibits that had the cartridge cases from Ms. Ryan's classroom?
Well, yes, it would have been in with the cartridge cases from Ms. Ryan's classroom.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha, thank you. And was that recovered very close to Mason's body?
Yes.
Okay. And now going to where Colt was apprehended at the intersection of J and I Hall. And I believe that's actually J and K Hall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll go to the next slide here. This is 105. And what are we looking at here?
So in the bottom left corner, we're looking at evidence marker 1, which represented a glove, a yellow glove. And then further down, we're looking at the rest of the evidence markers.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 106. And what does that show?
One of the yellow gloves.
Okay. And is that an external door here on the left?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, 107. What do we see here?
So that would be the gun and the magazines and some other items that were around the gun prior to me putting out the evidence markers.
Okay. And the next slide is 108. And what do you see in this photo?
Just a closer photograph of those items.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 116 and 117. Can you just identify for us what these are? And I am going to have you take these out and show them to the jury once we've entered them into evidence.
So 116 is the right hand yellow glove, and 117 is the left hand yellow glove.
And it does appear to be in the same condition as when you took them into evidence and placed them into evidence with the GBI.
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibits 116 and 117 and publish to the jury.
Okay. 116 and 117.
Do you want me to take both out at the same time or one?
Yeah, you can break that out.
Okay.
All right, and based on your review of the evidence in the crime scene here, what's the relevance of these gloves to this crime scene?
It's my understanding these are the gloves that he was wearing during the incident.
Okay, and was where they were recovered consistent with being those gloves, as well as their appearance?
Yes.
Okay. And if you want to put this back in the bag, I can move them over. And as I do that, I'm going to ask you a couple of contextual questions. Can you give us an idea of the distance that Colt was from Ms. Ehrman when he fired?
It would have been approximately 40 feet.
And similarly, can you tell us approximately how far Colt was when he fired towards Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix?
It would have been probably between 16 to 18 feet. Coach Aspinwall, I believe, was closer than Mr. Phoenix was.
Okay. And then just to kind of give us some context, what is the width of the hallway, like J Hall in the school?
The width of the hallways is approximately 11 feet. 11
feet wide, okay. Thank you. And now going back, we have a few more photos. We'll go to the next slide. And what is this showing 110?
This is a overall photograph of the gun and some of the items around it.
Okay. And the next slide was 111. What is that in that photo?
That's one of the magazines. There were 3 additional magazines along with the one that was in the gun for a total of 4.
Okay. And now I am going to tender into evidence. So we've got State's Exhibit 118, which is contained in the box. I believe 118 and 119 are inside of this white box. You want to step down and review that and identify it for us and confirm whether it appears to be in the same condition as when it was recovered. Okay, I don't know how you, 118 is the firearm itself. Can you identify that for the jury?
Yes, this appears to be the same gun that was collected from the crime scene.
Okay, and 119 is the other object that's contained in that box. Can you identify that?
This appears to be the gun magazine that was in the weapon.
Okay. They appear to be in substantially the same condition as when they were taken into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibits 118 and 119.
Okay. All right, 118 and 119 reviewed.
Okay, and I'm going to have you display, we'll start with the firearm itself for the jury. And has that firearm been secured? Does it have a gun lock in it and otherwise been disarmed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and can you now display 119, the magazine that was in the firearm at the time? All right, you can have a seat while I do a couple other pieces of evidence. So I'm going to go ahead and provide you State's Exhibits 122, 123, and 124. I'm not going to take all of this out. And actually, 122, 123, and 124, we are going to have you remove those. Can you identify what they are for the jury?
Yes, 122 is the tan-colored magazine, and there was 1 cartridge that was in the magazine, so both items are in this bag.
Okay. And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when it was put into evidence?
Yes, it also has the blue firearms tape.
Okay. And likewise, can you go ahead and identify 123 and 124?
As I stated previously, there were 3 additional mags. So 122 was the tan-colored magazine at evidence marker 5. 123 is a magazine that was at the gun at evidence marker 6. And it's a black 60 capacity gun magazine, and there were 17 cartridges in that magazine.
Okay.
And then 124 as I stated previously, was also near the gun, and it is a black gun magazine, but this time it's a 30 capacity magazine, and it was full. There were 15 LC-14 cartridges and 15 of the LC-223 cartridges in that magazine.
All right. And similar to 122, to 123 and 124, with the exception of having markers from being to the GBI crime lab, do those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when they were taken into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibits 122, 123, and 124.
Okay. All right. 122, 123, 124.
All right. And starting with 122, if I could just have you remove that from the bag and show it to the jury.
Do you want just the magazine or also the coin envelope that has the cartridge?
We won't take the cartridges out of the coin envelope, but you can show that to the jury just so they're aware of what that is. And can you explain what's inside that envelope?
Yeah, so when we are collecting evidence, we try to put everything in paper, and when we're collecting cartridges and cartridge cases and fragments and bullets, we tend to put them in coin envelopes. So the cartridge from this magazine is in this envelope.
Okay. 123. Same thing, 124. It's not equal.
I know you all had a longer break and anticipated previously, you've been in here some more. So we're going to take a 10 or so minutes.
Put this back.
So I think that, let me see. Oh, I was about to say, what the heck happened to my mouse? I think that's all I wanted. Oh, wait a minute. She's still on there. Let me see.
Okay, so any
I called into the classroom and asked her
Silhouette in the smoke toward the end of the hall.
And I did a quick Terry pat.
Okay. Wait a minute. I think I'm going to pull us past. I'm going to go past this. Let's go to the next part that I got pulled up. For us here.
A special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Atlanta Regional Office.
Okay. And how long have you been with the...
Let me see. I have to be honest with you guys. I don't know if I was looking at more testimony that had photos and pictures or messages or something like that. So my replay may be a little subjective because I probably was looking for stuff that showed stuff versus somebody just sit up there talking. So I may be a little suspect. But here we go, because I'm looking at the ones that I clipped up or I put to the side for us, and I'm like, it looked like the only testimony that I wanted to rewatch was stuff that had photos. Oh boy, here we go. In the meantime, I am going to check on our jury.
GBI?
Just over 3 years.
And what's your role in the Atlanta division of the GBI?
I'm a special agent and crime scene specialist.
Tell me a little bit more about what you do in your capacity as a crime scene specialist.
So a crime scene specialist is essentially a special agent who is solely assigned to process crime scenes. So when we respond to various incidents, I'm not generally the one out doing interviews or things of that nature. My sole purpose is to process the crime scene.
Okay. And so we met Daniela Stewart a couple days ago. Does your role kind of mirror what she does in other regions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in your capacity as a crime scene specialist and as a GBI agent, did you respond to Appalachian High School on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
And tell me about how you ended up becoming involved.
So initially, I responded to Appalachian High School to provide crime scene assistance due to the nature of the scene. I knew it was going to be fairly complex. Once I arrived at the school, I was then reassigned to a different location for additional crime scene related.
And tell me about where that location was that you got reassigned to.
I was reassigned to 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem, Barrow County, Georgia.
Okay. And whose residence was that?
That was the Gray residence. So that was occupied by Colt Gray, Colin Gray, and 2 additional siblings.
And what was your role going to be at that location?
My role was to process the residence as a crime scene, so taking photographs, locating any items of evidence, collecting any evidence that I found there.
And around when did you arrive at 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem?
Approximately 2 p.m. on the same day, September 4th.
All right, and give us kind of a general description of this residence at this property.
So I would describe it as just a simple single-story home. There was a gravel driveway that led from the roadway to a carport on the north side of the house. It was a tan and color home with dark brown and color shutters, a front porch on the front of the house, an open front yard, pretty large backyard that was partially fenced in.
Okay. And did you photograph outside of the residence as well as the interior of the residence and anything relevant within the home?
Yes, I did.
Did you also do a sketch of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you create that sketch?
So I created the sketch using a software called Ferrozone, and that's the program that I routinely use to create my crime scene sketches.
Okay, so is it an exactly to scale sketch of the home?
No, it is not to scale.
Okay, so as far as like, if we're looking at an architectural diagram, it's not 1/10 of an inch equals 1 foot or anything like that?
Correct. It just shows the general layout of the residence.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the residence that you photographed?
Yes, it is.
And so we're going to introduce that sketch at that time. Let me give you the physical copy. And this is stage 144. Is this the sketch that you did that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's a fair and accurate copy of the sketch?
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 144.
You suppose that's for demonstrative purposes only. You agree with demonstrative? I mean, admitted, but
Not, I think that's something we can discuss later, Judge.
it's admitted that we shall do.
All right, so we're going to pull that up on the screen. It's showing up in front and behind you. And can you just kind of talk us through the layout of the house?
Yes, ma'am. So I entered the residence through a doorway that was in the carport/garage area. So upon entering through that doorway, I was located in the kitchen. There were 2 doorways on the kitchen, one that attached to a laundry room/bedroom area and one that connected to the living room. When you go into the living room, that's where the front door was located. There's also a hallway that led to the remainder of the house. There were 2 doors located on either side of the hallway that were a combination of bedrooms, a bathroom, and then just a general room.
Okay. And you referenced that you took photographs of the residence both outside and inside. I'm going to show you a stack of photos that defense counsel has already gone through. You don't have to go through everyone if you don't feel like you need to. Have you previously reviewed those photos of the crime scene or of the scene?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate depictions of your photographs at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 145.1 through 145.114.
All right, any objections to that?
Previous objections, just ask for standing objection.
Yes, sir. Prior objections noted, overruled 141.1 through 145.1 through 145.114.
Yes, sir. All right, so we're going to kind of go through these one at a time, and I'll just have you sort of talk me through what we're looking at. We will start with 145.1 and tell me what we see here.
So this is just an overall photograph of the house. In this photo, I'm standing farther down the driveway, closer to the road, so you can see the address as well as the actual house in the background.
Okay, and let me go ahead and ask you, we see, are those law enforcement vehicles and law enforcement officers, a few that we see in that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you arrived, you said you got there about 2 p.m. Was this residence secured and maintained in the same condition as before law enforcement arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll go to 145.2. What do we see here?
This is just another overall of the house. I've just moved a little farther up the driveway.
Okay, and point 3.
This is the north side of the house, showing the carport, part of the driveway, and part of the front and backyards.
And point 4.
This is the back of the house.
Okay. And point 5.
The front of the house.
Okay. And would the driveway be to the left when we're looking at it that way?
If you're facing the house, yes, the driveway is to the left.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. So the next few pictures we'll talk about are going into that carport and garage. Can you tell us what door appeared to be the door that people used coming and going from the house?
So there was a doorway in the carport. As I said, that was the one I entered to go into the residence. That was the door that appeared to be routinely used to go in and out.
Okay. So we'll go to the next slide, which is 145.6.
This is an overall of that carport and garage area.
Okay. Point 7.
A closer up photo. At this point, I'm partially in the garage, and you can see the door right there in the corner.
Point 8.
This is a close up of the stairs and the doorway.
And going in, was that the kitchen that we were looking into in that open door?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's look at pictures of the kitchen.
This is one of my overall photos of the kitchen. At this point, I'm standing in that open doorway.
All right, and that was point 9, so we'll go to point 10.
This is another overall of the kitchen. At this point, I've moved to a different corner of the room, and I'm making my way around the room taking photos.
Okay. And point 11.
Again, another overall. This is from that same corner, and I'm moving to my left taking photos.
All right, and with that door to the garage, oh, there we go. So point 12. You can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That's the door that leads to the garage.
Sorry, I got ahead of you. Point 13.
This is another overall of the kitchen. You can see the doorway that leads to the carport and also the doorway that connects to the living room.
All right, so that's the living room we see there to the left of the carport.
Yes, ma'am.
I need you to pause for just a second. Council, you don't want to
What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photo of the doorway that connected to the laundry room / bedroom.
Okay, and where is that in relation to the garage?
So that wall where the doorway to go to the carport was, this is that same wall. So this would be the north wall in the kitchen.
Okay, and is that accurately reflected on the diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go to the next one. This is point 15.
This is one of my overall photos of that laundry room from the perspective of me standing in the doorway.
Okay, and point 16.
Another overall. At this point, I've moved farther into the room and I'm facing back towards the doorway.
Okay. And again, I kind of hit on this, but when you go through and photograph a house, do you first photograph it in the exact condition that you find it in before y'all manipulate things or go through anything?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we'll go to point 17.
This is a close-up of a plastic tote that was in that laundry room, and you can see some ammunition boxes in the tote.
Okay. And point 18.
This is just a closer-up photo of that ammunition box.
All right, go to the next one. 19.
This is a tactical style vest that was located in the laundry room.
All right. And the next one. This is 20.
This is an overall of an ammunition can that was also located in the laundry room.
Okay. We'll go to 21.
This is an overall of the contents of the box once I open the lid.
All right. So this is that same box we saw in the previous picture, that green one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we'll go to 22.
This is a close-up photo of some cartridges and cartridge cases that were loose in the bottom of the box.
Okay. And did you have to do anything to unlock that box, or was it secured in any way that you weren't able to get into it initially?
No, ma'am. It has a handle to keep it secure, but there's no actual physical lock on the box.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. That was 22. This is 23.
This is another photograph of some ammunition that was located in the laundry room, just within a plastic tote in that room.
Okay. And the next one is point 24.
A close-up photograph of that same ammunition.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide.
This is a close-up of the ammunition can that we showed a few photos ago.
Okay, and that's point 25. So is that after y'all took that into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. Point 26.
Again, this is the contents inside the box once I open the lid.
Okay, we'll go to point 27.
These are all the boxes of ammunition that I removed from the box and laid out to photograph.
Okay, so all of these were contained within that green box?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And point 28.
And this is after I removed the contents of those boxes, just showing how many cartridges were in each box.
Okay. And the next slide.
This is just a close-up of those cartridges showing their caliber.
Okay. That was point 29. And we'll go to the next one, 30.
A close-up of one of the other boxes of ammunition.
Okay. And the next one is point 31.
And the contents inside that box.
right, and the next one is point 32.
Close-up of a different box of ammunition.
All right, and the next one, 33.
And again, the contents that were inside that box.
And look at the next slide.
Different ammunition box.
Okay, and that's point 34,
And the contents of that box.
and that is point 35. We'll go to the next slide.
This is an overall of what remained in the can after I removed the boxes from it.
Okay, and that's point 36. So these are not ones that you previously photographed, those are additional at the bottom.
Correct.
of the
These were
box.
just loose in the bottom of the box.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 37.
This is an overall of which cartridges were loose in the box. As you can see, I laid them out and I wrote beside each one the make, the caliber, and how many there were.
Okay, and can you just kind of read out what, basically what you've got written there?
Yes, ma'am. So I have 2 PMC 308 Winchester cartridges. I have 12 FC 45 Auto handgun cartridges, 1 FC 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge, 1 Spear 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge, and 1 Winchester 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to the next slide.
This is an overall of one of the evidence bags showing the barcode.
Okay, and is that your writing on there?
No, it's not.
Okay. Is your handwriting better than that?
I hope so.
What is this? What's labeled on the bag?
It says loose ammo from laundry room.
And is that accurate as to where it was collected from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's point 38. And we'll go to the next one, point 39.
And this was the contents that were inside that bag.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. That's point 40.
This is a head stamp of either a cartridge or a cartridge case. It's hard to tell in that photo.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. Point 41.
And overall of a difference evidence bag.
Okay, and what's the writing on that say?
It says ammo, secondary search, laundry room.
Okay, and when we say secondary search, what's that in reference to?
So generally a secondary search is what we do after we've done our initial search and marked any items of evidence that were readily visible. Once we photographed, documented, and collected those, we will then do a secondary search in which we will move things that we may not have previously moved. And it's more of just a secondary sweep to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay, and that's 41, and we'll go to the next slide.
And these are the cartridges that were in that bag.
Okay, and that's 42. Go to the next slide.
And overall of a Remington ammunition box.
That's 43. And the next slide.
And the contents that were in that box.
Okay, that's 44. And we'll go, before we go on through the house, I'm going to show you what we marked as case exhibit 146. And can you identify what this is for the jury? And is this heavier than it looks as I walk this up here?
Yes, it is heavy. This is the ammunition box that was collected from the laundry room.
Okay. And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am.
After y'all photographed the contents of that box, did you put the contents back in the box and seal it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And since I'll go ahead and tender State's Exhibit 146 into evidence.
No objection. Does it have the bullets in it? Is that what this is?
Yes, sir. Everything that was contained in it at the house is back in it now.
All right. 146 is in there.
And I will not have you open that up since you photographed so thoroughly the contents of it. But I do have one more from that room. This is State's Exhibit 147. And can you identify what this is for the jury?
This is the tactical vest that's been packaged that was located in the laundry room.
Okay. And is that bag and sealed everything in substantially the same condition as when y'all placed it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to have you open that up and show that to the jury. And Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 147.
Sure. Okay. All right, 147.
Right. And yeah, if you want to stand up and hold that up, I don't think you need to step down. But, all right. Thank you. All right.
Do you want me to put it back in the bag?
And yeah, sure. Whatever's easiest. If you need to get it out of your way, let me know. All right. And we'll go back to a few pictures before I bring you something else.
Okay.
This is going to be State's Exhibit 145.45. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Just an overall photograph showing the doorway to the carport and the doorway to the living room.
Okay. And so we're now going to go into that living room. And on the next slide, which should be 46, tell us about this.
This is one of my overalls of the living room, just showing where the furniture was and the overall appearance of the room.
Okay, so this is kind of from the direction of that doorway?
Generally, yes, slightly to the left.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, 47.
This is more of a straight ahead view of me standing in the doorway, but this is again, more furniture, and you can see the front door and the window in the living room.
Okay, so just to be clear, that door on the left side of this picture, that's the front door to the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you said that it appeared the garage door was the one people used to enter and exit, is kind of the stuff in front of that door the reason why you concluded that?
Yes, ma'am. It would, based on where the furniture is, the items hanging from the door, and the items in front of the door, it seemed that it was not feasible that someone was regularly going in and out of that door.
Okay. And now we'll go to point 48.
Another overall from inside the living room. This is, if you're standing in the doorway, this is the wall to the right of the doorway.
Okay. And we'll go to 49.
Another overall from the living room. You can see the doorway that leads back to the kitchen, and you can also partially see where the hallway starts.
All right, is that going to be the hallway that has all the bedrooms off of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 50.
Another overall of the living room, again, just showing the furniture and the contents.
Okay. And so now we're going to show a little bit of that hallway, and we'll go to point 51.
This is an overall showing just the general layout of the hallway.
Okay, and can you kind of tell us which rooms we see? I know it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but...
Yes, ma'am. So in this perspective, I'm standing in the living room facing the hallway. At the very end, you can see a door. That is just a closet. If you're moving down the hallway on your right side, the first room is the just general, almost gamer setup type room. Mm-hmm. The room at the end of the hallway on the right is a bedroom. And on the left wall, the first room on the left is a bathroom, and the second room on the left at the end of the hall is another bedroom.
Okay, is that a pretty narrow hallway?
It is.
Okay, and you said that door on the end with the damage to it, that's a closet?
Yes, it's a closet.
Okay. And we'll go to point 52.
This is another overall of the hallway. I've moved a little bit further down so you can see the rooms a little bit better.
Okay, so what's this first door on our left?
The first door on our left is a bathroom.
Okay, and the door directly across from it?
That was identified as Colt's room.
Okay. And that was point 52. So now we're going to look at that first bathroom that was on the left, and we'll pull up point 53.
This is one of my overalls, just showing the condition of the bathroom.
Okay, and how many bathrooms total were there in the house?
2.
Okay. We'll go to point 54.
This is a perspective of me standing in the bathroom doorway. I'm taking a photograph of the doorway directly across from the bathroom.
Okay. And you said that's what was identified as Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the next slide is point 55.
This is an overall near the end of the hallway. You can see that same closet door, and on the right and left are doorways to the bedrooms.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. So next we're going to talk about, was that last room next to the bathroom, was that identified as Jenny Gray's room, the daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's show the next slide. This is point 56.
This is just an overall of the doorway leading into Jenny's room.
All right, and it's kind of hard to see in this picture. Is that damage to the door next to the doorknob?
There is some damage to the door, yes.
Okay. And we'll go in point 57.
This is one of my overalls of Jenny's room. Oh, you're fine.
And smoothly going into point 58.
Just another overall as I'm making my way around the room.
Okay. And the next slide, point 59.
Another overall of Jenny's room, and you can see the doorway there that leads to her connected bathroom.
Okay. And we'll go into that bathroom. Is the only point of entrance for that bathroom in Jenny's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It did appear that that was a bathroom exclusively used by Jenny, based on what you could tell.
Based on the contents, yes.
Okay. So we'll show point 60.
These are just some of the contents that were in that bathroom.
Okay. And so we're next going to go to this back corner bedroom. Did that appear to be Colin Gray's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to also share that with his youngest son, Coley?
It appeared that way, yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 61.
This is one of my overalls of the doorway of Colin's room.
Okay. And point 62.
Another overall of the inside of the room.
Okay. Go to point 63.
Another overall. Just moved the camera down to try to capture the whole room.
Gotcha. And we'll go to the next slide, point 64.
Another overall of that same bedroom as I'm making my way around the room.
All right. And the next slide is point 65.
This is an overall of a pair of swim goggles that I located in that bedroom. And inside the goggles, you can see what was identified as one bore sight and one rifle cartridge.
Okay. And is that, fortunately we had that orienting picture. Is this zoomed in from where the previous picture was?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll go to the next picture.
This is that same pair of goggles. It's just now been identified with evidence marker 22.
Okay. And you said that was a bore sight and a cartridge in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a close-up of the contents of the goggles.
All right, and that's point 67. And is that object on the left, the bore sight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Point 68.
This is an overall of the closet that was in Colin's room.
Okay. And point 69.
Another overall focusing more on the top of the closet.
Okay. And point 70.
One of my overalls photographing the top shelf that was in the closet.
All right, and it's kind of hard to see in this picture, and we'll see clearer, but what are those boxes that we're seeing?
Various ammunition boxes.
Okay. We'll go to the next picture. That's point 71.
That's another overall. That's the opposite side of that same shelf in the top of the closet.
Okay. And next slide.
These were overalls of some firearms that were located in that closet after I removed the clothing that was covering them.
Okay. Were there 2 firearms up there?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And we'll go to the next picture. That was point 72. This is point 73.
This is a overall photograph of a box of handgun ammunition that was in the top of the closet.
All right. And we'll go to the next slide, point 74.
This is another overall of one of the firearms that's been marked with evidence marker 17.
Okay. And point 75.
This was a pile of magazines that were located in the top of the closet that have been marked with evidence marker 19.
All right. And point 76.
This is an overall of the closet, still with all the clothing on top of the contents of the closet.
Okay. So is this kind of on the left side of the closet?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're
facing the
looking at
closet,
it.
it would be more to the left.
Okay. Point 76, and we'll go to the next one, point 77.
This is the same boxes of ammunition that have been marked with evidence marker 16, and this photo, the clothing has been moved from on top of them.
Okay. And next, point 78.
This is a close-up photo of all the boxes of ammunition that I retrieved from the top of the closet.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and ask, was that closet locked or secured in any way that y'all weren't able to get into it?
No, ma'am. The closet door was open when I got there.
Okay. So that's point 78. We'll go to point 79. What do we see here?
A close-up photo of the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson ammunition box.
Okay. And point 80.
This was the contents inside that box.
Okay. And point 81.
An overall of another ammunition box and the contents that were inside that box.
Okay. And point 82.
An overall of a different ammunition box.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, point 83.
These were the contents inside that box.
Okay. And are all these that we're looking at recovered from that top closet shelf next to those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, point 84.
An overall of a 12-gauge shotgun ammunition box.
Okay. We'll go to point 85.
The contents recovered from that box.
All right. And is that your writing?
Dang, I gotta stop and say something now because, gosh, it's been a year. No, I know it's been. I don't know. So like they gave me like this 1 year anniversary of the YouTube channel, but if anybody know my backstory, like I had set up the channel, but I had all my equipment and stuff, and I would never get on. if that's funny. But so I never like took account of that like being a 1 year anniversary for the channel because I just made up the channel name and just sat up there and stared at it for a good amount of time. But that is crazy. But I know like when we talk about like far as having enough subscribers for memberships and things like that, when I see this the first 1 year, this is the first 12 month I done seen Drunky. Awesome. I so appreciate your support and everybody else's. I know it's some more people out here that's been around for a year or more. Like, yeah. So I guess it may be the way that, the way your messages go, but awesome. See, now I know. Because I think the first person who had a membership, Pretty Brown, because you was here way before that. Yours behind the month also? They must have been trying to test me out. I didn't see Lynn's 2 weeks ago saying that. I mean, I know people were here, right? Because we were here before I was able to set up memberships. And you're not able to set up memberships until you have so many subscribers, right? So like Pretty Brown, like I know she was here day one, Lynn, it's just funny seeing how when it's saying the actual 1 year thing. So yeah, because I think the first person, if I'm not mistaken, I probably can go back and look. I think the first person that got a membership once I was monetized was Film. I think it was Film, if I'm not mistaken, or he was the first person that gave me a super chat. Yeah, I just don't know how that went, like, far as like, because it was all like in that midst of, and I know with trial, because it was the Ali trial. For some reason, that Ali trial was like fireworks. We had everything going. We had religion. We had boundaries. We had the daddy trying to kill the daughter. So I think it was during that Ali trial. But yeah, isn't that amazing? Amazing? Like, oh my gosh, it's been a whole year. I can't believe it. I appreciate everybody's continued support and effort as we try to grow this channel. Like, we almost at 15K. It's so funny because I'm looking at us getting to 15K. And it's so crazy because then it's like I get some subs and then it takes some subs away, putting us back at 14, whatever, 14.9. And then I get some subs and then it takes some away. And then I get some subs and then it takes some away. I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, Pretty, how was the concert? I didn't know you were here. I didn't even see you. I didn't even see you tap in today. How was the concert? And so I'm like, I stopped watching. Oh, thank you, Drunky. Yeah, I gotta see. Yeah, they had all types of stuff. You say Nelly was there? Oh, wait, you said it was lit. Oh, I tell you, that's like my time, boy. I want to hear Air Force Ones now. It's getting hot in here. That's all you need, boy. You got Nelly, and Usher and Chris Brown. Talk about getting hot in here. Shoot. All I needed to hear is Air Force Ones and Pimp Juice, and I would have been out of here. Nelly say he got that pimp juice for you. Ugh, boy, oh boy. That sound like a good time. Mario popped up too? Oh, y'all had a good one. I wonder, is it because like they stay in the city or they from that city, Pretty Brown? Is that why they got invited? Because I'm sure they're not going to all the concerts. SD said she wants to see Chris Brown. He not coming to they not coming to Cali. They coming to Cali. When they coming to Cali? SD, I know they gotta be coming to Cali. It just wouldn't make sense for them to not come to Cali. Say it ain't so, Blue. You say, oh, you was looking for Sexy Red? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they wanted to keep it like a guy-only show. I don't know. Oh, they going to Los Angeles? Oh, Wesley, you gonna have to get down there. They coming close. That's where I gotta go to see Jay-Z. Jay-Z is gonna be in Los Angeles. So he gonna be in Los Angeles in I think it's October. I'm almost sure it's October. Yeah, so I plan on coming to driving to LA to go see him there. Cause I don't he not doing that many concerts. He only did the ones that he had in New York, and then he going to overseas, I think, and then he just doing the one in Cali. So I'm gonna I want to see him in Cali. That's what I want to go do. Cause I don't think he coming out. I don't think he coming out of the house no more. I think after this concert, I don't think Jay-Z doing no more concerts. I think he gonna stay in the house. I think he gonna stay in the house after this. He just doing this for the tour. So you say you rather not go 3 hours? I know you did take the day off after the recover. Oh wow, that sure sounds like a good time. Okay, let me get us back into this testimony. Oh, wait a minute. She said, "I see you an air track ticket. It dry you home later." Okay, drunkie. Now I don't know why it moved to this other screen. Let me see. I don't even know how I did it, and it did it so smooth. Let me see how this did this. Yeah, I'm coming down there. Yeah, for the trial. Let me see. I don't know how I put this back on Kiana's trial, y'all. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I come like I typically because Cali is not that far, right, from here. Like it's just kind of like going to Arizona. I mean not Arizona, Vegas. So yeah, that's gonna be the first place that they're gonna be. So I mean that's gonna be the last place he's gonna be. I think it's in October. I have to get a date, so I'll let y'all know. Then that way we can hang out. He's going to do producing Jay's. Yeah, so that should be. I can't wait to go. I can't wait to go see it. I just think it's gonna be his last one, and rightfully so. I don't know how old Jay-Z is, but I heard he old, so I'm gonna go with that. I don't know how old he is. I was kind of mad because I was looking at some of the footage that they had in New York of his tour. And I was like, why is he sagging his pants? Like, I don't want him sagging his pants at his age. Look at her talk about some woohoo and get some Colin Gray. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. I tell you. Okay, let's go back into watching these photos of the house. At least Colin's house is not disgusting. You know, for it to be a man-led house, they have one young lady there. There is not, his wife is not there or anything like that. So his house is not complete. His house is not disgusting because, some people's house can be disgusting. Like, his house can be very disgusting. Yeah, pretty. Like, I don't want you sagging. I want you to act your age a little bit. Now, I was okay with his little Timbs. It reminded me, one day I was in Walmart, man. I seen this man. He had to be at least 75, y'all. I shit you not. And I mean, I'm happy for him. He looked good for his age, but he's 75, y'all, and he had this motherfucking shirt on his head, drip. With the little, with the little design, with the drip. I was like, oh my gosh, please, sir, go home. Change your stuff. It is over. OVA. Stop. I want stop. Yeah, with a shirt with drip on it. And I think he had like the matching shorts with it. Like he was dripped the fuck out. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like 40-year-olds, 30-year-old guys is not wearing a shirt talk about some damn drip. At your age. Shit, take your ass in the house. Run around with a dead ghost shirt at 75 years old, talk about some drip. Drip what? What you got dripping? Shit. Except your bag, what is it? A colonoscopy bag. What else you got dripping? Oh gosh, I don't know what his shorts said SD, but he was dripped out and it was in purple, right? And I won't forget it because I stay in like a small community, so we all go to the same like stores and stuff like that. And I was like, oh gosh, man, if you don't take that shit. I think he had on like some purple and black like tennis shoes to match, like he was matching to a T. Damn shirt. I was talking about some doggone drip. Ain't nothing dripping but that colonoscopy bag. I probably can't even say it right, but colonoscopy. Oh, whatever. Y'all know what bag I'm talking about. He better go somewhere. Sir, I want you to go have several seats and change your stuff. So no, I do not want to see you at 60 years old sagging your pants. I want your pants on your butt. I want you to have a nice little belt, get you a little Gucci belt, something that you want to belt up your pants. Just invest in one, a little Louis belt, whatever you got to do. It can be whatever you could afford, just a nice little belt with a thing, and that way you proud to show it and you gonna pull your pants up. I don't want your pants down to the bottom. SD, nah. He definitely was not that, but he said drip, drip. He said he got that drip on. I guess maybe he was looking for some young honeys or something. Maybe he gonna be maybe a sugar daddy. But he got better ways he could do it. He can just come in a white t-shirt and just have on his chains. He ain't got to have on no shirt talking about no damn drip. I was like, oh gosh. Parked in the handicapped spot, getting out the damn car, talking about some damn drip. If you don't go somewhere, man, I was dead. I was like, and sometimes my facial expressions will show exactly what I'm thinking. I was like, oh my God. He probably seen me like, oh my goodness. Like, oh, like she looking at me talking about me. I don't even have to say nothing because my face probably gonna say it. Like, what? Good. Oh man, oh man, oh man. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and continue with the testimony because I'm gonna probably end our stream probably about 2:00 Mountain Standard Time today. So about an hour and a half. And then, like I said, they looking for one more juror. I'm hoping before I end the stream we find out where our jury pool is at. I'm hoping they ain't got it, but they went to lunch and I haven't got any updates. But I'm gonna look and see if I got any more updates. I know they went to lunch, and they looking for one more juror. And we'll finish up with this when we get out of Lindsay's case tomorrow. Okay, here we go, guys.
Next to it, identifying what it is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and can you just read that for us so we can see it? And it's not super clear.
Apologies if I pronounced the name wrong, but 16 cellular and billet 12 gauge shotgun shells.
Okay. And this is .86.
This is an overall of a different ammunition box and the contents of that box.
And that's .87. And how many is that?
19 12 gauge shotgun shells.
Okay. And we'll go to .88.
An overall of a different ammunition box.
Right. And .89.
The contents that were in that box.
Okay. Go to .90. So we're back in the room. Can you tell us kind of where we are in the room at this point?
Yes, ma'am. So you can partially see it in that photo. The doorway to go in and out of the room is in the left corner of that photo. This would be the east wall in that room, and it's just a cubby-style dresser against the wall.
Okay, and that was point 90. So let's go to point 91, and what are we looking at here?
This is a mid-range photo of the middle cubby on the top row of that dresser.
Okay, that's point 91.
And this is a Glock box or case that was recovered from that cubby.
That's point 92. We'll go to point 93.
This is an overall of the contents that were inside that case.
All right. And can you tell us just generally, at least what we can see about what these contents are?
So you can see there are 2 handgun magazines. There's a black and color, what's called a speed loaders to help you load your magazines. And there's also a gun lock in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And was the Ziploc bag, did that appear to be the original packaging for the gun lock from what you could tell?
From what I could tell, yes.
Okay. And that's point 93. So we'll go to the next one now. And before we go to the next one, I'll introduce a couple physical things. I do want to ask you, those firearms at the top of the closet, what were those 2 firearms?
One of them was a shotgun and the other was a rifle.
Okay. Was that like an AR style rifle?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was an AM-15 was the official brand of it.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Safety Exhibit 148. Can you just identify what that is?
Yes, ma'am. This is the Glock case that was recovered from that cubby in Colin's room.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when y'all took it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time, we would tender Safety Exhibit 148.
Okay, all right, 148.
Okay, I'm going to have you go ahead and if you can just sort of show the inside of it to the jury, then I'm going to ask you about a couple of the individual contents. So if you could pull out the gun lock in there and hold that up, is that a pretty basic gun lock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what's that paper that's inside with it? Have you reviewed that?
I have, yes, ma'am. So this paper is provided by Glock. It's essentially just a safety form. It provides instructions on how to properly secure the gun lock. It also provides warnings on how to do so safely. And there are also photos depicting what the gun lock should look like when it's properly installed on various types of weapons.
Okay. And does it include like safety tips and that kind of thing as well to sort of explain that to the owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the envelope that is also inside that Glock case?
So this envelope contains just Glock's safety pamphlet provided by Glock, as well as a just general user manual for a Glock handgun.
Has that envelope been opened?
No, ma'am, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. I'll give you a second to consolidate that. All right, so we'll go back to the pictures. So we're talking about what you previously identified as Colt's room now. So this is that room that's directly across from the bathroom?
Correct.
Okay. And this is state 145.94. Tell us what we're looking at here from where.
This is one of my overalls of Colt's room. In this perspective, I'm standing in the doorway, and I'm facing generally the west wall.
Okay. And we will go to, is that a like computer screen right there that we see?
Yes, ma'am. There's a desk with a computer monitor, some video game equipment, and just some other assorted items on the desk.
Okay, and that's, so we see that a little clear in states 145.95.
Yes, ma'am. Just another overall showing the desk and the chair and some contents that were in the floor.
All right, and is that still kind of from the doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a pretty small room.
Yes, ma'am. It's not very big.
Okay. So this is 145.96. Tell us what we see here.
This is an overall photograph of the west wall. You can partially see the desk, and you can also see some things affixed to the wall.
Okay, and you say some things affixed to the wall, so we see what's right in front of us. We'll obviously be coming back to that. Was there really anything on the walls other than what we see in this picture, that skull and these items on the back wall?
There was one shelf mounted to the east wall, which is the wall where the doorway was located, but the only thing on the shelf was an empty shoebox, some loose papers, some push pins, nothing of relevance.
Okay. So we'll go to 145.97.
Another overall, just making my way around the room. This would be partially the south wall and part of the west wall.
Okay, and is that door right there, is that the door to the room or a closet door?
That is a closet door.
Okay, so that's 0.97. We'll go to the next one, 0.98.
Another overall, just a little bit lower photograph. You can see some more video game equipment and some assorted items in the chair and on the floor.
Okay, and we'll go to 0.99.
an overall facing downward, and you can see the broken computer and some tools on the floor.
Okay. And again, was this all the same condition as when law enforcement came into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is 145.100.
This is a photograph of a wire shelf that was in the room for some notebooks on the top shelf.
Okay, so we'll go to .101.
This is an overall of the closet that was in Colt's room.
Okay, so we'll go to .102.
Just another view of the closet.
Okay, and is this door on our left side, is that the entrance to the room?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this is .103.
This is an overall of a black and color rifle sling and a tan soft rifle case that were located in that closet. They were both folded over the bar that's used to hang clothing from.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and provide to you stage 149. Stage 152, I'll try to keep for a couple of things you've accumulated. So here we have 149. If you want to go ahead and tell me what stage 149 is.
149 is the rifle sling.
Okay, and does that appear to be in the same condition as we all practiced have and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time we made Tender States Exhibit 149.
Let me get it.
All right, 149.
All right, yeah, and if you want to go ahead and open that up, and I'll have you display that for the jury. So that is the rifle sling. Can you identify for us what State's Exhibit 150 is?
150 is the soft rifle case that you can see in that photo.
Okay, so is that this brown object that we see here?
Yes, it is.
All right, and is it in substantially the same condition as when y'all packaged it up and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 150.
All right, 150.
All right, I'm going to have you do your best to get that open and pull it out and display it for the jury. And once you're ready, I'll go back to the pictures, no rush. All right, so we'll now go to, so the picture we have up now is 103. We'll go to 145.104.
This is a close-up of the rifle sling. It has been marked as evidence marker 7.
And that's the rifle sling you just displayed for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll go to the next picture, 105.
This is a photograph of the rifle case after I opened it, just to show that there was nothing inside of it.
And that's the inside of that rifle case that you just displayed?
Yes, it is.
All right. We'll go to 106.
This is an overall of the top shelf inside that same closet, just showing the contents.
Okay. And we'll go to 107.
These are some targets that had been wadded up, and they were located in the bottom of the closet among some clothing and other assorted items.
Okay, and we saw some of those as well in 106 and 107. Can you tell us when you say targets, what are they specifically?
These are shooting targets.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 108.
This is an overall of a sight box, red dot sight, that was located in that same closet among some clothing.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide, 109.
This is a close-up photo of the box showing the brand information and a photograph of the site.
Okay, and we'll leave that up, and I'll go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. And this, I'm actually going to hold off on that for 1 second because we have 2 exhibits in that bag. So you go to 110. All right, and what do we see here?
Some additional shooting targets that were located in that closet, and you can see some are unused, but some are used.
Okay, and the next one, 111.
This is a close-up of a target that had already been used.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one, 112.
These were 2 additional targets that were used that were located in that closet.
Okay, and we'll go next, 113.
This is a photograph of a shotgun shell as well as another gun lock that were located in the bottom of that closet.
Okay, and 114.
This is a close-up photo of just the gun lock.
Okay. And so I'll go ahead and. So you've got that bag in front of you. It's labeled, I believe it's 151 and 153. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
all right. And what are the contents of that bag?
This is the box for the red dot site, as well as the gun lock that is on the screen right now.
All right. Do those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 151 and 153.
You can check 151, 153 are admitted.
All right. And if you can just hold up the site mark box for the jury. I won't have you open the box or anything. All right, and then moving on to 153, if you can hold up that gun lock. All right, and the other gun lock that was recovered from the house was in kind of a Ziploc bag. Is this one in a bag that has not been completely opened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do you feel comfortable saying, does it appear that is an unused condition?
Yes, ma'am. There's a rip in the bag, but it's not nearly large enough to the rest of the plastic.
Okay. I'm going to circle back. And the numbers a little out of order. So this is 152. And I think this has kind of a combination of things in that bag. Can you identify what that bag is?
This bag contains one shotgun shell found in the subject's closet, evidence marker 15, and evidence marker 22.
Okay. And those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence.
Yes, they do.
All right, and Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 152.
No.
All right, and I think you have you have a couple individual bags in there. Can you just tell us what each of those are?
Yes, ma'am. So each of the items that I just read off are packaged individually within their own coin envelope, and each coin envelope is then in this bag.
Okay. So will you just identify each one really quick?
Yes, ma'am. So each of these envelopes contain a shotgun shell. One was recovered from evidence marker 15, and one was recovered from Colt's closet. Each of these items are the two items that were previously observed in the swim goggles. One is the cartridge, and one is the bore sight.
Okay. So, and just order-wise, because I bounced around a little bit. So the bore sight, a couple of the shells were from Colin's room, and then another shell was from Colt's room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to kind of clear up something that the jury may notice, was there a bed in the room that we're referring to as Colt's room?
Was there a bed?
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And what is your understanding of where Colt would actually sleep?
It was my understanding that Colt was sleeping in the laundry room that also was serving as a bedroom.
Okay. And at this point, we can go on to the next slide. So this is State's Exhibit 145.96. We're just going to kind of use this for reference. Tell me about what we're looking at here.
We are looking at the west wall in Colt's room. You can see the same desk that we discussed earlier, as well as a series of photographs and articles that were affixed to his wall.
Okay. Okay, and we're going to pull up the next picture, 145.115.
I'm sorry.
And what is that showing right there?
This is an overall of just the photographs and articles on the wall. I marked it as evidence marker 2.
Okay, and 116. I think there's 116. Okay. And what do we see here?
This is a close-up of some of the photographs that were lower down on the wall and difficult to see from farther away.
Okay. Okay. Right. And Judge Mr. Smith pointed out that I have a numbering error. So I tendered 145 through 114. There's 116 photos. So I tender State's Exhibits 145.115 and 116 at this time. They were previously reviewed and discussed with defense counsel. I just had my number wrong.
So 145, 115, and 145, 116?
Yes, sir. I just, in my aggregate numbering, left those out.
Same objection that we made earlier.
All right, so overruling the objection, 145, 115, and 116 for admitted.
Thank you. All right, so I want to talk about. I want to talk about what we're looking at here. Did you collect these photos and news articles on the wall into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were those affixed directly to the wall?
Yes, ma'am. They were affixed to the wall using push pins.
Okay. And in preparation for your testimony, did you use those, what was collected into evidence, the originals that were collected into evidence, and reassemble them on what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you do that on a poster board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just kind of in place of a wall?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use your crime scene photographs as reference to make sure that the way you affixed it was as close as possible to exactly how it was affixed in size and order on that wall?
Yes, I did.
All right, and Judge, at this time, have you reviewed today, Stage 154, to make sure it's in the same conditions when you assembled that?
Yes, I have.
We attend State's Exhibit 154.
We would object, Judge, under the duplicious aspect of photograph.
All right, and as I understand it, these are what was actually removed from the wall?
Yes, sir, Judge, we're tendering the original shrine into evidence, reconstructed on the poster board, as obviously we couldn't take the whole wall.
All right, so the photographs, 154, is admitted over objection.
So I'm going to bring this over and display it for the jury, and then we're going to talk about what we are looking at. All right. So, Special Agent Lashley, can you start by telling me the approximate size of this shrine?
The approximate height of it was approximately 4 feet 4 inches.
Okay. And let's talk about what we're looking at. Are you familiar with, are all the photos in this all of the same person?
They appear to be, yes.
And are all the news articles here related to that same person?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, I'm looking at a photo kind of down on the bottom right corner, and you can see it in the photo in front of you as well. That tactical vest that this individual is wearing, is that a similar vest to the one that you recovered from the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, the color is different, but the style is generally the same.
Okay. And who is this individual?
This individual is Nicholas Cruz.
And what is the significance of Nicholas Cruz?
Nicholas Cruz perpetrated a mass shooting event at Parkland High School in Florida on February 14th of 2018. During that incident, there were 17 people killed, including teachers and students.
Okay. And were there also several injured as well?
Yes, sir.
In collecting the evidence, did you review that are all these news articles related to that shooting?
Yes, they are.
At Parkland High School?
Correct.
And you testified, again, I know we saw the pictures, but in orienting to Colt's room, where was this shrine?
So if you were standing in the doorway of Colt's room, this shrine would have been on the wall across from the doorway. The doorway was on the east wall, the shrine was on the west wall.
Okay. And I'll ask you, before I sit down, just as you recovered all the evidence, did any of the firearms that you recovered have a gun lock or any other safety mechanism on them?
No, they didn't.
Did you find any gun safes in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any other kind of safe or secured location the rifle could have been stored?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further from me, but Mr. Barry or Mr. Hoffman may have some questions for you. Thank you.
Cross. Thank you.
Good morning, Aiden.
Good morning, sir.
Were you given any information before you went to the home to do your search?
Can you be more specific? What type of
well,
information?
Who did you talk with before you went to the home? You had to get information where the home was. So who did you talk with before you got there?
My direct supervisor, Special Agent in Charge, Lavender, out of the Region 10 office, is the one who directed me to go to the home and process it. He provided me the address, and I responded from the school to the home.
All right. And did he give you the caliber of the weapon that had been used in the shooting at the school?
No, sir. It was still very early on. I didn't get a lot of information.
Okay. Now, when you went through the home, as you showed us, the room at the far end on the left you determined was Jenny's room.
Correct.
And would you classify that as the master bedroom normally in the house, or if it had an adjoining bathroom?
For most homes, possibly. For that home, I would say yes. It was the largest bedroom, and it did have an adjoining bath.
Okay. So it was the largest bedroom, and it had its own bath.
Correct.
Okay. And where you put the father's room, which is on the other side, correct?
Correct.
Far right-hand side?
Yes.
Did that appear to be shared, bunk bed shared with the younger son, Colin?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So he shared that room with him?
Yes, it appeared that way.
And who gave you the information that Colt slept in the laundry room?
I can't recall exactly who gave it to me. One of the agents that I met with when I first responded to the house.
Okay. Did you find photographed in that laundry room where a bed would be?
There was a bed in the laundry room, yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, going through some of the cartridges that you found in this box. I think the, let's see. This appears to be a military type box. At least it was when I was in the military. Is that what you would call it?
Yes, sir. It's used by law enforcement and military commonly.
Okay.
Just for the record, what exhibit number is that?
And this is 146. And you went through that box and told us all the ammunition. Did you find any weapons in the house that matched the cartridges that you found?
I found a shotgun in the house as well as multiple boxes of shotgun shells, so yes, those would match. And I also found multiple different calibers of rifle ammunition. The rifle on the top of the closet, I'm not positive which caliber it would be, so I can't confirm or deny that.
Okay. Well, you told us that you found 2 308s, correct?
Boxes or just cartridges?
In the box that I just showed you.
Yes, I found several 308s.
Okay. 12.45 caliber.
Yes.
And Smith & Wesson, different makes, but 4 Smith & Wesson type bullets.
I found multiple types of handgun bullets. Yes.
Okay. And did you find a handgun?
Not in the home. In Mr. Gray's vehicle, yes.
Okay. And you searched his vehicle also?
Myself and Special Agent Andrew Still did, yes.
And was there a Smith & Wesson found or a 45?
Neither. It was a Glock 43X.
Okay. So you didn't find a 45 nor a Smith & Wesson?
No, sir.
How many Glock bullets did you find in this case?
So generally, you will not find a cartridge that has Glock imprinted on it. Glock is the manufacturer of the handgun.
Right. It's 9mm though, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many 9mm did you find?
I don't recall, sir.
And you indicated that you found an AR-style weapon in the top of the closet where Colin Gray slept, correct?
Correct.
And did any of the bullets in this case fit that particular firearm?
I'm not sure, sir. I did not attempt to load that firearm.
Okay. You didn't check to see what caliber it might be?
I examined the exterior of the rifle, and it was identified as a multi-cal, which means it's capable of firing more than one type of caliber. There was not one specific caliber listed or imprinted on the rifle.
Okay. And the 208s, what are they? Caliber 208s that you testified to, I think.
I don't recall testifying about a 208, sir.
Okay.
Or
Were
testified
there-
about 308s.
Were there any found there?
308s, yes.
Okay. Do you remember how many?
No, sir. Multiple boxes.
Okay. Now, the photographs that we see here, these are not cut out of a newspaper, correct?
I'm not sure where they originated from, sir.
Okay. Don't they look like they were printed on a printer?
Potentially, yes.
Is that correct?
They could appear that way. Again, I'm not sure where they originated from.
Okay. But they don't look like a newspaper where you cut it out of a newspaper, do they?
The physical photos, no, they do not.
Okay. Do you know when those were printed?
No, sir.
Do you know when those were put on the wall?
No, sir.
The site mark box that you saw, did anyone give you any information that there was corresponding site mark on the weapon that was used at the school?
No, sir. I never saw any of the evidence that was collected from the school.
Okay. So primarily your duties was to go there and photograph everything pretty much that you saw. That'd be fair to say?
My role as a crime scene specialist is to photograph the crime scene in its entirety. So that includes the outside and inside overalls. And if I see something of evidentiary value, then yes, additional mid-range and close-up photographs of that item.
Okay. And do you sometimes get impressions about what you see?
What do you mean, sir?
I mean, if you see, for instance, the computer that was sitting on the floor in what we call Colt's room, the computer looked like it had been taken apart. Is that what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Okay. Components were on the floor.
Yes.
You don't know when that may have been done either, right?
I'm not sure.
Could you tell by what was taken apart on the computer why it may have been taken apart?
No, sir. I'm not a computer expert. I would have no idea of the inner workings of a hard drive.
Did anyone collect that computer, to your knowledge?
I collected it and turned it over to the GBI's digital forensic investigators.
Okay, and which agent did you turn it over to?
Danielle Murphy.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a recess now. It may be longer than our normal morning recess. Here are 122. You raise your hand? Okay. You'll hang back, and then just you can stay in the box, but we'll go ahead and be in recess. Good morning. My bailiff has informed me that you mentioned to a bailiff that you knew someone at Mike's gun room. Is that right? And I believe yesterday some certified business records were tendered from Mike's gun room. I don't think we've gone through them, but they were admitted into evidence yesterday. So can you tell me, just tell me when it came to your attention that maybe you know somebody involved?
Yesterday.
When that was tendered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me who you know at Mike's gun room? The owner of Mike's gun room? And what is the nature of your relationship with him?
I've shot there quite.
Mr. Grant? So, ladies and gentlemen, we sort of have the standard format where we take a good morning break, lunch break, and the mid-afternoon break. Is that format? Or if it's not working for you and you need more breaks, raise your hand. All right, thank you. State calls next week.
You're on state called Deborah Amos. If you'll actually pull that so you can speak into it, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Debbie Paul Amos.
And could you spell your name for the court reporter?
Debbie Paul Amos, Polhamus.
Okay. If you could raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you give in the matter happening before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. Tell us about yourself. Who are you?
I'm Colt's grandmother.
Okay.
Jimmy's grandmother. Colt's grandmother.
Okay. And your daughter is who?
Marcy.
And that is Colt's mother?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do?
I'm a retired educator.
Okay. And how long were you an educator?
43 years.
Okay. And where do you live?
I live in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
Okay. And how far away is that from here?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And so you said you were Colt's grandmother?
Yes.
What did he call you?
Mamu.
Mamu? Okay. Is that spelled a certain way or just?
M-A-M-O-O.
Okay. So are you one of those grandparents that doesn't see your grandkids very often, or are you a grandparent that's fully immersed in their
No,
lives?
I've tried to be fully immersed.
Okay.
With all of them. My other 3 are in Florida.
Okay. I was about to say, do you have other children?
Yes.
Okay. And where do they live?
Toby lives in Columbus, and Annie lives in Tavares, Florida.
Okay. Do you have other grandchildren?
Yes. Annie has 3.
Okay.
Toby has 2.
Okay. So in the hierarchy of your grandchildren by age, where does Colt fall?
Colt is the 3rd grandchild.
Okay. And in this family, where does he fall?
In his family, he's the oldest.
Okay. When Colt was younger, did he have issues with impulsivity, having a short fuse?
Impulsivity more than a short fuse.
Okay. Do you remember talking to a GBI agent by the name of Agent Maddox back in, I believe that was September of 2024?
I guess. I mean, I talked to a lot of them.
Okay.
I don't remember all their names.
And this would have been shortly after the shooting that had happened?
Yeah, that was when most of the conversations took place.
Okay. And do you remember telling her about Colt that he's always been very impulsive, short fuse, even as a younger child?
Judge, I think he's leaving. It's his witness. I don't know if he needs to refresh her memory, but at this point he's leaving. But
Your Honor, I asked her about an issue regarding Colt. She gave a different answer than she had in her previous statement, an inconsistent statement. I then talked to her about that inconsistent statement, got the reference for it, and then asked her if that was what she said in the statement. She confirmed that is what she said in the statement. It wasn't a leading question. I didn't say, didn't you say this? I said, did you say this? And she confirmed that she did.
Mr. Graham, I think that's an improper way to do it, but
All right. For that specific question, I'll move to the objection.
So where did Colt, where was he living when he was a young child? Where did he grow up?
They grew up in Statham.
Okay. Is that here in Barrow County? At some point, did they move from that house?
They moved from Statham to Gainesville.
Okay. And how long did they live in Gainesville?
2.5, 3 months.
Okay. And where did they move from Gainesville?
And then they moved to Cumming.
Okay. And how long did they stay in Cumming?
They were in Cumming a couple of months.
Okay. And did something happen in Cumming that you thought that they needed to go somewhere else?
Well, they had moved 3 times and they were getting evicted.
Okay.
And I told Marcy that I thought they should just think about moving to Fitzgerald, getting out of the hustle and bustle of the city, get a break. They could live in my mom's house.
I was about to ask, was there an opportunity for living arrangements in Fitzgerald?
Yeah, my mom had died recently, and her house was still fully furnished, dishes, everything. And I told her, I said, y'all talk about it, but it's there, and you're welcome to it.
Okay. And at some point, did they actually move down to that house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was that in March of 2020? Mm-hmm. Okay. How far is that from your house, that house?
About a half mile.
Okay. And did they start school there?
Yes.
Okay. And 2020, of course, that was the COVID year. Mm-hmm. Tell me about the situation with schooling and how that worked.
Well, they went to school for less than a week.
Okay.
And so what I did was I let Colt and Jenny come to my house, and I did school with them.
Okay.
And then we finally got them computers, laptops that they could use. I wasn't familiar with how to use them, but they seemed to know what to do because I retired before all that. But
well, let me ask you a question. I had children in school in Barrow County at that time. In Barrow County, March of 2020, they just stopped school. They weren't doing the digital learning. It was just school ended early. Is that what happened in Fitzgerald County?
No, they were still doing school. They did some digital. Mostly it was educational packets. The teachers would do packets of work for the grade levels.
Okay.
And you could go by the office and pick up their packets and bring them home. And they had library books that the kids could pick up and take. I could pick up and take.
I was about to say, did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they did those at my house.
Okay. Now, in September of 2021, we got a new school year. Where does Colt go to school that year?
Colt was in the 5th grade, and he went to the elementary school.
In 2021, when he went to 6th grade, where did he go?
The middle school.
Okay. And we've had some testimony about Colt doing a search on a computer. Were you aware of that?
I was not for a good while.
Okay.
Marcy didn't share a lot of those things with me, and Coley was working all the time.
Okay.
But
At some point, did you become aware?
Yeah, I did not know about the search for abuse, but I did know about the search to how to kill your dad.
Okay. And about how long after that happened did Marcy tell you about that?
I think it was a couple of months.
Okay. So probably still within 2021?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, at some point, did DFACS come into play with the family?
Yes.
And who was it that initiated that?
Well, I went to the school to meet with the counselor, Sujette Giddens now, and I discussed with her my concerns about things that were happening with Colt and his mother at home, and that I wanted her to be aware that we were going to call DFACS.
Okay.
And she said that they were going to call, and I said, well, I'd rather you wait and let us call because I think it would make a bigger impression on her if we did it. But then I found out she'd already called them, and then she called them again after we called them.
Okay, so you also called DFACS?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't. My other daughter did.
Okay.
I couldn't pick up the phone, and I couldn't do it. So she did. I asked her if she would call them, and she did.
So she did it at your direction?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, did the family leave your mother's house and move away?
They did. They left in. I'm not sure. I want to say it was January, but it might have been. No, let me think. I got some notes here. Let me look.
Okay.
Maybe I can remember. They went back to Jefferson. I've got November here.
Okay. So would it have been the same?
Yes, she's brought notes. Certainly, we would have the opportunity to look at those. That's actually.
I'm sorry.
Down, so, yes, sir.
Do you need those to refresh your memory?
I just have like the dates certain things happened
Okay.
that I thought you might ask.
Okay.
And
Did you make those notes yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. And they're from your own memory?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, they're from my notes that I've kept along
Okay.
since things started happening. I just kind of put them together.
Okay. And when did you start making these notes? Back kind of when you're coming out with the DFACS stuff, or more recently?
Well, when we called DFACS, I sort of went back and started making a sequential thing when they left state and when they left Gainesville. I don't know why. I just thought there might be a point in time that DFACS asked me questions, and with all that was going on, I couldn't get it all straight.
Okay. So these aren't notes that you created after the shooting. These are
No.
notes you created well before that.
No.
Okay. Are they more contemporaneous in time as to when these events are
Yeah.
happening?
Just mostly dates.
Okay. So you're saying that now.
You're welcome. Y'all are welcome to look at them.
Okay. Thank you. And that was November of 2021? So would that have been shortly in time after the DFACS became involved? Okay. And where did the family move to?
They moved to Jefferson.
Okay. How much contact did you have with the family when they moved up to Jefferson?
I still tried to go up about once every 6 weeks.
Okay.
They
And
were a little farther away, so I didn't go quite as much.
okay. At some point, does Marcy, Jenny, and Little Coley move back down to Fitzgerald? Do you remember when that was, or was that in your notes?
That was in November, a year later.
A year later? Okay. And where did Colt go?
Colt wanted to stay with his dad.
Okay.
I told him he was welcome to come, but I think he wanted to stay with his dad because his mom and the other two would not be there.
Okay.
You know, I'd be a little calmer.
Okay.
At least that's what he told me.
Okay. So in November of 22, Marcy and the other two kids come back down to you. They move back into your
To my
mother's
mom's
house.
house.
Okay. And then Colt's up here. How much contact are you having with Colt that period of time?
I was not having a lot because Marcy was really strong on the drugs, and I finally moved them to my house because I needed to be able to take care of the kids without running back and forth. So they moved to my house, and
When you say they, did all three? Or
all
just
three
the
of
kid?
them.
Okay.
Mhm. And Marcy, for the next 6 weeks, pretty much stayed in the bed,
Okay.
getting clean, withdrawing. But it was easier for me to be able to take the kids to school, pick them up, all that. And so they stayed with me for maybe 6 or 8 weeks, and then they moved back to my mom's house.
Okay. So because of this, you weren't able to.
And I was going to say, to answer your question, I was not able to go up and down a lot with Colt. I bought Colt a phone, and I got him a card that he could use to call me. And I said, put it up, and if you need me, if you want to talk, call me.
Okay.
And he did call me some, but not a lot.
So during that time, did you find out, or were you told about law enforcement coming to the house without an FBI tip?
No.
Okay.
Colt didn't share a lot with me. I asked him after he went to the detention center why, and he said, I just didn't want to bother you. I didn't want to worry you.
Okay.
So I honestly didn't find out about that for quite a while.
Okay. During the time that Colt is up here with Colin, are you also communicating with Colin?
Yeah, we would text back and forth.
And what types of things?
He would text me, well, more of the texts that we had were later, but he texted me to let me know that he was getting enrolled in school, and he texted me to let me know that they were settled and he was doing good. We didn't have a lot of communication during that time.
Okay.
Most of ours was after they moved to Winder.
Okay. Did he ever tell you about the law enforcement coming to the house?
I honestly do not remember who told me about it.
Okay. Did you find out about it before or after the shooting at Appalachian High School?
Before.
Now, at some point, Colt, then Colin moved to Winder, Georgia. All right. And Colt actually leaves to come to Fitzgerald?
He came to Fitzgerald during the summer and stayed for a while.
Okay. About how long did he stay there?
5 or 6 weeks, I would guess. I was in Florida a lot during that time because my other daughter was in Michigan in training for her job, so I was down there keeping the kids. And
did Colt get in trouble down there with you guys?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I was not there. Colt, I know that Marcy was still doing a lot of drinking, and Colt just could not handle that. And I know that started it. I know that she called my husband and had him come over. He called the police.
What was the purpose of calling the police? What had happened?
Well, I think Marcy told him that Colt had hit her, but honestly, I'm not sure about that. But something happened with them. They got into an altercation.
Was Colt damaging property in the house?
He did, apparently. He cut holes in the couch. But I have to tell you, this all took place while I wasn't there, so I never saw any of it.
Did you see
happen.
the damage to that couch?
I saw the cuts to the couch.
Okay. And what was he cutting the couch with?
I don't know. I would assume a knife. It looked like slit marks.
Okay.
I wasn't. Marcy and I were not on the most conversational level at that point.
Did you have tensions with you and Marcy? Okay. Did Colt ever do anything to hurt himself while he was down there?
He did. I did not know about it, and I did not see it until Colt showed it to me at the juvenile center.
And what did he show you?
He showed me the places that he had cut himself.
Okay. And that happened down there in Fitzgerald?
Down there. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So he came and stayed with us for a few days, and then I think, if I remember correctly, Coley and I met halfway, and he got him.
Okay, so at some point he goes back. Now you say Coley. Do you refer to Colin Gray as Coley?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, not your. Yeah. Whatever you call him's fine. I just want everybody else to know who you're referring to.
Yeah.
Okay. So you took Colt halfway up to Winder. Mr. Gray came down and met y'all.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Okay. I know at one point we did that, but I'm not sure if that was the time we did it.
Okay. Moving your attention further to October 13th of 2023, what happened then?
That was when defects tested Marcy for drugs.
Where were you at that time?
My husband and I were in Virginia.
Okay.
I called DFACS and told them that we were going to be out of town for a week. Mm-hmm. And it was the first time I'd left the kids for that length of time. And I asked them if they would please do a check just to make sure the kids were okay. Okay. And they did.
And they tested for drugs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. When you got back, how long was it before you got back after that day?
That was the 13th. I can't think we came home like the 15th.
Okay.
Coley had just come and gotten the kids.
I was about to say, the kids were already gone by the time you got back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as far as you understood, the kids had moved up to Winder with Mr. Gray. How did Marcy take that?
Well, she was not happy about it.
Okay. And did that come to a head in November?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about what happened there.
Marcy I don't know what she was taking, but I had been at Annie's with the kids.
That's your other daughter?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I was coming home, and when I got home, she asked me to walk outside with her, and I did, and she said, get in the car. And I said, where are we going? And she said, just get in the car. I said, no, I'm not getting in the car. And I said, where do you want to go? And she said, I'm going to Winder.
When she refers to the car, whose car is she talking about?
She was talking about my car.
Okay. Did she have a car?
She did, but I found out later that hers didn't have any gas in it.
Okay.
So I told her no, that I was not going to get in the car and I was not going to Winder. And she said, I'm going up there and I'm going to kill him. I said, no, you're not. You're not going up there. You're not going to kill him. You're not going to traumatize your children. You're staying here. And I turned around and went back in the house. And she followed me back in the house, and she had a fire burning. And we found out later that she had burned, my younger daughter was a soccer player. Mm-hmm. She had burned all of her soccer jerseys, all of her pictures, all of her personal things in the fireplace. And then she went in our office and called me in there, and there was a chair sitting there with a blanket on it. She said, I want you to sit down. I said, for what? And she said, I know you're going to call the police as soon as I leave, and I'm not going to let you do that. So I sat down and she taped me. And I didn't fight her because I had worked with emotionally disturbed children long enough to know that when somebody's in that state, you don't get physical with them. And I was not going to do something that would get me hurt. So she taped me up and she switched car tags and put mine on her car and left.
In your car?
No, she went in her car. She got money out of my wallet to put gas in it.
Okay, so she put your tag on her car, took money from you to buy gas, and then
She switched the tags because her tag had been flagged. And I didn't find that out until later. I didn't know what was going on. I heard her banging around in the house, and then she left.
How did you get free?
My younger daughter called. I didn't call her when I got home. I always called her. And she started calling my phone, and I wasn't answering. So she just figured I'd gone to bed. So the next morning, she still couldn't get me on the phone, so she called.
You're still in the chair the next morning? Okay.
She called her best friend, who lives 3 houses down from us, and said, I need you to go to my house and check on my mama.
Where was your husband this time?
He was in Virginia playing golf with our son.
Okay.
So she said, check the car first. If her person's stuff is still in the car, there's something wrong. So she did, and then Amy stayed on the phone with her and said, I want you to go in the house and look around and see what you see. And Mary Beth is the one who found me.
Okay. Did you call the police?
Mary Beth did. I told her, I said, I have to go take a shower. I can't do anything until I take a shower and clean myself up. And then I told Amy, I said, y'all just stay on the phone. And then somebody came to the house and was beating on the front door. And it scared Mary Beth, so Amy called the police.
Okay. At some point, you find out that Marcy has been arrested up here. Okay. And does she eventually end up back down in Ben Hill? Tell me about how that happened.
Well, they put her in jail here for what she did to Coley's truck. And then she went to court, and they gave her fines and all that, but they did the first felony, whatever that is, so she didn't have to stay in jail. So we had her transferred from Winder to Fitzgerald.
Because there were charges for her?
There were charges for her down there, and they wanted her down there.
Okay.
So they transported her there. And then I left her in jail for a couple of months. My husband didn't like it, but I told him, I said, she needs to get clean, and she's not going to get clean any other place. She may not even get clean in jail. But she was in jail altogether 5 months, maybe, something like that. And then she asked me if I would consider helping her get into rehab. I told her I would, so I found a rehab, and I talked to the sheriff, and he said they would transport her to rehab. They did not want her to come home. But my husband insisted that she come home. So she came home for 3 days, and then we took her to rehab.
Where was the rehab located?
The rehab is located in a little bitty town called Glenville, which is about an hour and a half from west of Savannah.
Okay. And when was it that she went into the rehab? Do you remember?
May, maybe.
Okay.
Sometime in May.
So from November of when she was arrested up here till May, she's been in jail somewhere.
Maybe April, I can't remember which.
And then from there, she goes into a rehab facility. Is this a rehab facility she can come and go as she pleases, or is she?
No, they were required to stay there, and they had to work. So we could go and visit her, but she couldn't leave.
Okay.
Or she was not supposed to leave.
Okay. And when did she get out of rehab, do you know?
She didn't get out, she left.
And how did she leave?
She called me on Friday night and told me that she wanted to transfer to a rehab up around Winder. She couldn't go to Barrow County, but she was looking at Clark
Was she banished from Barrow County?
Yeah. Okay. So I told her to give me a few days, and we'd look around and see what we could find, and I'd get back with her. So then she called Coley and told Coley that her dad and I said it was okay for her to leave.
I don't object. It seems like this would be hearsay at this point. What's your response?
She wandered a little further than anticipated, Your Honor. It's fine. How did she get out of like who picked her
Coley
up?
went and got her. She called him and told him that we had agreed to let her leave, so he went and got her.
Okay. And where does she go at that point?
She went back to Winder.
Okay. So is this the house that Colt and Jenny and little Coley and Colin Gray that you refer to as Coley also?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to take you back in time now to Christmas of 2023. So this would have been after Marcy has duct taped you and stole your car, stole your money, and she's in jail. Okay. Do you go visit the kids in Winder with Colin around Christmas time?
I went the day after Christmas, I think.
Okay. And I'm going to show you. Is that the diagram from Heather Ashley? I'm going to pull up the diagram that we used with a prior witness. And I know this isn't to scale, but is this kind of accurate as to what the house looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Was that your first time visiting that house that Christmas? You've been before that too?
Yes.
Okay. So we have things listed. You got the carport in the garage, the laundry room, kitchen, living room. Where it says subjects room, they're referring to Colt. Was that Colt's room as you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And in the back left, it says siblings room. Is that where Jenny stayed? Okay. And then on the right back, it says father's room. Who stayed in father's room?
He and little Coley.
Okay. So Colin Gray and little Coley both stayed in that room. Okay. Thank you. Did Colt talk to you about a Christmas present he had gotten?
Sure.
Okay. And what was that Christmas present?
There was a gun.
Okay. And was it a rifle?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you get the Christmas present from?
From his dad.
Okay. While you were up there, how long did you stay up there at Christmas time?
I don't know, 3 or 4 days. I usually stay 4 or 5 days.
Okay. Where was the gun kept at that time?
I honestly don't know. He came out into the living area with it and went back down the hall, but I didn't follow him, so I don't know if it was in his room or in Coley's room at that time.
Did you see it? Did you go back up there after Christmas? How often would you go up there after Christmas?
I went back for Colt's birthday. His birthday was 14th of January.
Okay, so shortly after Christmas. Okay, where was the Colt gun at that time?
It was in Colt's room.
It was in Colt's room? Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was. I couldn't swear to it.
And when would be the next time you went up there?
Probably sometime in February. I tried to go about once a month after they moved up there. But
Okay, so once a month?
Yeah.
And whenever you went up there, where was the gun?
I never really looked for it. Sometimes, the couple of times I did see it, it was in Colt's room in the corner, propped up in the corner.
Okay. Do you remember giving a statement to an investigator with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office on September 9th, 2024? You remember talking to Jason Smith with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office? Do you remember talking to him about these times you would go up there and where the gun was located?
I talked to so many of them, I don't remember what I said to which one, honestly.
If I were to show you a transcript of that, would it refresh your memory?
I'm sure it would.
Starting around here, read all the yellow down.
All of it?
Yes, ma'am. Just read yourself. See if it refreshes your memory. Does it refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you would go up there once every month or so, Where was the gun kept?
It was in his room.
In Colt's room? And was it in Colt's room every time he went up there?
According to that, it does, and I'm sure that's a lot fresher memory than I've got now.
Okay, so
I do
when
know
you
it
say
was
according to
in
that,
his
you're
room
talking about your statement to...
Yeah.
And that was, what, a year and a half ago?
I'm
That
sorry,
you gave the statement about a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what you're talking about is 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 years ago. So whatever's in here is more accurate? Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
And so if it says, every time I went up there, I saw it in Colt's room, that would be what you believe to be accurate? I'm sorry.
Yes,
you
I'm
say yes.
sorry.
It's just because she's writing it down.
That's
I mean, we
okay.
all know
I'm
what
sorry.
that means, but it's for the
I'm
record.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you, that January for Colt's birthday, after he got the gun, what did he want from you for Christmas?
I gave him
Or for his
money.
birthday, I'm sorry, for his birthday.
I gave him money. He wanted bullets.
He wanted bullets? Okay. And did you check with anyone to see if that was appropriate?
I told him he had to ask his dad.
Okay.
And if it was okay with his dad, I would buy them for him as long as they used them at the shooting range.
Okay.
Coley thanked me for having him ask him,
Okay.
and said it was fine that they go to the shooting range. So we went to one of the sporting goods places and bought them.
Okay, so you bought ammunition for Colt, but it was because Colin said you could?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we're going to skip forward again now. So, that's the same time period. So now, Colt has been removed from Marcy. All the kids have been removed from Marcy. They're up here in Winder. You have that Christmas. You have his birthday in January 14th, is that correct? So now we're in 2024. Colt's 14? Okay. Is Colt going to school?
No.
Are any of the kids going to school?
Jenny and Coley were.
In January?
Oh, I don't know. I think they got registered and started in February, if I remember correctly.
And how did that process happen, them getting registered? Who did that?
My daughter did a lot of it.
Okay, and that would
Coley
by your
helped.
daughter, you have two daughters.
Annie, I'm sorry.
Annie, Colt's aunt? Okay.
She's a computer whiz, and I just get bogged down, and Coley was working. So I called her and asked her if she would help get it all done, and she did.
All right, thank you. Now, so when Annie's registering, she's registering all three kids? Okay. Does Colt ever actually attend school?
No.
Okay. Were you helping the family financially at this time?
When Coley needed me to, I did.
Okay, so if he needed, by Coley you mean Colin Gray?
I'm
again.
sorry.
No, you're fine. You can do that. I'm just making sure everybody understands what you're talking about. You just talk like you normally talk. I'm not trying to correct you. But you're talking about Colin. If he needed something money-wise, food for the kids, light bill, rent, anything, could he ask you?
Yeah.
And did he routinely ask you?
He asked me several times.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you always come through? Okay.
But I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. So now let's fast forward to, we've gone through the summer. Marcy is now up here. She's left rehab. She's up here. How did Colt get enrolled in school that time?
He was already enrolled. You mean for the
For
ninth grade?
Appalachia. For Appalachia.
Oh.
That school year.
I don't know. I just assumed that the paperwork from the middle school would transfer over to the high school.
So you're not aware of how that happened? Okay. That's fine. Now, I want to take your attention to Thursday, August 15th. And just to set the stage, and Marcy's up here, right? Is that correct? Okay. Do you get a call from Colt about Marcy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Colt called me, I want to say it was during the night, and he said, Mammy, I don't know what's wrong with my mother, but you need to come and get her.
We'll have to object unless they plan on bringing Colt in to testify.
All right, so there's a hearsay objection. What's your response?
No, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. He's asking her to come get his mother, and so why did she do what she did next?
Well, Judge, the truth of the matter asserted is it doesn't cover everything. You can't get into everything just because they're not going to say it's not the truth. There's got to be some limitations.
No, there are lots of limitations, and I'm not going into those limitations.
I can't assess without knowing what the statement is.
Your Honor, the statement she said was that he asked her to come get his mother. And her next thing she's going to talk about is going up there to get the mother. So the reason for the statement is to explain why she's doing what she's doing next. A request is not a statement, so therefore it wouldn't be hearsay.
What's your response, Mr. Gray?
My response is he can ask her based on the conversation that you had with Colt if you come up and get Marcy.
Well, that's still me going into the contents of it, Your Honor.
only saying what Colt said. That makes the difference.
Yes, except the value here are the words that are being spoken. It's what he said to her caused her to do something. It's not being offered to. He didn't give a reason. You're not asking for a reason why. Is that right? Just he called and said, "Come get her."
I think she put something in there, but that's not like I said. It's not the purpose of it.
So I'll permit if the response is Colt asked me to come get her, then I'll permit that and say that's not hearsay. If there's more to it than that, then I would need to hear that.
Did you get a call from Colt?
Yes.
Did he ask you to come get his
Yes.
mother? Okay.
Excuse me.
When he asked you, did he say anything about having a physical altercation with Marcy involving your son?
I'm sorry, yes.
He did.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, you said on the phone call, did he
Yes,
say
ma'am.
something about having an altercation? No.
Thank you. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought I was getting in trouble. I was
I
not trying to elicit
misunderstood
the content. I was trying to elicit the absence of content.
No, he just said come get her.
Okay. Thank you. So do you go get her? And when was that?
The next day.
Okay, so that would have been the 16th. Okay. Had Colt texted you that morning while you were coming up?
He did.
Based on that text, where did you think Colt physically was?
At school.
Okay. When you arrived, who was at the house?
Colt was, but we did not know it.
Okay. Who else was there?
Marcy.
When you say Colt was there but we did not know it, do you mean we did not know he would be there, or when you got there, you still did not know he was there?
I still did not know. I thought he was in school.
Okay. What did you do when you got there? What were y'all doing?
We went in the house, told Marcy to get her stuff together. We were going back to Fitzgerald.
Okay. And did she begin packing her stuff? Okay. Did y'all help her pack? Where were you standing while she was
We were
packing?
in Coley's room. I was sitting on the bed. Charlie was just walking around.
And is that where her stuff was, in Coley's room?
What she was getting at that time.
Okay. Did you see Colt at all?
No.
You have any knowledge that he was in the house at that time? Okay.
No, I thought he was in school, so we didn't even look.
Okay. He didn't come out and say, "Hey, Mamu"? Okay. Was there damage to the door to Jenny's bedroom? Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna need you to say it out loud.
Yes.
Thank you. Was there discussion between you, your husband, and Marcy about the damage to the door to Jenny's room while you were in the house?
Marcy and her daddy talked about it.
Okay, thank you. When you were leaving, did you see Colt?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We were getting in the car and he opened the door.
The door of what?
The back door.
The back door of the house? Okay.
He had overheard a conversation she and her daddy were having, and it really upset him, and he was just yelling, "Don't come back, you lied to me, you're making all this up, don't you call defects on my daddy."
What was his demeanor like?
He was just upset.
Okay. Was he furious?
I would say probably yes, he was.
Okay. And did he threaten to kill you all?
I honestly don't remember if he said that or not.
Okay. If you had said it at one of these earlier interviews, would that be?
Oh, yeah.
It would be more accurate?
It would be accurate, yeah.
Okay. Did you tell Colin about this, what he said?
I can't remember if I did or not. We talked to him and went by to see him to take some medicine. And I figured that Marcy probably told him. I don't remember if I told him or not.
Okay.
I don't remember if I talked to him during that time.
This was upsetting to everyone that Colt come out yelling.
Oh, yeah. It was to them.
Okay. And so y'all leave at that point?
Yep.
Are you in communications with Colin during that drive, or someone in the car in communications with Colin during that drive after Colt?
Marcy was. We went by to see him. And Marcy, they talked for a while. I honestly don't remember if I talked to him or not.
Okay. And where was he? You say you went by to see him. Where did you go?
He was at work.
Okay. And did you give him anything for Colt when you went to the work?
Marcy gave him some medicine.
What kind of medicine?
Zoloft.
And whose medicine was that?
Marcy's.
Okay. And what was the purpose of giving it to him?
Because Marcy had been giving it to Colt.
Okay. And so what was the instructions to him about that Zoloft?
I assumed to continue giving it.
Okay.
I wasn't in on the conversation.
Now, at this point, would it be safe to say that Colt's mental and emotional health is kind of spiraling? Mm-hmm. And again, I'm sorry, just yes or no?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay. And even before this, had he routinely had violent outbursts?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Colin had actually spoken about Colt's mental health?
Mm-hmm.
And again, yes? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's okay. It happens to everybody. Did you talk to Colin about Colt needing professional help for this?
We did talk about it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you tell, when you stopped off to give the Zoloft to Colin, did you tell Colin about what Colt had done when y'all were getting in the house?
I didn't talk to him.
You didn't talk to him?
No,
Okay.
he stayed in the car. Marcy, he was working around in the back of the fire station. Marcy talked to him.
Did you get, after you left, did you get text from Colt during this time on the 16th? Hold on just a second. Wrong page. Sorry. Thank you. To show you what's already in evidence in the State Exhibit 158. These are text messages from Colt's phone to you. Colt would be where it says owner in the green, and then your grandma in the blue.
Before those were published, we're going to object to those. These are text messages. Colin is not part of that text chain. They are between Colt and his grandmother. The statements that are made, we don't have an opportunity to have Colt come in and testify about what was going on, why he was saying these things. So it puts us in a pretty precarious position, especially the fact that we don't believe that the Debbie ever communicated any of these things that were said to Colin. So that makes it even more of a problem. So we would object to any and all of the text messages that the state plans to put in.
So the objection is essentially their hearsay.
Yeah, hearsay, correct.
Your Honor, if I could, I would like to lay the foundation for their accuracy, and then I will let you look through them. And once you've looked through them, then I will explain the relevance of them before I post them to the jury.
Okay, so yeah, presently don't go through the content or publish it to the jury.
Have you had a chance to look through them? Do they accurately reflect the conversation you were having by text with Colt as you're on your way up and leaving the house? I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, Your Honor, you can flip through those, and then we'll go through the contents of them.
There's a number of them here. Y'all just go ahead and take a recess while I look through these, and we'll have some evidence. Take a short recess.
We have one in the restroom.
me where we landed in this area. You do want limiting instruction or not?
I think we had agreed that we were.
Okay. So my intention then would be to tell the jury that they're about to receive into evidence a series of text messages that are being offered either to simply show the words that were being said or to the extent it may, the mental state of Colt Gray, and not for the purpose of proving the truth of the content of the messages. Okay. And then if there's a specific message that comes up that you want to address, just let me know, and we'll address it.
Thank you.
And then let me just remind, I know we don't have full media here, but let me remind, so for recording video, we've got the dual camera that WSB that shares with anybody that wants it. You can take photographs and stuff, but some of the things that you are not permitted to photograph would be things on counsel table, any of the records or documents or notepads or anything the counsel table have, or their private conversation. You can take a picture of that, but you can't record it. All right, bring them in when they're ready, Brooks. So, ladies and gentlemen, either presently or very shortly, you're going to receive into evidence a series of text messages. Understand that the text messages are being offered simply for the words that are spoken in the messages, or reportedly from Colt Gray, or to prove to the extent it may Colt's state of mind or his mental state at that time, not for the purpose of proving the content of the actual messages. All right, Mr. Smith.
So, Ms. Polhamus, just to get everybody back on the right page, we were talking about August 16th. Y'all had come up to get Marcy and take her back. Colt had confronted y'all when you were leaving, and then you had gone to Mr. Colin Gray's place of work to give him the Zoloft medication. Okay, and I'd given you these text messages to look through to see if they were accurate as to the conversation you were having with by text with Colt on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this time we publish those to the jury. They're already in evidence in Exhibit 158.
All right.
So if you could zoom in on the first one there. I'm talking to her, sorry. So this is the first one here. What I want you to look at the bottom right, where it says 10:57:08 a.m., and it says UTC plus 0. So what that means is that's the uniform time stamp. That is going to be 4 hours faster than us. So we would be UTC minus 4. Okay, so where it's showing 10:57, that's actually going to be 6:57 a.m. Okay, does that make sense as to about the time that this text would have been coming in? Okay, and so he asked you there, Dad wants to know when y'all are coming. All right, and you respond a couple minutes later, we'll be there in a little bit, just getting up. If we don't get there before you leave, I'll be back to see you guys after we get something done with your mom. You, bud. Have a good day. Was this you still anticipating him going to school that morning? Okay.
Yes.
And then, so I think this is him asking you that same minute, so what time? And you respond, or y'all driving, or, and this is you telling him not to miss the bus, you need to go to school. And if your mom is just up to avoid her, she'll be gone when you get home from school. And then I think you told him that, responding to his other, if you're driving, that you're actually already up here. Did y'all get a hotel room?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did.
Okay. And this is Colt asking you, I assume it'll be as simple as getting her in the car and going. And then you respond to him, not sure, but it will go smoother if no one is there. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then he responds, all good. I'm heading out around 7:45, so y'all should be good. So again, you think he's referring to school?
Yes.
Okay. And then you say, that's what I'm hoping. Just know that she'll be gone when you get home. And he writes back, love you. Is that pretty standard how he would address you? Okay. All right, so now we skip ahead. This is you telling him that y'all were all out, and he asked, I'm sorry, this is him. All right, we're all out. So this is going to be 8:24. Where are y'all at 8:25? And you're like, head to the house, please relax, try to enjoy your day. And he responds, I will, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you zoom on the top one there. And that's him sending you a picture, and that's a picture of the hallway at the school. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's telling you he's leaving this here for your sake. He knows it. Does he know that it's important for you for him to go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. You stress that to him?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just saying a status that you read what he'd given you. So now we're up to, this is going to be, trying to do my math, 9 o'clock, 1:02. Make sure mom leaves my Zoloft. And then he tells you if you don't leave it, things will turn really bad really quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're skipping ahead. It's going to be 9:11. And he says, I heard everything. What is he referring to there?
Everything that they were talking about.
Okay.
While we were in the house.
That would have been you and Marcy and your husband.
Marcy and her daddy.
Marcy and her daddy. Okay. So he's heard that and he's telling you this. Okay. And he's asking, where is my Zoloft? And then he responds back, where the fuck is my Zoloft?
Yes.
And then he says, I will literally die without it.
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you want?
Yes.
And then he's quickly, this is a series of texts all right in a row. You just ruined my life. Hope you're happy. Why would y'all lie and say I threatened to kill y'all? Is this going to be after y'all have left and he came out and confronted y'all outside the house? Okay. And so he's, have y'all spoken to anybody about that?
I had not.
You had not, but somebody had?
Charlie had not.
Okay. Next slide. I didn't say shit remotely close to that. You ruined my fucking life. Fuck all of you. Fuck you. Fuck you and your God. With the shit you pull, you'll rot in the deepest pits of hell, according to your God. You are fake. A lying, two-faced rat. It is unbelievable how fake you are. A deadbeat alcoholic son who's been fired from his job and is now being sued. A schizophrenic daughter who is also an alcoholic and assaults her husband on a day-to-day basis in front of her own kids. And finally, a daughter who chose meth, opioids, alcohol, and pills over her own children.
Yes.
Is he doing this to hurt your feelings?
Yeah. And get out to vent the anger.
To vent the anger.
This is the way you do it.
You're truly a fucking waste. If you call DFACS and my dad ends up fired. So that's the end. We're back at it. I heard everything. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. And I told Dad everything. You are fucked. So these were all a string that came in all once together. And then, so you're reading those all kind of at once. You respond to them then. This is you. We gave your medicine to your dad. He will bring it to you. Your mom was the one who said the only way she would leave is if we called DFACS. I want you to have a chance to prove yourself on the Zoloft. Maybe you can with your mom gone. I know you're upset, and I'm sorry. Once again, the lies are muddying up the waters. I'm sorry we have such a screwed up family. I still love you and hope things will settle down.
Yes.
And he responds, my mom wants DFACS called after the shit she's done to this family. Wow.
Yes.
You respond, I know, hoping to get her out will give you guys a chance to settle. Be sure to take your Zoloft and go to school.
Yes.
Did Colt often have outbursts like that? Verbal outbursts?
Usually once every couple of weeks he'd blow off at me about something.
Okay. Now, later that same day, and again, Colt is doing this. He's obviously in a specific mental state. Are you communicating this with Colin about Colt's mental state and you hoping that there can be some sort of like counseling for him or treatment?
Well, Colin already knew it.
Okay. But were you
Just as I
communicating?
did.
Were you also communicating
We
with
had
him?
talked about therapy.
Okay. And on that same date, I'm going to show you what's already noticed in the space of 156. Now, this is from Colin's phone to you on August 16th. Do you recognize that?
I have to tell you, it's very difficult for me to read.
Okay.
I have macular and I can't read
I understand.
off dark paper.
Did he
very
send
good.
you a screenshot where he had signed Colt up at Enlightenment Counseling
Yes,
Services?
he did.
Okay. And he sent you that on that same day that y'all had this issue
Yes.
with Colt. Okay, so this is later in the day. And is that accurate?
Yes.
You know, this time I tendered that. Oh, it's already in evidence. I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Which exhibit number is it?
It's going to be under 156. It comes from Colin's phone, Your Honor. It is a text message from Colin Gray to her.
If it is from Colin to her, we would not have objection to that.
All right, you may publish it. It's in this.
And is that a screenshot of the Enlightenment counseling service thing that he sent? And did you respond to him? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And that's we pulled out the screenshot there.
Yep.
I think your text to him after that was, "This is awesome, Coley. Thank you." Now, moving on, I want to go to August 21st, so 5 days after this. When you take Marcy down on the 16th, which we were just talking about, did she stay in Fitzgerald throughout? Did she ever come back up to Winder?
Yes.
Let me change the dimensions there.
Yeah.
You take her down on August 16th.
Yeah.
Prior to the shooting in Appalachia, did she ever come back up to Winder?
No.
Okay. So she stays down there with y'all in
Yes.
Fitzgerald. Okay.
Until after the shooting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the 21st, which is August 21st, which is 5 days after we just talked, did Colt talk with you about having urges to hurt other people?
He talked to me about urges to hurt himself.
Did he ever talk to you about urges to hurt other people?
I really don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember seeing
I do
him?
remember vividly him talking about hurting himself.
Do you remember seeing him when he had in one of these urges to hurt other people?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you remember a text conversation between you and Colt where he tells you about having urges to hurt other people and you responding, "Yes, I've seen you in the middle of that"?
Okay, then I guess I did.
Okay.
I honestly don't remember.
That's okay. I will show you these text messages from the 21st. Again, Your Honor, this is under States 158, which is from Colt's phone. You can just flip through those and look at those.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that now? Mm-hmm. Okay. Are those accurate text messages? Mm-hmm. Okay. And did Colt talk to you about having schizophrenia?
He did.
And did he talk to you about having acute mania?
He did.
Okay. Did you share that information with Colin Gray?
I don't recall. I should have if I didn't.
Okay. Now, Colt wanted you to order a graphics card for his computer. Do you know what that is? I don't either. But you remember him specifically asking for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you going to use that graphics card as any sort of incentive for him?
I told him I wasn't ordering it.
Okay.
He wanted to know why, and he kept going at it. And I said, "You start going to school and doing what you're supposed to be doing, and then we'll talk about it."
Okay. Would he have vulgar outbursts if he did not get this graphics card immediately?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So this time we're going to look at those text messages from August 21st. And again, at the bottom, it's the UTC plus 0. We're actually UTC minus 4, so this is going to be 4 hours earlier than what the time is showing. But he asked you, did you order the graphics card yet?
Yeah.
And immediately says, "You're blatantly ignoring my call, so I'll just say this. Ask Mama why the fuck she was drunk, that one to the point where she was literally passing out after Dad told her he didn't want to drink any of the Jack Daniels he got from a coworker for his birthday, and then lied to me saying she was just tired.
Yeah.
Fuck you." Is this all in relation to him really wanting that graphics card?
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond, Colt, I love you. I'll do anything to help. You just need to let me know how I can help. I told you I would probably not get to the graphics card until next month. Are you going to school? According to your lunch account, you are not eating. If you are in school, you need to be eating. I set up a lunch account for you. If you're not going to school, you should be aware that your attendance record will be turned over to the truancy officer after 10 absences. Your dad will have to go to truancy court. If you continue not to go to school, he could go to jail. Then he could lose his job and truck, all because you're not going to school. I truly thought if you could get back into school, you could get some normalcy back in your life. I hope you were going. LU. Does that stand for love you? Okay.
Yes.
He responds, I have been going to school, and I go to the library to do work. That's why I don't eat. I threw up last night, asked Daddy. He literally had to clean me up.
Yes.
And he says, quit assuming shit you have absolutely no clue about.
Yes.
Apologies. I felt a sudden induced feeling of mania. It's kind of like a surprise package that comes with schizophrenia.
Yes.
Do some research on it. It can help you a ton with understanding why it is I say these things at certain times.
Yes.
It's more leaning towards acute mania.
Yes.
And then you respond, I'm so glad you're going. I will keep money in your lunch account. You need to eat. Please know that I'm not assuming anything. I just don't know. Your mom and dad both blow V8 to fit their needs, so I don't know who to believe, except that I believe you when you talk to me. Have you talked to the crisis counselor your dad told me he was taking you to? If you were experiencing acute mania, you might need more than Zoloft.
Yes.
He responds, I know. I really do need something for it. I haven't gotten to a point where I felt an instantaneous urge to hurt anyone, but I do have periods where it's heightened. These can last days to weeks for me.
Yes.
I know it's hard for y'all, really anyone to believe. I would be struggling with something like this, but it is very real.
Yes.
And then he sends you an image with some stuff circled. And then he says, I started brushing my teeth daily.
Yes.
And then you write, no, I absolutely believe you. I see you in the middle of your urges. That's why I was so glad your dad was getting you to a crisis counselor. He promised me he would.
Yeah.
What are you seeing when you see these middle of these urges to hurt people?
Well, one of the things that I see is him balling up his fist and just getting really tense, mostly when he would get angry with his dad or with Jenny.
Okay.
Or his mom.
Okay.
I didn't see him do that with anybody else because I never saw him around anybody else.
Right. And you're not seeing him on a daily basis,
No.
are you? Okay. You're seeing him, what, once a month, maybe?
Sometimes more, sometimes a couple times a month.
Sometimes a couple of times a month, but not on a daily
Definitely
basis.
No.
Okay. And then he writes, apparently she's not a crisis counselor. I wish she was. And that's that. Now, going up to 5 days after that, on August 26th, were you aware of Colt having an anxiety attack at school?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Colt on the phone that night?
I talked to him at the school.
Okay.
He called me from the school while he was having his anxiety attack.
So he told you about it at that point. Did he also talk to you that night?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point during that conversation, does he ask you a question that disturbs you?
Yes.
And what was that question?
If I do something terrible, would you still love me? I think that's the way it was worded.
Okay. And do you, at that point, did you know who Nick Cruz was?
No,
Did Colt talk to you about Nick Cruz?
not that night.
Not that night?
I went back up there, and in a conversation we had a day or two later,
Okay.
we were going to McDonald's to get food, and I can't even remember how the conversation started. He asked me if I knew Nick Cruz, and I looked at him and I said, I've never heard of him. I didn't know who he was. And he looked at me and he said, are you serious? And I said, yeah. He said, well, have you heard of the Parkland school shooting? I said, absolutely. I read all about it, but I don't remember who did it. And he said, Nicholas Cruz did. I said, well, how would you know about all that? And he said, I've been reading about it.
And you're sure that wasn't the same day that you had the conversation? And that wasn't the same conversation?
It could have been. I can't promise you, but I do. I just vividly remember it being on the way to McDonald's.
Okay.
But I may be wrong.
Okay. If you had given a different statement on September 4th, 2024 to the GBI agent that was in the same conversation, would that be correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Either way, when he asked you that question about if I did something terrible, would you still love me? And you said it bothered you. What did you do in response to that?
I asked him, why he would say that, later. And I said, why would you think that I wouldn't love you? And I said, and he said, I don't know. And I said, well, why would you think about doing something terrible? And he said, I don't know, I was just asking.
Okay.
And of course, my first thought was suicide.
Yeah, I can see that.
So I got my car and went up there.
I just want to say, so when I was asking, what, you went up there?
Yeah.
So when you get this phone call, you're down at Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you immediately come up here.
Mm-hmm. The next day.
Okay. And did you make any phone calls to anyone in relation to that?
I did. I called the Advantage Crisis Center in Athens.
Okay.
And talked to them and told them that I was really, really concerned that he was showing signs of manic behavior and talking about hurting, and I didn't want him to hurt himself. And she said, well, you can bring him in.
I'm going to get into that in a second, Your Honor. I am going to ask her that, and I will argue it at that time, but I want to do something else. She's getting a little further along than my question, so I have something else I want to go through before we get to that.
For the moment, then I'll sustain it.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing you what's already been tendered into evidence as State Exhibit number 161. So I'm going to show you that. Showing you State Exhibit number 161. These are some already put in evidence. They're the phone records from Advantage, and it shows that a phone call was made on August 27th at 2:02 p.m. And I want you to look at the number from and tell me, is that your cell phone number?
It is.
Okay. And what is that cell phone number?
425-229-425-5704.
Okay. So those records reflect that you were the one that called at that time of the Advantage case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were talking to Advantage Behavioral, did you tell them kind of what your needs were and what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And were they receptive to that?
Yes.
Okay. Did they talk to you about scheduling of when it would be the most advantageous time and when would be a good time to schedule bringing Colt?
Well, she said...
Without going into what they said,
yeah.
Did they
Yes.
talk about? Did you talk about scheduling?
Can I get you to, I know you're leaning forward, can I get you to pull the mic?
Yeah,
Sure.
you kind of bumped it.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So they talked about that?
Yes.
All right, this time I would tender what they said about scheduling, not the truth of the matter asserted, but to show what she did next, because it's talking about appointment times and things like that.
You're renewing your hearsay.
Correct.
I don't know that we need to know what they told her. You can ask her if she made an appointment or...
No, Your Honor, they told her something specific that she went and told the defendant. And so it's what she did with that information that she got. It's not for the truth of the matter. It's what she understood the process would be to get Colt there, and then what she did with the information of how to get Colt there. Whether or not that how to get Colt there is that information is true or wrong or correct or factual doesn't matter. The words were instructions were given to her, and then she did act on those instructions. So the truth of the instructions aren't as important as the fact that she received them. Well, I mean, that's going to be the evidence of the case. You want me to keep going in front of the jury? Or?
Well, I thought you were indicating you said she Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Can you say that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She then went to Mr. Gray to. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should approach this and argue.
Did you tell him anything about references to Nicholas Cruz?
No.
Did you talk about an assault rifle in the bedroom? Okay. Tell me about what happened when you left the school.
I left the school and fell after I walked out on the sidewalk and broke these 4 fingers on my left hand.
Okay. So as you're leaving the school, you actually fall and break your hand. Okay. So you have to go to the hospital?
I went to the emergency room.
Okay. And at some point, then leave, you go back to Fitzgerald because of that.
They told me at the hospital that I needed to see an orthopedic doctor immediately. And I didn't want to do it up here because I don't live up here. So my younger daughter called and made me an appointment with an orthopedic surgeon for Friday morning.
Okay.
So I left Thursday afternoon.
Thursday. Did you give any instructions or say anything to Colin about Colt?
I did. The counselor had told us about a therapist who was going to be coming to the school. And I told Coley that they were going to send him something to fill out, which they had already sent him and he'd already filled out. And the counselor told me, I told her about Advantage, and she told me that.
Tell me what she told you. What did you tell Colin?
I told him that she told me to tell Colin to wait and see the therapist first. She thought he should wait and see the therapist at the school first. So I told him that, and I also told him that I'd really like to see him go in and take him Saturday.
Okay.
But that was a decision he could make.
Okay.
But he did fill out the thing and send it back. I saw that before I left.
Okay.
And it actually, I think, gotten a response back from the therapist before I left.
Just a second.
Did he tell you that he would take Colt on that Saturday?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he said, when I told him about the therapist, he said, well, maybe I'll wait and do that. And I said, well, that's up to you. I honestly don't remember him saying that he was definitely going to take him.
I want to take your attention to September 2nd.
Okay.
Do you remember that day? Did you have a conversation with Colt about the graphics card again? Did you?
About what?
Did you have a text conversation with Colt again on September 2nd about the graphics card?
Yes.
Let me show you what's in states 158. This is from Colt's phone, Your Honor. Click through those.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And are those accurate as to the text message you received?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to publish those.
Any objection? Same thing. All right. They're admitted to be published. Specifically, I don't know if I've seen these. As I understand it, they're not, Mr. Smith, are they being offered to prove the truth of the text?
This is state line. These are shorter than the other.
Ladies and gentlemen, their mission is to show that these were words that were said for state of mind and just in May. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is him again. Now it says UTC -4. So that time is accurate now because that is us, UTC -4. So at 12:49, he sends you the request graphics card.
Yes.
And you say, I know I told you I would get it after the first of the month. I was assuming you would be steady going to school and getting therapy, but you were not. I honestly cannot justify the purchase when you were staying home, not trying to help yourself. I know you're going to be angry, and I'm truly sorry, but you desperately need to be in school so you don't wind up in trouble. School for 1 month, and then you can have the card. I love you the most.
Yes.
And he responds, fuck you.
Yes.
You ruined me.
Yes.
All of you.
Yes.
And drop dead.
Yes.
Okay. Did you communicate any of this to Colin?
No.
Okay. Did you have any more communications with Colt before September 4th?
I don't think so. I don't have any memory of it.
Okay. Just say. Nothing further.
Ross? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kind of a long trip from Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your grandson.
All right.
I know you told the detectives early on that he was your heart. He was the first grandchild, correct?
Actually, he was the third, but he was the first biological grandchild.
Right. And that you couldn't help it that you pretty much loved him the most. Okay.
Yeah.
How many statements did you give to the police, if you remember? I know you gave one in September, another one in November, another one in January. Did you give any other statements other than those?
Not that I know of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I know of.
Okay. You got a soft voice. Sometimes
I'm
it's hard
sorry.
for me to hear. No, that's fine. Now, when I want to talk about a particular time period, I know that that all of the kids lived with you for a certain period of time. And as you told us, Colin and the kids and Marcy moved out to your mother's home. How long did they live in your mother's home?
I think almost a year.
Okay.
They moved in January, I think, and they moved out in November.
And what year was that, if you remember?
Oh, gosh. 22.
Okay.
They moved down in, I don't know, it was either 20 and 21 or 21 and 22.
Okay.
I got that on that note, but I left it in my purse outside the courtroom.
And your daughter lived in the house once Colin and Colt left. She stayed there. And as you told...
No, actually, they all left.
Okay.
And went
They
to
all
Jefferson.
left and moved to... Okay. But then she came back
She came back with the 2 young
with
ones.
the 2 children. And how long was she there with the 2 children?
She moved back down in November, and it was the next October that they gave the kids to Coley.
Okay.
Let Coley have them, almost a year.
And that was that when COVID started?
No, the first
That
one was when
before.
COVID started.
And when the kids moved back down with you and Marcy, did the kids enter school there?
Yes.
And you helped with that?
Yeah.
And that was what grade for Colt?
Well, Colt was with his daddy.
Okay.
Jenny was in the 6th grade.
Okay.
Coley was in the 1st or 2nd. I can't remember. 2nd, I think.
And when all 3 children go back to live with Colin, did you know that they were registered in school?
No, we helped him register them when they got up there.
Okay. And did Colin talk with you about registering them in school? Okay. So y'all communicated about school and,
Yeah.
and how to get them registered and
Sure.
that sort of thing.
And that was when I called my daughter and asked her to help.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you helped Colin with a number of different things. He would call you about, what do I do with this and how do I handle this. Matter of fact, you co-signed for him to be able to get a truck.
I did.
Okay. And that was a truck that he got after Marcy had torn his other truck up?
Yeah. After she keyed it and he lost his job. So when he found another job, he didn't have a way to go. So I co-signed with him to buy a truck.
And when was that? What year was that she keyed his truck?
23 or 24. It was after she tied me up. It was that November. It was November. I think it might have been 23. I just honestly don't remember which at this point.
Okay. And it was a work truck that she keyed, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a company truck.
Company truck.
Brand new one.
Now, when Colt was in the 8th grade, he was living back in Jefferson with his dad. Did Colin talk with you about how to get him homeschooling?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you help him with that?
We did. We looked into it, but all of the homeschool programs that were offered were already full. And all they could do was put them on a waiting list. Jenny wanted to do homeschool too.
And did your other daughter, Annie, help with that process
She did.
too?
She did.
Do you know whether or not Colt told his father he was enrolled and he was doing the homeschool on the computer?
That I don't know.
Did you ever talk with Colt about that?
No.
Okay.
I do think that his mom told Coley that
Okay.
he was doing it.
And
But I don't
during
know about him.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just said I don't know about Colt saying anything about it.
Okay. During the whole time that he would have been in the 8th grade, how many times did you come up to visit then?
Not as many, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay.
Because the
Would
other
you ever,
kids were with me. Well, no, when he was in 8th grade, they were all up there, so I was up there about every 6 weeks.
okay. And would you talk to Colt as well as the other children about school? Okay.
Coley and I talked a lot about it, what we could do to convince him that he needed to go. I actually talked to somebody at the school about it. And they sent somebody out to the house, but nothing ever happened.
Now, when the police talked with you back in November of 2025, you indicated that your daughter, when she was living there with Jenny and Coley, she was a mess. What drugs do you know that she was on? You ended up telling the officer the drugs that you thought she was on.
I don't think she was on any after she got home because she didn't have any. She was just having withdrawal from the ones that she had been taking.
And did you tell the police that she was taking methamphetamines as well as a number of other drugs?
Tell the police?
I'm sorry?
Did I tell the police that?
In November of 2025, did you tell the police that your daughter Marcy, during that time period, was on a myriad of drugs?
She was. I don't remember telling the police that, but I do know she was on a myriad of drugs.
Page 148.
My memory won't even allow me to remember talking to the police.
No, you can't read my handwriting. Just don't even think about that. I'm going to show you this area right here. Just get you to read that yourself.
God, I said that. I just don't remember I don't remember talking to the police about it.
Okay.
But maybe I did. I just.
Okay. It's been since September 25.
Yeah, I should remember that. September 25. Was that related to when she tied me up?
I'm sorry.
Was that a meeting with the police after she tied me up?
Well, you met with the officers after the incident.
Okay.
Back in September.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you told us earlier about the situation where Marcy tied you up. Did you hear the telephone conversation where Marcy called Colin and told him that she was going to kill him and Colt?
No, she once she tied me up, she left and went to the other end of the house.
Okay.
And she was in and out. I could hear her banging and breaking things, but I couldn't hear a phone conversation.
You didn't hear what? Did you hear that she was on the phone but didn't know what she said?
No, I didn't even hear her on the phone.
Okay. You told the police that she had, and this is going back to September of last year, that she had threatened to kill not only Colin but Colt as well.
Yeah, she told me that.
She told you that?
Yeah, I don't know if she told Coley or not, but she told me that.
And she told who?
Me.
Okay. Do you know whether she told Colin that?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether she told Colt that?
He called me and was upset about it, so somebody told him, but I didn't.
Okay. So Colt called you and was upset that his mother threatened to kill him.
But it was not then, it was a few days later. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's pretty understandable, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was upset because she had threatened to kill him, and he didn't understand why she would want to kill him.
And were you concerned about that?
I was concerned about her saying it. I really didn't put a whole lot of merit in her doing it because she didn't have a gun. But we did call Coley. I think Annie called him and told him she was on her way up there. Or I did, I don't remember. I didn't because I couldn't find my phone.
Okay.
Annie must have.
So he was called and told about what was said.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of the other children know that, Jenny and Coley?
No, I don't know.
Okay. You told us also, the state asked you about some incidents where Marcy and Colt apparently got into it, and she told you that he had stabbed a couch. Is that right? You were not present. Did Colt ever tell you that he did that, or was it just Marcy?
Just Marcy.
Just Marcy. So the only information that you got about him doing that was from Marcy. Marcy always tell you the truth?
No.
You told us also that you had bought Colt a phone. Do you remember approximately when you did that?
It was after he went up to live with his dad when he was in the 7th. I mean, when I brought Marcy and the other kids down.
Okay.
A couple of weeks after that, I bought him one.
Would that have been in 23?
Yeah.
2023?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
And you, as you indicated, you and he would converse on the telephone. You would text and also call and talk. How often would you talk with him on the phone?
Not very often, maybe once a week.
Okay. And how about texting?
About the same. Actually, he called more than he texted.
Okay. You told the police that that Colt was a bright kid.
Yeah. Yes,
Very
sir.
smart. Knew a lot about computers. Very manipulative. Because he knew how to get things out of you. And if he pitched
Yes.
a fit, then you were going to get it for him usually.
Yes.
Okay. So he would use that to manipulate. If he wanted something you weren't getting it, he'd act really angry.
Yeah.
Be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you with him when he'd do that, or would he do that primarily over the phone?
Mostly over the phone.
Okay. Was there ever a time that he got angry when you were there about not buying you something?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
All right. So the only time you remember are things that he would put in text messages or phone calls about the anger.
Yes.
Is that right? Now, when you would come up here, would you go to church with Colin and the kids?
I went once or twice, but most of the time after they moved up here and started, I would come during the week rather than the weekend.
Okay. But
they
you knew that they were attending church?
Yeah. I had been with them several times. It was a great church.
All right. And you knew that Colin was working full-time?
Yes.
You knew that he didn't drink anymore?
Yes.
Did you know anything about the job that he had here? What his work schedule was, how often he'd be away from home?
He'd be away from home every day. They wanted him to work on Saturdays, and he would usually leave the house 6:30 after he got little Coley on the bus. Get home at 6 o'clock
Okay.
at night.
And did you know that he took Coley to school, and then the older kids would have to catch the bus later?
Catch the bus.
So he would not be there when Colt would be supposed to be going to
Right.
school. And from your experience, you found out firsthand that Colt didn't always tell the truth about going to school.
Absolutely.
Okay, because one of these text messages, he was saying that he was at school, and actually he was in the house. And would he do that often? Would he say he was going to school?
He told me every time I asked him he was.
Okay. Did he ever say anything about liking the new school, Appalachia High School? Did he say anything to you about that? Some of these text messages are about Zoloft. Zoloft is for anxiety. And did you believe that he suffered from depression and anxiety?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so therefore, was it your idea or Marcy's idea to give him Zoloft?
Well, Marcy brought it up, and I didn't necessarily support it, but I didn't fight her on it. I didn't try to talk her out of it.
That was not something that Colin suggested.
No.
And how long had Marcy been giving him Zoloft?
She started giving it to him after she went up, when she left rehab. August? No, she left sometime in July.
Okay.
I don't know how long after that she started giving it to him, but
Okay. July or August of
it was July
24?
because it was around the 10th, I think, of July.
All right. Now, you told us that during the 20 years of 24 and 25 that you would come up at least once a month.
I tried to.
And would you talk to Colton more during that period of time than you did earlier?
Yeah.
So you and he would have numbers of conversations. You told us about Christmas. Was it Christmas of 24 or Christmas of 23? I think it came out Christmas of 23, but it was actually Christmas of 24 that he got the gun, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And after he got the gun, did he talk with you about getting things for him for the gun?
No, he just talked about bullets. I'm getting bullets for it.
Okay. Did you end up buying him a strap for the gun?
Buying what?
A strap? You remember getting him anything other than bullets?
I don't. But that, he could have ordered it on Amazon, and I just.
Okay.
But I don't think I did. But honestly, I'd have to go back and check my Amazon order.
I'm sorry.
I said I'll have to go back and check my Amazon orders.
Okay. So would he order sometimes things on Amazon without you knowing it?
No, not usually. I usually did the order, and I didn't let him get on it. But that doesn't mean he didn't do it.
Right.
At some point in time.
Do you know how many bullets you got him?
No, I got him, I think 2 of those things that you put in the gun, magazines, is that what they call them?
Okay.
I think I got him
Magazines?
2 of those, or 3, whatever you could get for $100 or less.
Okay.
Because I had given him $100 for his birthday.
So it may have been magazines that you put the bullets in?
No, they were bullets.
Okay.
They were, I don't know, they were just in a box.
All right. But you don't recall, at this point, anything else that you may have purchased
No.
for him? How about for his computer? You buy him things for the computer?
I did. He liked to take them apart and add new things to them and make them stronger and bigger. And so I actually bought his computer. Marcy asked me if I would get it. Well, actually, she said we would get it together. He wanted one really bad, so I got it.
Was he good with putting the computers together, building things with it, or do you know?
Was he good at what?
Good with matching components up with
Oh, yeah.
the computer.
He'd take them apart and put them back together.
Okay. Did he ever talk with you, or did you ever get any information about him being on what we call the dark web?
No.
Okay. Do you even know what the dark web is?
No, no. Until I heard about the Discord when the FBI.
Well, the whole
That's
web to me is dark, so
yeah.
I understand. But he never talked to you about it. The police also asked you about, I think you told the police that you came down a couple of months before this incident, or maybe a little before that, and cleaned his room.
And
Colt's room.
cleaned his room?
Mm-hmm. And I think you told him when you cleaned the room, you remember seeing the gun was in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked you about what was on the wall. You remember telling them that there was a kind of a flag and a picture of a girl?
Mm-hmm. Looked like a clown.
All right.
Girl with rainbow hair.
And was there anything else on the wall?
There were others on the wall, yeah. But
what?
I didn't look at them. They were all real dark. I have macular, and I don't see well. And he kept his room real dim. But I saw the one of the girl because it was right by the light.
Okay.
And she had on like a pink outfit and rainbow hair.
Okay.
But he did have others on there.
I'm sorry?
He did have other posters on his wall.
Okay. And you didn't know what those were?
I really didn't even look at them.
The times that you were there and you indicated that you saw the gun a few times when you were there, did you see anything different on the wall each time you saw the gun? Okay.
I just didn't pay attention. You know, like I said, he's had posters on his wall all these years, and it was usually dark when I'd go in. He wouldn't have anything on but his monitor. And I'd flip the light switch on, but it was a real dim wattage, and I just, you know, it was just all dark to me.
And did you see anything that you thought might be disturbing on the wall? Okay.
Nothing but the gun.
I'm sorry? Nothing but the
gun. Mm-hmm.
And you knew that that Colin had purchased this gun. Do you know when he bought it?
He bought it, I think maybe in November.
Okay.
Before Christmas.
Bought it before Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you there when he gave it to Colt?
No, he gave it to him at Christmas.
Okay. You were not there at Christmas?
No, I didn't come up until a couple of days after Christmas.
So you don't have any idea what Colin may have told Colt about the gun?
No.
The state went over a number of text messages with you. Did you ever share any of those text messages with Colin?
No.
One of the text messages was Colt saying that she lied. I didn't say anything about killing you. That came from Marcy. Is that right? And Colt indicated that he did not say that.
He would know what?
Colt said he did not say that. Is that correct? Okay. Did you share that text with Colin?
No.
I know we heard about the graphics card also. He got upset with you again because you weren't buying him what he wanted? Okay. And every time he would go through this scenario, would you have another conversation and he'd tell you that he loved you? Okay. So we're just kind of his modus operandi to try to get you to buy something.
That's right.
when he talked about hurting someone, did you tell that to Colin?
I don't think I did.
But you said you told that to the counselor at the school.
Yeah. And if I told Coley, I don't remember.
All right. And you also told us that on the 27th, when you went over to talk about the therapy, they told you that the best time would have been Saturday. They didn't tell you that was the only time.
No, they said you could come anytime, and I said, well, Coley works all week. And she said Saturday would be better because most people don't even know we're open on Saturday.
Okay.
And she could get him in, he could get him in real quick.
So Saturday would be the best time, but he could come anytime.
Yeah.
Because they're available anytime. And did you tell that to Colin?
I did.
You never had another conversation with Colt after September the 2nd. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You also told us that you got some forms from the school, and you gave those to Colin, and he filled them out and turned them in.
Actually, they emailed them to him.
Emailed, okay. And did he tell you that he had filled them out?
Yeah, he filled them out before I even left to go home.
Okay,
And
so-
I think he had gotten a response back from the therapist, too.
So he had done that quickly?
Yeah, and he was supposed to, Colt was supposed to see her on Thursday.
Okay. I just wanted to clear up, who called you to ask you to come and pick Marcy up?
Colt.
Colt, okay, not Colin?
No.
Colt.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was you and your husband and Marcy that came up? Oh, well,
No.
Marcy was already
Yeah,
here,
Marcy
I'm
was
sorry.
here, yeah.
But it was you and your husband to get Marcy.
Yeah.
And when y'all came in the house, did you go to his room?
To Colt's room?
Colt's? Mhm.
Mm-mm. I thought he was in school.
Okay.
And he always kept his door shut, so I never even checked.
And where was Marcy?
Marcy was in the living room when we got there.
Okay. And Marcy didn't even know that he had gone to school or had not gone to school?
Apparently not. Or if she did, she didn't say anything.
Okay. After that, when you went to pick her up, she wasn't real happy about that, was she? Did you and she talk at all after that much?
About what had happened?
About anything?
On the way home, not much.
And after you got home, did she discuss with you anything that Colt may have told her? Not saying what he told her, but did she discuss anything that Colt had told her?
She told me that Colt had gotten angry with her and had shoved her and had gotten his gun and pushed her with the gun.
Did she tell you that she had gotten the gun?
No.
Okay. So you weren't there, and that was just her statement?
That's right, both of them. I wasn't there for either, any of it.
Okay. And the question is, after you got back home with Marcy, did she ever discuss anything that Colt may have told her during any of the time period leading up to September the 4th?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Your Honor. So when you bought those bullets for Colt, wasn't that with the defendant's permission?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, you said earlier that you, on the way up, after Colt had told you that, asked you, would you still love me if I did something terrible, you called Advantage Crisis in Athens. Where did you get that information about that place existing?
From Marcy.
Okay. And had she been searching for places like that?
She had found that one.
Okay.
She said she thought it was probably the best one for him.
Okay. And why is that? What was special about this place?
Because it was in-house. They would take him immediately, and they would keep him whatever length of time they felt they needed to figure out what was going on.
So it was an inpatient kind of place?
Inpatient, yeah.
Okay. And were you in conversations with Colin during this time period about Colt needing to be inpatient?
Yeah, well, I don't remember if we discussed being inpatient. We had discussed at length trying to find some therapy for him.
Okay. But that's why Advantage was the place that you were looking for because of the inpatient. And then when you talked to Advantage, did they tell you, did you describe to them Colt's symptoms and his issues? And did they tell you that they would be able to help him? I'm sorry, it's just a yes thing again.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
They said Coley could just walk in the door with him.
Okay. And it didn't have to be that Saturday.
No.
It could be any day.
Yep.
And you told Colin that he could take him at any time.
Well, I told him that Saturday was the best day for him to take him because there wasn't anybody there. I really didn't say you could take him any time.
Okay. But you told him Saturday.
All week, so
he worked during the week, so Saturday just sounded like a good idea. Okay. And you asked him to please take him that Saturday. Okay.
I told him I didn't ask him to please. I told him I thought it would be a good idea if he did. But if he didn't, to make sure that he would just go Thursday so he could see the therapist.
Right, because the therapist at the school doesn't work if Colt's not at school.
Yeah.
When the situation that you were talking about on Cross where Colt shoved Marcy to the ground while he was holding the rifle, did Colin text you that day saying, I need you to call, I'm at work, something's happening at the house? Do you remember that?
He did text me that, but I don't remember if it was that day, but yeah.
Okay, so he was aware of that incident?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember when he texted me to call him.
Okay.
I don't remember if it was that day or not.
Okay, do you remember him telling you about the shoving down, Colin telling you about it?
No, I just remember Colt telling me.
Okay, you don't remember Colin texting you?
I don't.
It's a lot of stuff happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that sometimes
it would
you're...
be in my text.
Okay. Is it fair to say that sometimes your memory's not...
Yes.
Okay.
I'm 76, yes.
Is it possible that sometimes you can I'm trying to think of the word. I'm getting older too. You confuse different issues, different times with, and sometimes put the same things at the same time that were different.
That's kind of leading. I'm 83, and I feel for it, but still.
Yes, Your Honor. We're talking. Well, Your Honor, I do believe I'm allowed to lead a little bit when we're talking about her lack of memory and not being able to answer the questions I'm giving. I'm allowed a little bit of leeway under those circumstances.
Well, just re-ask the last, reword the last question.
Is it possible that you have issues sometimes putting two different memories together?
Yes.
Okay.
But if I can continue, I do remember Coley and I communicating that day.
Okay.
Because I remember him saying, please don't bring Charlie up here with you. That's my husband. Because he was afraid something would happen.
And that
it was a valid fear.
And that's the day that Colt shoved Marcy down.
I remember now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple of things to take from that. You knew that Colt and his dad, Colin, went hunting. You knew that that Colt had killed his first deer back in, was it 23 or 24?
23, I think.
And matter of fact, they sent you a video of that. Okay. And so you knew that that his dad and Colt bonded over hunting. They did other things. They played golf, correct? But that was one thing that they bonded over, was shooting. And did Colin tell you that he would take Colt to the firing range?
Okay. I'm going to check. This is beyond the scope of regret.
Well, he brought up the bullets.
It is, but I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
That's all I had to do.
Okay. Is she excused?
Please, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Free to go. Yep.
Thank you.
Who is the state next witness?
Vicki Lee, Your Honor. You need me to take a break before?
No, sure. There is. You need a restroom break or raise your hand if you do. Yes, sir.
They call Vicki Lee the same, Your Honor. Just look back there. Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you give now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Vicki Lee.
And where do you work, ma'am?
I currently used to work for Advantage Behavioral Health
Okay. And where is that located at?
in Athens, Georgia.
And what does Advantage Behavioral Health do?
It is a mental health facility. We do behavioral health assessments on ages from 4 up until whatever adult age, but we do mental health evaluations there and also substance abuse evaluations.
Okay. And what did you do when you worked there?
I was the business manager. I was the manager of the clinic
Okay. And where was that located at?
in Athens, Georgia.
Okay. Do you have a phone system at Advantage Behavioral?
We do.
Okay. And does this record calls when they come in, not the contents of them, but record like the numbers of who called and what time they called?
We do.
Okay. And are they kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And do they do this recording contemporaneous in time as to when it happens?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show you what Mark states in 161. Yes, if you identify that. So I think what we're looking for is page 3.
Okay.
Are those business records from Advantage?
It is.
Okay. And were those given out as a result of a subpoena from our? Okay.
Yes, they were.
And was there a phone call made on August 27th? Excuse me.
No objection, 161?
No objection. It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yes, there was a phone call that was made.
Okay. And what was the phone number that it came from?
I can see on here, but I don't remember specifically, but there's a number here. If you wanted me to read that one, that I don't know specifically.
Yes.
The number that it came from was 229-425-5704. Okay, thanks.
And I know you don't know the contents of that, but let's talk a little bit about Advantage Behaviorals. Are y'all open on Saturdays?
Yes, we are.
Okay. If someone was to bring in a child of 14, what would be the procedure for that?
Typically, what happens is we get all of their information. We always do, every child that comes in, we always do a behavioral health assessment.
Okay.
So that's the primary thing that comes in. If there's anything else that happens after that, we will make that decision at that time.
Okay. Do they have to be brought in by a parent?
They do.
Okay. If someone were to bring in on a Saturday, or do they need an appointment to come in?
No, you don't need an appointment.
Okay. For this behavioral assessment, what would happen if someone, if a child around the age of 14 came in and presented with symptoms that they were cutting themselves with a knife?
Typically, at that particular time, once we do the behavioral health assessment with the therapist, typically, more than likely, we will require a mandated referral to a psychiatric hospital, which what we typically call is a 1013. They are not allowed to leave our facility unless they have to take them to that psychiatric hospital. They are not allowed to leave our facility until that has been done.
Okay. What if they presented with physical violence to parents, such as pushing or hitting?
If we have deemed that it is an unsafe environment, we don't allow the child to go back with that parent because we do believe that the child needs to be safe and it needs to be a safe environment also between the child and the parent.
Okay. What about property damage, like if the child was putting holes in doors or breaking windows?
All of those would be concerning to a therapist at our facility. Also, if they're having the conversations with the parent and also the child, sometimes at that point we do make that recommendation to be 1013.
Okay. And again, 1013 is inpatient?
Yes, it is.
What about if the child presented with panic attacks?
That would not necessarily require a 1013, but it just determines what is actually discussed with that therapist at the time.
Okay. What if they said phrases like, I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do?
So those are type of situations or conversations that we primarily would look at. Those types of things, we would kind of, at that particular time, kind of decide if that child would need to go to a psychiatric facility. Most of what we do is homicidal ideation, suicidal ideations. If it is a plan, they have a plan and things of that nature. Those are typically red flags for us.
Okay. What if you find out they have a specific fascination with school shooters?
That would definitely be a red flag for us.
Okay. And what if you found out they also had access to firearms?
That would be a red flag too.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Lee. For the jury, what's a custodian of records? What is a custodian of records?
Medical records.
You said you're the custodian of records for Advantage Behavioral Health?
I'm the business manager for
Business manager.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the records at that practice?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
So as far as my education, I do have education in medical billing and coding.
Okay.
So I do have an associate degree in that.
Okay. And I don't mean this, but just to make sure I'm not getting the roles mixed up, you're not a therapist at Advantage
I am
Behavioral
not a
Health?
therapist, no. But I've managed a therapist, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that must be fun. Okay. So according to this, there were 3 phone calls from this particular phone number. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it lists the duration of the phone calls by seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But as you testified earlier, you're not sure what the contents of those were.
Once we were able to talk to the staff, it was determined that what happened was we got a phone call from someone inquiring about I don't know if I'm supposed to say the names or not, but they called about him. They called our crisis line, which we do have an on-site psychiatric facility. So there, that call was transferred to our main office, which we service kids.
And how were you able to determine that?
Determine what exactly?
Well, you just said that someone called about this particular person and it was forwarded to this particular. Where are you getting that information from?
So we got it from the phone records.
From the phone records, but how do you know what the contents of the phone call was?
Because we can actually hear the recording.
Oh, you have a recording of it?
Well, not this right here, but yes, our phone calls are recorded.
Your phone calls are recorded, but you don't have any recordings of these 3 phone calls? Is that correct?
Not that, to my knowledge, we don't.
Okay,
yes.
Gotcha.
But I do know that this was talking to our staff. They do recall the conversations, the call that was transferred to them. They all remember.
Who was the staff you spoke to?
I didn't speak to. I don't remember. These people no longer work there.
All right, so Judge, I'm going to object that would be hearsay, and I would ask that to be struck and the jury be instructed not to consider that.
You have a response?
I didn't, but listen, I wasn't asking the question.
I understand. I mean, testimony has to be based on first-hand knowledge. I'll ask the jury to disregard the comments that came from staff that they're going to.
Okay. Now, you were talking about a 1013, which is an involuntary commitment.
It's not involuntary. It is voluntary.
It is voluntary.
Yes.
So you can't hold the person
Well,
if they don't want to be there?
For a child, we can't. Because we are not allowed to let that child leave our facility once we have 1013 now.
Okay. And you said that could be based on an unsafe environment.
It can be. It just determines what the therapist decides at that particular time. If they feel like it's an unsafe, if the child is going to do harm to himself or others at that particular time, yes.
Okay. And that would obviously be based on conversations with the child and with whoever else was there. Is that correct? Okay. And when you were referencing an unsafe environment in regards to who you had been given some examples by the state, if one parent was abusing the child, that would be considered an unsafe environment.
It would be.
Okay. Now, is it still considered an unsafe environment once that parent has been removed, for example, from that home by, say, defects?
It would not be if that particular parent was still, if that parent is still in the home, of course it would be an unsafe environment. Yes.
Okay. All right. And if you interviewed a child and he or she presented no symptoms, that child would not be 1013,
no,
correct?
but we do have a safety plan. We do have to have a safety plan. Anytime anyone comes into our facility, we do have to have a safety plan in order for them to leave.
So everyone, well, let me clarify that first before we move on. So anyone that comes in for some information gets a safety plan, or does there have to be a screening first?
Once you're being seen. Once you're being seen, if you do speak with a therapist and we do a behavioral health assessment, at that particular time, we always develop a safety plan.
So everyone gets a safety plan who sees a therapist?
Yes.
Okay. And you said y'all are open typically on Saturdays.
We are.
Are you open on holidays as well?
We are typically open on holidays, as far as like Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Right.
Now, our office is not open, but our inpatient hospital is 24 hours.
Okay. And so you'd be open, obviously, Monday through Friday as well?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Hang on, ask you, excuse.
Thank you, ma'am. Free to go.
It's pretty long.
I think I see a hand in. Is that right? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10 to 15 minute break. when is the witness that you anticipate the big notebooks that I mentioned before with them reviewing ahead of time?
I have at least another day of witnesses before we get to her.
Okay.
Maybe a day and a half, maybe 2 days.
So there's little we can accomplish with the jury anyway, unless she walks in and if you had to predict, when do you think the state might rest? What do you think? Do you have any sort of idea?
We would believe Wednesday. We have probably, I believe, 9 witnesses left, but they are all fairly lengthy except for one, I believe.
And I know that we had talked about jury charges, but obviously things should accelerate. We'll have those to you first thing Monday morning.
Okay.
We have the dates, but we anticipate having ours ready Monday morning. And so you can start.
Yes.
Yes, first.
All right. Is there any reason I shouldn't release the jury today?
If you want to be done by 4:30.
But we would ask that we remain in the courtroom so that we can address Ms. Gray.
I think we'll have enough time to go through the book and everything and make whatever objections we want to.
Get started on that.
All right. Is there anything you want me to tell the jury other than just
tell me we have some lawyer stuff to do. We're going to get an early release on Friday.
Just tell them the state can't get their witness here.
Oh, well, we're getting her here. It's going to take a little longer than we thought.
We just don't know what card
Judge, when she does get here, I think you're going to have to charge her with the fact that she is still married to Colin, so there's a marital privilege. She's going to have to waive that on the record. So I think we need to, I don't know whether she needs a lawyer with her to do that, but I think we need to do that when she gets here.
I don't believe that is the case, Your Honor. I don't think legally she has to waive the marital privilege on the record. I think that would be something, an antiquated view of that statute. I think it has changed since then.
Well, it's been a minute since I looked at it, so I need to look at it anyway.
So you just did that on another murder case that I had.
Okay.
My wife testified to that.
All right, if you want to go ahead and remove it. You don't want to be held in contempt for not coming. You don't want deputies to be sent out to find you.
Oh, no.
You don't want to be put in jail for contempt.
I'll be here on Sunday.
All right. So I'm gonna should be here by 8:15 Monday morning.
Sure.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and then check in with the DA's office when you get here.
Yes, sir.
Anything else we need to address with Ms. Gray?
Nothing was there.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Anything that y'all need me to do to help pave the path for a smooth presentation on Monday? I know y'all may need to look at some things. You may need to talk, but we're not ready for me to do anything. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I think you indicated the larger notebooks that y'all needed to review, that's not being presented until, it's not on Monday.
Correct. It'll be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going
I'm going through it right now anyway, just
Right.
get an idea of where I need to.
as long as the deputies will let us do that.
This is not one
Okay.
of those. These are four records. This isn't one.
Yeah,
Colin.
I was going to go through these two.
Are there any, with respect to Ms. Gray, are there any objectionable documents that you're going to need rulings on that could take time like some of these others have?
Probably not. I think we've kind of gone.
For Ms. Gray?
Yeah, for Ms. Gray.
I don't believe so.
For most of it.
I don't believe so for Ms. Gray.
Right.
And I think for the remainder of the witnesses, other than Investigator Dillon, we won't be introducing much evidence beyond interviews. Right about that.
Right.
All right. So anything else y'all need me for?
One quick thing with one of the deputies in the state.
Okay.
cameras, did you have an idea about?
Have any specialized training in Google records?
Yes. Yes. All right, so this temperature's perfectly not a fever. It's 11.7. I don't remember those thermometers being super accurate, but an option I have is putting him in the chair on the end, cleaning the chair in the area where he was sitting, keep him in the other jury room today, having let me know if he's feeling bad so that every 2 or 3 days of deliberations. Thank you, Terry.
Your cell phone as a whole can have GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and then as well as any kind of digital media can also provide location data.
And have you had any specialized training in working with cell phone extractions?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
So we use a company or a program called Cellbrite to do not only our extractions but our analysis of the evidence. And then within that company, they provide numerous amounts of trainings. So I've had anything from mapping forensic artifacts, searching for digital footprints, forensic techniques for investigators, recreating user activities, search warrants and digital evidence, just to name a few.
And do you have any specialized training in Google records or mapping location data?
For Google records, since there is so much data that can be obtained from Google, they do provide specialized training. There's a previous member from the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force that puts on a training for Google and Apple records specifically, and so I've taken training with that.
And what about with mapping of location data?
There are a couple different programs out there that we use to map location data. The one that we started with when I started at the Bexar County District Attorney's Office was known as CellHawk. So CellHawk provided training in order to how to use the program itself, what types of records were able to be uploaded, how to analyze those records. We've also moved to a new company, I guess you could say, to map the records called Accurate Tracks. It's through LexisNexis, and I did take a 40-hour course on that, learning how to use that program.
And do you hold any certifications related to digital forensic analysis?
I do. I am a member of the ICAC Task Force, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, focuses on child exploitation and child pornography. And then I also am certified cybercrime examiner.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of digital forensic analysis?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
3 times.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to qualify Investigator Goland as an expert in digital forensic analysis.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you assigned to aid in the investigation of the case involving the Appalachia school shooting?
I was.
And how did you become involved in that?
Initially, just from the start, I was in more of an assisting role. So the lead agencies being the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation were on the front end. And then my role was more as the evidence kept coming in to start analyzing that evidence and seeing if there was anything additional that we may need.
And did you do additional search warrants to get additional evidence?
I did.
Did you also, and we'll get more into this in a minute, create a summary of the evidence that you reviewed?
I did.
Okay, let's start with the additional records you obtained. What categories of records did you get?
I did get some financial records and then some online schooling records, as well as academy sports and outdoor records.
And as far as financial records, what financial records did you collect?
I did get the Wells Fargo bank records, and the academy sports and outdoor would be considered financial records.
What or whose records were the Wells Fargo bank records for?
They were for the defendant's bank account.
And based on your review of the financial records and the digital evidence, who used the bank account that was listed under Colin Gray?
It appeared to be the defendant.
Describe the time frame of those records.
We requested the time frame from November of 2022 until the incident date in September of 2024.
When you received those records, were they accompanied by a business record certification?
They were.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to go ahead and introduce an evidence case exhibit 186, which are the Wells Fargo bank records for Colin Gray under the business records exception.
Whose witness is this?
No objection.
All right. One, you said 186?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
Okay, so I am going to pull up that record and, or not the entirety, but just kind of explain, how do we know this is Colin Gray's record?
So this is a cover sheet that we receive once we get bank records. So you see the Wells Fargo logo at the top on the last page. But then this, it says Wells Fargo, and it has the name on the account and the address associated with the account and the account number itself.
Okay. And then I'm going to pull up, what does this page show us?
This shows just like your everyday statement, your bank statement.
Okay. Zoom in a little bit. Can you tell us the columns that when we're reviewing the Wells Fargo records so the jury kind of understands it?
Yes, on the left-hand side is the date and that's the date that it posted to the account. Some transactions will take a couple days to post to your account. Check number if a check was deposited, description of the purchase, and then the next column will be deposits and additions, and then the next one withdrawals and subtractions, and then your ending daily balance.
Okay. So you also mentioned you got Academy records, and again, whose Academy records did you get?
I got the Academy records that match the debit card number on the Wells Fargo bank account.
And describe the time frame for those records.
Those were just for the year of 2024.
When you received those records, were they accompanied by business record certification as well?
They were.
You're right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 187, which are the Academy records for Colin Gray's debit card.
No objection.
187 is included.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. And then were other financial records obtained by another investigator in the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
What were those?
Those were Amazon records.
And whose Amazon records were those for?
For the defendant's account.
Okay. And I'm going to actually, we're going to go through Academy and Amazon real quick to kind of orient the jury. Tell us, these are what kind of records?
These are from Academy Sports and Outdoor. So this is what we get back when we write a search warrant for these records. And you'll see kind of the top left, the date and time, and then the middle at the top, the associate, the transaction amount, and then in the middle, you'll see the items that were purchased, the item price, and then at the bottom, you'll see debit card and the account number associated, and then at the very bottom of the page is the actual store that it was purchased from.
Okay. And then I'll pull up Amazon records. I'm going to zoom in and tell the jury about the Amazon records.
The Amazon records come back in a spreadsheet, so it's listed by the site it was from, which was obviously Amazon, the order date, the order time, the customer name, the item description, the price, the total that the buyer was charged, and the ship date.
Okay. And based on your review of the digital evidence as well as the Amazon records, who had access to this Amazon account?
The defendant.
And tell us how you know that.
Within a lot of the different records that I analyzed in this case, Colt Gray, the son of the defendant, would request the defendant to purchase items from Amazon. So he would send through text messages, will you buy this, that sort of thing.
Okay. And these, for the record, are State Exhibit 162. So did you also obtain some Google records?
I did.
Okay, and whose Google records did you obtain?
In this case, I obtained the defendant's as well as Marcy Gray's.
And what records, particular in the Google, were relevant to this case?
Email, search history, and web history.
What was the time frame of these records?
These were, again, just for the year of 2024.
And were these records also accompanied by business record certification when you received them?
They were.
And you're right, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence Exhibit 188 under the business records exception.
And are these Colin Gray or Marcy Gray?
These are of Colin Gray, correct?
That's correct.
Any objection, Mr. Holmes?
Judge, we would ask for a standing objection based on our objections from yesterday, but other than that, no objection. Does that make sense?
I don't remember us addressing Google records.
Not the Google records, but I know the other ones are coming up that we don't have to keep doing that.
Okay. But just so that I'm clear, your objections at some break from the jury, or we addressed yesterday, I ruled on those, and you just want to preserve that objection?
Yes, sir.
All right. Done.
Thank you, Judge.
So are they admitted, Your Honor?
188 is.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to pull up a page from Google, again, just to orient the jury to what these records look like.
This portion of the Google records is from the web history. You'll see kind of like the top is the kind of the URL that's associated. It says visited, which means that that was a particular URL that was actually accessed. And at the time, it shows the date and time as well.
Okay. Let me get your thought. Go ahead and approach. I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear. Just put on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So, I believe the last set of records you obtained were additional online school records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of getting those records?
There was a statement made in the evidence that I reviewed where the defendant had signed or enrolled his son in online schooling.
Okay. And what schools did you attempt to get records from?
I believe it was Georgia Connections and Georgia Virtual.
And on the school records notebook, we also have State Exhibit 189 and 190 in there. And are those the records for Georgia Connections and Georgia Virtual?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, were they also accompanied by a business record certification?
They were.
All right. This time I would introduce an evidence State Exhibit 189 and 190.
No objection. All right. 188, 190.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'll get into these a little more in a little bit, but just generally, was Colt ever enrolled in either of those schools?
No.
Okay. And did another investigator get the other online public school records in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was that Georgia Cyber Academy?
It was.
Okay. And was Colt ever enrolled in that?
No, he was not.
Okay. All right. So let's move to the summary. You mentioned summarizing digital evidence. In this particular case, what form did that summary take?
A PowerPoint presentation.
And have you made a list, I guess, in the PowerPoint presentation of the digital evidence and other evidence that we're going to go through in this presentation?
I did.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that summary. We're going to start with the first four. And this is essentially so every time we talk about evidence, we don't have to say the exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So are these the four different types of records we just talked about? Wells Fargo bank records, Academy Sports records, Amazon purchase records, and Independence Google records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so those are all in this summary?
That's correct.
Okay. And then as far as Amazon purchase records, I'm showing you what's marked as exhibits 211.1 to 211.5. What are those?
These are photographs from Amazon.
And are they, and tell me how they are related to Amazon.
So with the Amazon records, they also produce what's called an Amazon standard identification number, which is kind of like a serial number or like a barcode you see when you're shopping for something at a store. And then so I took that number from the records and then put that into Amazon, and it would give me the exact photograph and item that was being purchased through the records.
And are these photos of items that were purchased by Colin Gray?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'm going to introduce an evidence takes exhibits 211.1 through 211.5.
No objection.
All right. 211.1 through 211.5.
Okay. And then the next set of records are the cell phone extractions. What data from the cell phone extractions are in the PowerPoint?
Anything from calls, text messages, photographs, web history, search history, application usage logs, I believe location data as well.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up a text conversation just so you can kind of show the jury how the texts populate on the summary. Can you tell us kind of what the green means and what the blue means?
Yeah, so when you do an extraction from Cellbrite, the program I was telling you about earlier, it will produce it in this manner. So it'll produce it in blue and green messages. And the green essentially will be the owner of the device, and the blue will be the recipient of the text.
Okay. And then did you also kind of create a phone key of the various members of the Gray family?
I did.
I'm going to show that now. So tell us about what this phone key shows and just kind of talk us through it.
Okay, so at the top, the name, so I have the categories name, phone number, contact name, and the defendant's phone, and then the dates the phone number was used. So the name on the first one is Colin Gray. This was the phone number that was associated with the records, and it was from March of 2024 until May 6th of 2024. The next one below that is also Colin Gray with a different phone number. This was a work phone number, and it started May 7th of 2024 until September 4th of 2024. The next one down is Marcy Gray. It is the same number as the one at the top. I know that seems confusing, but she used the phone once she was here in Barrow County. And so those dates are from July 6th, 2024 until August 16th of 2024. And it was listed in the defendant's phone as boo-boo/home. The one below that, again, Marcy Gray, this was the number that she used when she was in Fitzgerald from August 17th, 2024 to September 5th of 2024. And then we have Deborah Polhamus, which is the defendant's mother-in-law, and she's listed as Mamu. And then we have Jenny Gray, listed as Jenny Reen, March 22nd, 2024 through September 5th. And then Colt Gray, the first one being March 10th, 2024 to August 11th, 2024. And then the last one is a new phone number from August 11th, 2024 to September 2024.
Okay. All right, and then we have additional records that we're going through that are also going to be in this presentation. So you have listed Enlightenment Counseling Records, which is Exhibit 142, Discord Records, Exhibit 163, Mike's Gun Range Records, Exhibit 164, DNR Gun Range Logs, which is Exhibit 165, Georgia Cyber Academy, Exhibit 166, CDR Records from Verizon, Exhibit 167, Georgia Connection Records, Exhibit 189, and then Georgia Virtual Records, Exhibit 190. And does that essentially show all the records that are included in this summary presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, were the records you summarized voluminous?
Yes.
Okay, and kind of, I guess to illustrate for the jury how much information is in each cell phone extraction, can you kind of give us an illustration?
So, there's a lot of information in each of the cell phone extractions, as you said. For example, one phone extraction, if we were to print it out, in this case, was a little over 39,000 pages. So just for like a visual, the 3-ring binders that we have up here, this one's the largest one, which is 3 inches, and it holds approximately 500 pages. So if we were to print out one phone extraction, it would be about 78 binders. So a lot of information.
So is that essentially impossible to print out everything?
Without killing a bunch of trees, yes.
Okay. And so because of the voluminous amount of this information, will a summary of this information assist the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And how is the PowerPoint organized?
It's chronologically by date.
Okay. And kind of tell us how the jury can see what date we're talking about. I mean, obviously we'll say it, but just if they need to reorient themselves to the date.
Yes, on each slide in the top left-hand corner will be a blue circle, and that will be the date that we're talking about. So if we're talking for a long time and the date's not being remembered, then it's on the top left-hand corner of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And the PowerPoint that you have created, is it digitally on this hard drive?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 191 as a summary of the evidence.
No objection.
All right, 191's a do.
Okay, so before we present the PowerPoint, I want to go through some basic kind of background information. What's the time frame for the PowerPoint presentation?
Overall, I started with November of 2023, and that was because this was the first month in which the defendant had custody of all 3 of his children.
Okay. And then there, in the presentation, I know we talked about the text bubbles. Are there also some timeline extractions that we display?
There are.
Can you kind of tell the jury what that is?
So a timeline extraction is produced, again, by Cellbrite, and what it is kind of a date of each one phone extraction. So one binder is one from one phone extraction. So one binder will be the defendant's phone extraction, one binder will be Marcy Gray's, one binder will be Colt Gray's, and one binder will be Jenny Gray's. Within that binder, it's by date according to the PowerPoint. And so the timeline extraction is for each of those dates and what's all included in those dates as a whole.
And when you do a timeline extraction, and it includes, text messages, call logs, web searches, are some things duplicated on the timeline extraction?
They can be, yes.
And why would that be?
The phone extraction will pull from different sources. So it can pull from the surface part of the phone if it's a phone call, and then in the file system, like deeply hidden, it can pull from that as well. So you might see it duplicated.
And I want to talk briefly about the times that are displayed on the records. I'm going to look back, show you the Amazon records, and tell us what time frame this is in.
So where it says order time, the first one says 19:51 and 5 seconds, UTC. So UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated, and it's just kind of the generic time that is used to regulate the clocks all around the world. We here are in Eastern Standard Time, so when we have to go through all these records that are produced in UTC, we also have to convert them to Eastern Standard Time.
And for the majority of the records, are they in Eastern Standard Time in the presentation?
They are, yes, they're converted.
And what would it look like to show that they're in Eastern Standard Time when you see that UTC on the time?
So in order to convert them, Eastern Standard Time is 5 hours behind UTC in the winter months, and then 4 hours behind in the summer months. So in this, you will see UTC -5 or UTC -4, which means the records have been converted, and those are in Eastern Standard Time.
And anytime you refer to a time, are you going to refer to an Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and publish the PowerPoint. Now, I know you mentioned that you started in November. We talked a little bit about May of 2023 first?
Yes.
And what happened generally in May of 2023?
This was when an FBI tip came to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in reference to a potential threat of school shooting, and the Jackson County investigators went out to the defendant's home to speak with him.
Okay. Now, based on the phone key that we just saw, is it accurate that we don't have any phone extraction data from this time frame?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can't see any text messages or phone calls that were happening around this time?
That's correct.
Okay. During your review, did you find a text message related to this investigation?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and show that. And who is this text from and to, and tell me the time of the text.
So this is from it's the number ending in 8572. It says me, which is the owner of the phone, which would be Marcy Gray at this time. And then to the number ending in 2768, Coley Jr., and this would have been the defendant at this time as his phone had already been taken.
Okay. And what did Marcy say to the defendant?
What the heck is this? I keep reading that the FBI investigated Colt last May about making online threats about a school shooting. It says they talked to you too. And this was September 5th at 12:12 p.m.
Okay. And the attachment, I'll pull that up, but what generally is that?
An article, a news article.
Or the
FBI tip.
Okay. And that was released around this time?
It was.
Okay. And and you've reviewed the statements from the defendant as well in preparing your summary presentation?
I have.
Investigator Smith's interview with the defendant was around 3:30 on September 5th. Was this sent to him before that interview?
It was.
Okay. All right. So we are now moving to November of 2023. Tell us what's important or relevant from this month.
This is when the purchase of the 6R rifle
and
that was used. That was used in the shooting of Appalachia.
Okay. And I will pull up these records. And again, which records are these?
These are the Wells Fargo bank records from the defendant's account.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up November 13th, one of the transactions on the defendant's Wells Fargo records. Can you tell me what that transaction is?
It's a purchase authorized on November 11th from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $350.
And what is Mike's Gun Room?
It's just a local gun shop here in Winder that sells firearms, ammunition, and firearms-related accessories.
And what kind of records do they keep?
They keep the records when a firearm is purchased, and that's a form that's used by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau.
So if something other than a firearm is purchased, do they have any records to that effect?
They do not.
Okay. And so for November 13th, that was authorized on November 11th. Do we know specifically what was purchased?
We do not.
On this date. Is $350, would that be consistent with the down payment of a 6-hour rifle?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now moving to our next transaction from November 17th, tell us what that shows us.
This is a purchase authorized November 17th from Mike's Gunroom in Winder for $559.50.
And then is the total between $559 and $350, would that be consistent with the price of a 6-hour rifle?
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain information about what was purchased on November 17th?
Yes.
And what did you obtain?
This also included the form that I spoke about from the ATF, which is a legal record when you transfer a firearm.
Okay. And we're going to display that firearms transaction form. Okay, and then we're going to zoom in kind of on the top and the bottom. All right, so what does this form tell us? And kind of explain it through the record there.
As an overall, it gives the what type of weapon it is, the model, the serial number, the type, the caliber, how many are being transferred on this particular date, and also the buyer's full name and address is also included, and then a signature and a date at the bottom of the page.
Okay, and then who bought this firearm and what was the date?
Colin Gray, the defendant, November 17th of 2023.
Okay. And then as far as the serial number, were you able to compare that to the serial number of the gun used in the Appalachian shooting?
I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show that. Okay. And is that picture that is displayed below there, is that one of the crime scene photos from the Appalachian High School?
It is.
Okay, and what evidence number is that?
111.141.
Okay. And when you're looking at the serial number on the gun that was obtained from Appalachia, as well as the one from the financial transaction or the firearm transaction record, are they the same?
They are the same.
Okay. And let me go back real quick to the actual record. So this has a address on it of 954 River Mist Circle. Based on your review of the evidence, where was the defendant living on November 17th of 2023?
At 896 Harrison Mill in Bethlehem.
And have you had an opportunity to also get the lease from that address?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time frame did the defendant move based on that lease?
I believe it was June 22nd of 2023.
Okay. All right. So we are going to have a couple more questions about the firearms transaction record. On that, does it list a particular law?
It does.
And what law is that?
It's the Gun Control Act.
And what is the Gun Control Act? What type of law is that?
It just regulates who can purchase a firearm based on different things.
And what age do you have to be under the Gun Control Act to purchase a firearm?
For rifles, it's 18 years old, and for handguns, it's 21 years old.
And what age do you have to be to purchase ammunition?
It's the same for ammunition, 18 for rifles and 21 for handguns.
And under that same act, are you allowed to purchase a firearm for someone else, or do you have to purchase it for yourself?
You have to purchase it for yourself.
And was that one of the questions that was listed on this form?
It is on this page 21A, and it's checked yes.
Okay, and does that mean it was indicating that Mr. Gray purchased it for himself?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to move to December of 2023. So this is a month after the purchase of the 6-hour rifle. What generally happened this month?
There were some more gun-related purchases.
Okay, and what records do we have that show those?
From Wells Fargo.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up our next record. All right, so tell us what was purchased on this day.
On December 14th, there was a purchase from Mike's Gunroom in Winder for $642 even.
And based on your review of the records that we received from Mike's Gunroom, do you know specifically what was purchased?
I do not.
Okay. So does that mean it was not a firearm?
That's correct.
So some other gun-related accessory?
That's correct.
Okay. And so then the next purchase that we're going to talk about is from Amazon. So I'm going to go ahead and move to that, and that's going to be from December 19th, which is 5 days later. Tell us what was purchased from Amazon on December 19th.
It was a green laser for a rifle for $49.99.
Okay. And would that be like a laser sight?
That's correct.
And that states Exhibit 211.1 that is on the left. What is that?
That's one of the photographs I talked about earlier coming from Amazon with the Amazon standard identification number. So that was put in to Amazon, and that's the photograph that it produced.
Okay. And then, so that's essentially what the iron or the green laser sight looks like?
That's correct.
What about the picture to the right?
This photograph was on Colt's cell phone extraction.
And is that a picture of him using a light that would be, or a laser that would be consistent with the one that was purchased that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, now we're going to move to January of 2024. And tell us generally what happened this month.
There were some school-related emails.
Okay. And who was the school-related email to and from?
It was to the defendant, Jenny Gray and Colt Gray, and from Lorene.
And who is Lorene?
It is the defendant's sister.
And when did she send this email?
I believe the first one was January 25th of 2024.
And where did the email come from?
From the Google records.
Okay, we're going to pull up that email. All right, so can you tell us, you said it was January 25th, what time the email was sent and what it says?
Yes, so the subject is school options and information from Lorene O'Brien, the date January 25th, 2024 at 7:13, and then the two, graycoley444@gmail, which is the defendant's email address, and then another email address that was associated with Colt Gray's email, and then Jenny Gray's email address.
Okay, and so is Colt Gray's email the Q0TLC3?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what did the email say?
It says, "Hi, Coley and Colt and Jenny. I hope you're all doing well. Here are the 3 school options and info about each that I learned about. Open attached Excel. I'm still trying to locate the one form I mentioned in the Excel, the release of information form in virtual school section of Excel. Just want to send this email before it got much later tonight. Once I locate that form, I will send in another email. Let me know how else I can help. Love you all. Ring."
And then, I guess, did the defendant ever forward this email to anyone?
He forwarded it to Jenny.
Now, at the time of this email, was Coley already enrolled in school?
Yes, he was.
And what was his first day?
His first day was January 16th of 2024.
And so, but Jenny and Colt were not enrolled in school, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, she mentions an Excel spreadsheet. Was that also provided by Google?
It was.
Okay. And what generally does the spreadsheet show?
It shows the 3 options that she talks about in the body of the email.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that spreadsheet. We're going to zoom in on the first one. Okay, so what is the first option?
The first option is attend regular in-person school.
And does it tell the defendant who to contact?
It does. It says register Colt and Jenny, and then contact Michelle Principe, which is the registrar at Heyman Morris, with her email and phone number and fax number.
Okay. And then, based on your review of the records, is this prior to the defendant contacting the school about registering Colt and Jenny?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll move to the second option, which is attend virtual school. Can you tell us what that says?
Yes, so it says they must be fully registered at Heyman Morris, and then kind of steps to do next, download, complete the release of information form, and email, mail, fax to virtual school people. This gives them permission to speak with Heyman or Michelle to get confirmation that the kids are fully registered at regular school first, records, immunization, etc. And then it talks about the next step is already done, which is setting up accounts for them on the virtual school website.
And when you did records for, was it Georgia Virtual?
It was.
Did they have an account that was set up by Lorene?
They did.
Okay. In terms of, though, then actually enrolling in any classes using that account, did they ever enroll in any classes?
They did not.
Okay. Now moving to the final option, what is that?
Do homeschool using an online curriculum. So must complete and submit this online form to the Georgia Department of Education to inform them the kids are doing homeschool with a link to the website, and then must be resubmitted each school year.
Okay. And based on your review of the school records, was a homeschool form ever filled out?
No.
And then we'll talk about that last little part. What does it say?
This will cost a total of $67.92 per month, and I'm offering to pay for it.
Okay. And based on your review of the records, did Jenny actually enroll in Heyman Morris?
She did.
And did Colt?
He did not.
Okay. Now we're going to move to the next month. So we're moving from January to February of 2024. And kind of what did you find relevant from this month?
There was a gun range visit in the month of February 2024.
Okay. And where was that gun range visit?
The Wilson Shoals gun range.
I'm going to pull up. Were these some of the records that were obtained in investigating this case?
Yes, these are the DNR records.
Okay, so does DNR, are they the ones who maintain the gun range records?
They do.
Okay. And this is from February 29th?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to pull up. We're going to zoom in. Can you tell us what the top kind of row tells us? Like in terms of, it says check all that apply for your visit.
Yes, so there's the time of check-in, the name, and then check all that apply for your visit depending on what type of firearm that you're bringing to the gun range. So what's listed is rifle, handgun, shotgun, muzzle loader.
Okay. And then who went there that day, and then what did they use?
Colin Gray, Colt Gray, and Jenny Gray, and all three of them have rifle and handgun checked.
And then now we're going to move to March of 2024. Can you tell us kind of generally what happened this month?
There was another gun range visit and some more gun-related purchases.
And for our first record that we're going to bring up from Academy, do you know what Academy store this item was purchased from?
I believe this one was in Athens.
And was the defendant working in Athens at the time?
He was.
Okay. So we're going to bring up that purchase record. What date is it from?
March 8th of 2024.
And what was purchased?
A Sightmark Ultra Shot RSP.
Okay. Is that kind of a different laser sight?
It is. It's kind of used for target acquisition for a firearm.
And how much did that cost?
$149.99.
All right. And then now we're going to, and was this, or I guess was a box that was consistent with this laser sight found at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull up that. Okay, tell us what evidence numbers these are. These have been previously introduced from the crime scene photos of the defendant's house.
Yes, the one on the left is 145.108, and then the one on the right is 145.109, which is a more close-up version of the one on the left. And these were found in Colt Gray's closet.
All right, and then I want to pull up the firearm. And based on your kind of review of the evidence and examining the gun, is the sight mark that was purchased on March 8th consistent with the one that was on the firearm used in the Appalachian shooting?
It is.
And what did the defendant purchase next?
There was another purchase from Academy Sports on March 28th.
Okay, and we'll bring up that record. And what was purchased that day?
This is a XTS 1-point bungee sling.
And what is a bungee sling? Was a bungee sling consistent with this type of sling found in the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up a picture, another picture from the search warrant. Where was that found?
This was also found in Colt's closet.
Okay. And is the kind of brand name XTS on that bungee sling?
It is.
Okay. And then was there another purchase from Academy Sports that same day?
There was.
Okay, we're going to bring that up. And what was also purchased that day?
Hornady Custom 223 REM 55, which is ammunition.
And based on the description, how many rounds were in that box?
I believe it's a 20-round box.
And is 223 ammunition, is that able to be used in the 6-hour rifle?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to move to the next day, which would be March 29th. Can you tell us what happened on March 29th?
Yes, there was another gun range visit, and this was on Jenny's cell phone extraction.
And where, based on the pictures, where was this gun range?
It appears to be Wilson Shoals gun range.
Was there a record of it?
There was not.
Okay. And the firearm that Colt is using in that picture, is that consistent with the 6-hour that was used in the shooting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a photo of that firearm?
It is.
Okay. March 29th, what day of the week was that?
It was a Friday.
And was school in session?
It was.
And then, so was this during, I guess, based on the pictures, was this during the day?
It did appear so.
During the school day?
Yes.
Going back to the previous visit, which was what, February 29th?
It was the 29th.
Was that, what day of the week was that?
It was also a Friday.
And was that school also in session?
It was.
And did they go during the school day?
They did. I believe the time was 10:25 a.m. on that record.
All right. So next, we're going to move to March 30th. Did something happen that day?
There was a text message.
And we're going to pull up that text message. And can you tell us who the text message was from and who it was to?
It's from the defendant, and it's sent to Jenny.
Okay, and what time was that text message sent?
It's at 8:49 p.m.
And what does the text message say?
Asking for you to please keep this private between you and me. What is going on with Colt? I can't tell what he's saying, but I can tell it's not good. I will not say anything, I promise.
And so again, this is the day after the gun range visit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now we're going to move to April of 2024. And tell us what generally happened this day.
There were some more gun-related purchases and then some evidence suggesting Colt's behavior.
Okay. So the first day we're going to talk about is April 1st. What generally happened that day?
This was when Colt's grandmother took him shopping.
Okay. And do you know where they went shopping based on the pictures?
To Academy.
Okay. I'm going to show you, bring up a text. Okay, who is this text to?
It's to the defendant from Jenny.
And what time was the text sent?
It was 12:41 p.m.
All right, now I'm going to pull up. Is that the picture that was attached?
It is.
And who are those people?
That is Colt Gray on the left and Deborah Polhamus on the right.
All right, and then we're going to zoom in to what Colt is holding. And what is he holding?
There are 4 packages in his hand. All are magazines.
Based on your review of the crime scene photos and the evidence, was one of those magazines found at Appalachia on September 4th?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a picture from the crime scene photos, 111.131. Is that one of the magazines, or is that consistent with one of the magazines that was purchased on April 1st?
It's consistent, yes.
Okay. And then, did the defendant respond to these text messages from Jenny?
He did.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that response. And what does he say?
He says the best at 1:33 p.m. And that makes me so happy.
Okay. All right, so we are going to move to April 15th of 2024. What are we going to see from that day?
This is the first time that we see Colt with any sort of mass shooter photographs on a wall.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up. Okay, and what date is on this picture?
The date that it was captured was April 15th of 2024 at 6:14 a.m. So you see the red box at the bottom highlighting the capture time. And this is kind of a screenshot from what it looks like on the Cellbrite extractions from the images.
Okay, and then we'll zoom in. So behind Colt in that picture, can you identify who is in that picture, or at least some of the people?
Yes, from what you can see, the two that I can identify are Nicholas Cruz and Peyton Gendron.
And were any of these pictures on the wall, or consistent with the pictures that were on the wall on September 4th?
Yes, there were 2 that I could see.
Okay. I'm going to pull up. Are those the 2?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now we're going to move to April 21st of 2024. What happens on that day?
There's an email that is between the defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. And where did you find that email?
I'm in the Google records.
I'm going to pull that email up. Can you tell us the time it was sent and then read it to the jury?
The date and time is the 21st of April of 2024 at 1:04 p.m. Hey, I'm sorry the kids asked you again. Me and Coley went to church and I told them not to do that before I left. I told them we were trying to keep the power on and internet. I guess I'm going to just have the cable turned off to save money. That's what the other email I sent you was. Colt is relentless and I'm trying not to have him blow up on me. I have sold both of my guns to pay car insurance and food, but as fast as I get stuff, it's gone. I feel like I'm going to get an offer from the interview I had, then I have a face-to-face Tuesday, and then Wednesday I'm meeting with Kevin Price in his office and hope to get an offer for that as well. I totally hate that we are having to ask for anything from you, Mama. I asked 2 of my sisters and it just started a fight, but I'm going to ask again. I don't know what else to do.
Okay. And now we're going to move to May of 2024, the next month. Kind of tell us generally what happened this month.
There were some more gun-related purchases during this month, as well as search history.
Okay. And the first day we talk about is going to be May 3rd. What happened that day?
There was a purchase at Elite Pawn.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that purchase. So May 3rd, what was the amount of the purchase from Elite Pawn?
It was $794.80.
Okay. And are you familiar with Elite Pawn and jewelry?
I am.
And what's kind of And are you familiar with that, like in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And what generally is sold there?
It is a regular pawn store that has lawn equipment, tools, but it also has a gun store as well.
And I'm going to pull up kind of a picture of the storefront. Is that what the storefront looks like?
It is.
And on the left there, it says the gun room at Elite Pawn. Is that all in the same store?
It is.
Okay. So it's, you can buy guns and ammunition there, but it still is, you're purchasing it from Elite Pawn?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you attempt to get records from Elite Pawn?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any?
I was not.
And why is that?
Shortly after the incident date for this case, Elite Pawn changed ownerships, and with them changing ownerships, they also changed over their systems that they use to keep records.
So they didn't have any available for you?
They did not.
Okay. So next we're going to move to May 10th, and what types of text messages are on May 10th?
They are text messages between Jenny and the defendant.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up. All right. Tell me what, you said this was between Jenny and the defendant. Kind of take us through these text messages.
This is May 10th at 8:17 a.m. Jenny sends to the defendant, "Now you started things with Colt."
And what time was that?
At 8:17 a.m. And then she also says, "This day fucking sucks." Also 8:17 a.m.
Okay. And does the defendant respond to these text messages?
He does not.
Does anything else happen on May 10th?
There is another purchase at Elite Pawn.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that and zoom in. Okay. How much was that purchase for?
$449.34.
Okay. So we're going to move from May 10th to May 21st. What happens on May 21st?
There is a search for a gun safe.
Okay. And who searched for the gun safe?
The defendant.
Okay. All right. And kind of tell us generally what time these searches were and what kind of gun safe it was.
These searches were from the defendant's phone extraction. They were at May 21st, 2024 at 4:44 and 4:45 p.m. And these appear to be safes that can hold a handgun.
And were there any corresponding purchases for gun safes around that time?
There was not.
All right. So now we're going to move to May 27th, which is 6 days later. Tell us what happened that day.
Colt sends the defendant a text message with a attachment of a picture.
I'm going to pull up that. All right. So what time did he send this picture?
At 1:19 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that picture. And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of Colt holding a firearm with a green laser light pointing at the camera.
And based on your review of the crime scene photos, is that furniture and that room consistent with Colt's bedroom?
It is.
Okay. And does the defendant respond to that text message?
He does not.
All right, so we are going to move to May 31st, which is 4 days later. What happens that day?
There is another purchase at Academy Sports.
Okay. And what does the defendant purchase that day?
This is from the Conyers Academy Sports location, and it's a Redfield 556223 REM-COM, and this is a cleaning kit for a rifle.
And would it be a cleaning kit that could be used on the Colt Sig Sauer?
It could be, yes.
And then also on May 31st, does the defendant purchase something else that's gun related?
Yes, from Amazon.
I'm going to bring up that purchase. Okay, and what is that he purchased?
The top one is a flashlight laser combo for $65.99.
And that 211.2, what is that?
That is from the Amazon identification number for the records.
And is this something that could be used on a rifle?
Yes, it could be.
And then does he purchase something else from Amazon?
Yes, the same day there is an accessory rail set purchased for $9.99.
And what is the accessory rail set for?
For a rifle.
And I'm going to pull up 211.3. Is that a picture of the accessory rail set that was purchased?
It is.
Okay. And then 111.140, a crime scene picture from Appalachia. Is that accessory or rail set that is on that firearm, the firearm used in the shooting, consistent with the one that was purchased that day?
It's consistent, yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to move to June of 2024. And generally what happened on this day?
There are more gun-related purchases and more evidence of Colt's behavior.
Okay. And I misspoke, this month. We have more than one day in this month that we're going to talk about. So the first day is going to be June 1st. And what did the defendant purchase that day?
There's an Academy purchase for a bore sight laser for $12.31.
Okay. And State Exhibit 211.4, what does that show?
It shows the bore sight laser that was purchased from Amazon.
Okay. And then we're going to move to June 6th. Was something purchased that day as well?
Yes.
And where was it purchased from?
This one was from Amazon as well.
Okay, I'm going to pull up that purchase record. What was purchased from Amazon on that day?
45-degree fiber optic iron sights for $27.99.
And what are iron sights?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. They're used on a rifle.
Are they something, another type of sight on a rifle?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up 211.5. What is that?
It's the Amazon photograph that was purchased.
And based on the brand that is seen on this picture, were the iron sights that were located on the firearm used in the shooting consistent with the ones that were purchased on June 6th?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so next day, we're going to go just move one more day ahead to June 7th. What happened on 6/7?
There were text messages.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up that first text message. June 7th, what time?
This was at 11:57 a.m.
And who sent that?
It's from the defendant.
And who did he send it to?
To Colt.
And what does he say?
Okay, hey Bubba, hear what I'm saying right now, okay? And what I'm about to ask is not trying to start anything. Make sure you understand that, okay? Again, from the defendant at 12:04. Okay, question I have is this. Did you tell Mamu that you had the screwdriver in your hand for self-defense? Please tell me the truth, because we both know I wasn't even looking at you when you threw it at me.
Okay. Does something else happen on June 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
There's another purchase at Academy Sports.
All right, I'm going to pull up that purchase record. What time was this purchase?
This was at 3:41 p.m. on June 7th.
And was that after the text message about throwing the screwdriver?
Yes.
Okay. And what was purchased that day?
The first one that's highlighted is BC 17.25 round SNC 5-pack and for $19.99.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a crime scene photo from the defendant's house, 145.112. What specifically is that was purchased?
A pack of targets.
And are these targets that were found at the defendant's house consistent with the ones that were purchased that day?
They are.
And where were they found in the house?
In Colt's closet.
All right. And then, was there another purchase at Academy that day?
There was.
All right, let's bring that up. And what was purchased?
Lake City, Winchester, USA, which is ammunition.
And how much was that for?
$119.99.
So based on the amount and based on the description, approximately how many rounds were in that pack?
This was a 200-round pack.
And the Lake City Winchester, were those the type of rounds or type of ammunition that were used in the Appalachia school shooting?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start by handing you 115 and 109. Can you kind of let the jury know again what those are?
109 is 223 cartridge cases from room 2.152 from Appalachia High School.
In cartridge cases, are those essentially, in layman's terms, spent rounds?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And then 115 is 18 223 cartridge cases, Lake City, Winchester, from the hallway of J floor and room 2.152.
And so based on this purchase, the Lake City Winchester rounds, are they consistent with the rounds that were actually fired, the spent rounds that were recovered in those evidence bags?
They are.
And now I'm going to show you 124 and 123. And what are those?
123 is one black colored 5.56 gun magazine and 17 Winchester 223 cartridges from the magazine on J floor, hallway J at Appalachia. And then 124 is a black and colored 5.56 gun magazine, 15 Lake City cartridge casings for magazine, or cartridges for magazine, sorry, and 15 Lake City cartridges from magazine, also from the hallway J floor from Appalachia.
Okay. And are those the unspent rounds?
They are, yes.
And are those rounds that were still in the magazines consistent, again, with what was purchased on June 7th from Academy?
Yes, they were Lake City Winchester rounds.
Okay. Thank you.
We're going to take a word break. We've been in here some time. Let me just also, when you see captions, and this is probably self-evident, but when you see captions at the top of the presentation here throughout, those are DA's office captions that just kind of, to the extent it helps you understand the record, the evidence of the records. Okay? All right, we'll be in recess for 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. All right. So now we are moving from 6/7 to 6/10. What happened on June 10th?
There was a purchase of a tactical vest.
Okay. And who was that for?
For Colt.
And who purchased it?
The defendant.
All right. So I'm going to bring up a text message from June 10th. It's a little bit hard to read, but can you tell us who this is from and who it's to, when it was sent, and what it says?
So it was from the defendant to Colt, and it was June 10th of 2024 at 10:16 a.m. And it says, "Yo, I got this for you, son, because I love you. And also so hopefully you can work on being a little more patient. Colt, when it comes to you, and if you need something, if I can do it, I will do it. But if I cannot, then I can't do it. And that's when I need you to be okay with it. Knowing that as soon as I can, I will. At the end of the day, being disrespectful and flat out being mean and ugly doesn't do anything. So please, when you feel like you're getting angry or about to lose your temper, take a deep breath and realize I'm going to make it happen at some point. Okay? I'm working hard for us, and I do not want any more of that pushing, shoving, hitting anymore. We both deserve better than that. So there's the wind up and the pitch. See you later, alligator. Love you."
And did he send an attachment?
There was an attachment, yes.
And is that the attachment?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just a screenshot of the Amazon order.
Okay. And does Colt take a picture of himself in that vest?
He does.
Okay. I'm going to pull up June 14th. Tell us what that is.
This is a from Jenny's phone extraction. This is a text message from Colt to Jenny with the picture as the attachment.
Okay. And is this the attachment?
It is.
And is that consistent with the vest that was purchased on June 10th?
It is.
Okay. All right, so next we're going to move to June 20th. What happened that day?
This day, Colt sends 2 photographs to the defendant.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up that first text message. You said Colt sends it to the defendant?
That's correct.
What time did he send this picture to the defendant?
At 9:17 a.m.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up what the attachment is. Okay, can you identify what picture Colt sent to the defendant?
This is a picture of the defendant with Jenny and little Coley.
Is there anything unusual about the picture?
It looks like the picture has been altered. Looks like the face of the defendant has been scratched or marked with something, and then also the around the fingers, it's been scratched or marked on.
And is that your wedding ring hand?
It is.
Okay. And then you said he sent 2 pictures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the next picture that was sent. And when was this sent?
This was sent at the same time as the last one.
Okay. And is it again from Colt to the defendant?
It is.
All right, I'm going to pull up the picture that was sent. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a picture of the defendant holding little Coley with Jenny and Colt.
Okay.
And this one appears to have the defendant's face cut out.
Okay. And does the defendant ever respond to these pictures?
He does not.
Okay. So we're now going to move to June 28th. what happened on June 28th?
There was another purchase from Academy.
So now this is 8 days after the Colt sends those pictures to the defendant. What does he purchase?
The one highlighted in red is M&P out the front spring for $54.99, and it is a knife.
And I'm going to pull up next slide. Was a knife consistent with that purchase found at Appalachian High School?
It was.
Okay, is that say exhibit 111.114?
It is.
And was that knife found in Colt's backpack?
It was.
Okay. All right. So that completes June, or that part of our summary. So now we're going to move to July of 2024. Okay, can you tell me generally kind of what happened in this month that we're going to talk about?
There's some more evidence of Colt's behavior in the month of July, and then also the defendant's search history.
Okay. So now we're at 2 months before the shooting. And on July 3rd, this is the first day we're talking about. What happens this day?
This is July 3rd at 5:27 p.m. This is a text message from Jenny to the defendant, and it says, "Hey, I think he calmed down."
And does the defendant respond to that?
He does.
Okay. And is this his response?
It is.
And what does it say?
It says, "He doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this. It's seriously not good." And then he responds again, "It tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he like calls me everything in the book."
Okay. Now, we're at July 3rd. When does Marcy move back to Barrow in relation to July 3rd?
On July 6th is when the defendant goes down to pick her up from Glenville, Georgia.
Okay. And then what's the next day in the summary after July 3rd?
I believe it's July 9th.
Okay. And what happens on July 9th?
There's an email from the defendant to Deborah Polhamus.
And then what record did that come from?
It came from the Google records.
I'm going to pull up that email. Can you read that email for us?
Yes, the subject is a forwarding message, back to school reminders from Colin Gray. This is his work email address, and to Polhamus at Hotmail, which is Deborah Polhamus's email. It says, "Hey Mama, I got this from Barrow Schools. August 1st is the first day. I'm worried about Colt's first day. What was the name of that lady you spoke with regarding Colt?"
Okay. Now we're going to move to July 20th. What happens that day?
Marcy sends a text to Jenny.
And is that related to the panic attack that
Yes.
Colt had?
Yes.
All right, so I know we've already introduced these texts in through Marcy, but I want to have you read one of those texts for the jury.
Okay, this is, it says from Dad, but this is the phone that Marcy was using while she was in Winder. And it says, "I told him we're taking him to the doctor next week. Gonna schedule an appointment for when you and Mammy come back so she can drive us."
And you said this was a text from Marcy to Jenny. Does it come off of Jenny's phone extraction?
It does.
Okay. So in this text thread, Marcy also mentions that Colt asked them to call 911. Any records that they called 911 that day?
No, there were no records.
And as far as in this particular text message, she indicates that they were going to take Colt to the doctor next week. In reviewing the financial records, did you find any evidence that the defendant took Colt to a doctor in this time frame?
I did not.
Any evidence that he took him anytime after this?
No.
All right, so next we're going to go to July 24th. What happens on that date?
This is when Deborah Polhamus texts the defendant about getting Colt in school.
All right, so July 24th at 1:41, Deborah texts the defendant. Can you tell us what she said?
It says, "Hey, I am up here, but I'm planning to leave tonight. Marcy said she had talked to the registrar about Colt, but the lady needs to talk to you. Wondering if you could do that before I go home. Maybe when you get home this afternoon. I know you're swamped, but you're the only one who can get this done. Thanks."
So at this point, had Colt been registered for school?
No.
Okay. And does anything else happen on July 24th?
Yes, there's another text message.
Okay, and what is that text message?
This is a text message from Marcy to the defendant at 5:34 p.m. And it says, "I started Colt on Zoloft today. Don't say anything about it unless he brings it up."
And is this text message from the defendant's cell phone extraction?
It is, yes.
Okay. And was his response K or okay?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to move to July 26th. What happened that day?
There was a Google record search.
Okay. So this is 2 days after Debbie had asked him to contact the school. or asks the defendant to contact the school, what does the defendant do on July 26th?
There's two searches for Heyman Morris Middle School Registrar and Georgia Connections Academy, which is one of the online schools. And this one is going to be at 1:37 p.m. and 1:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, so that ends July. Now we're moving to August, 1 month before the shooting. Kind of tell us how August is shown in this timeline.
August is organized a little bit differently because there was a lot more information provided in the records for the month of August. So on each day in August, I compiled a calendar to kind of orient with each day.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the first calendar that we have for August 3rd. Can you tell the jury what the highlighted yellow means and then what's in red?
So what's in red is school-related events. So there's when the school year starts, his first day of school, the school holidays, and then the incident date. You see the dates first and second highlighted in yellow. Those are dates that Colt did not attend school. And then you see the kind of the blue box that's highlighted on the third. As we go through, the highlighted box is the day that we're talking about.
Okay. And then on days that Colt did attend school, what color will that be?
It'll be highlighted in blue on days that he did attend school.
And then as we kind of move to the next day, does anything populate on the calendar?
Yes, it'll kind of populate what we just talked about. So after the third, whatever we talked about on the third will populate on that date on the calendar.
And so the first day we talk about in August is August 3rd. What happens on that day?
There's some photographs that are found on Colt's cell phone extraction.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up those. So we're going to start with the first photo. Earlier, we had a capture date and a modified date. Here we only have a modified date. Tell us what that means.
So a modified date doesn't necessarily mean the date that the photograph was taken. It just means that that is the date that the photograph was moved. It was either deleted or moved to a different folder. It can mean that it was sent through a messaging app or sent through some sort of social media. And so it can mean a bunch of different things, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the date that the photo was taken.
And I guess you were unable to find a photo that had the capture date. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Based on what is in the photo, can you determine a time frame for this picture?
Yes. So if you look at the picture there, Colt is wearing the vest, which we just went over that it was purchased on June 10th. Also within the evidence, there was a capture date on photos when Colt dyed his hair, which was July 25th. And so his hair is dyed in this picture. So we can kind of have a date range from July 25th until August 3rd, when he moved the picture into, it looks like a messaging app based on the data.
And what is he holding?
He's holding the rifle that was used in the shooting.
All right, and then I'm going to pull up another picture. Is that also modified on August 3rd?
It is, yes.
And both of those pictures appear to be in Colt's room?
They did, yes.
Now we're going to pull up the final picture that is also modified on August 3rd. Tell us what that picture is of.
This is a picture of the Sig Sauer rifle sitting in Colt's computer chair. And then you can see another rifle in the background.
Okay. All right, so that ends August 3rd. Now we're going to move to August 4th. Okay. And tell us generally what happens on August 4th.
This one is going to be a text conversation.
Okay. So I'm going to pull that text conversation. Who is it between?
The defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. And can you read us the text?
It says, I hate to bother you at the beach. I just need to get a little more groceries with school, rent. I'm going to ask Doctor tomorrow if I can catch up next week with them. I can send it back to you on Friday. Not much. Thank you either way.
Okay. And where was the defendant working at this time?
Kevin Price Construction.
And based on his bank records, about how often was he paid and how much?
Based on his bank records, he was getting paid weekly, $1,429, and with a $750 truck allowance per month.
Okay. And we're going to move to August 5th. What happened that day?
There were more photographs found on Colt's cell phone extraction.
And then were there also... Sorry, this is Debbie's response. Before we move to the next day, what did she respond?
This is from August 4th. In response to that message, I sent money. Colt needs to be in school tomorrow, please.
Okay. All right, so we're moving to August 5th, and you said there are more pictures that are on Colt's cell phone. So I'm going to pull up those from August 5th. Tell me about those photos.
These are the same kind of scenario as the previous ones, so they have a modified date of August 5th. Again, he's wearing the tan vest in both of these photos with the dyed hair, so after July 25th of 2024 and prior to August 5th of 2024. And in the picture on the right, he's holding a firearm, a rifle, and you can see the 45-degree iron sight on that in that picture.
All right, so now we're going to move to August 9th. Okay, tell us generally what happens this day.
On this day, there were photographs found on Colt's phone of a school shooter shrine.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to pull those up. Are these were there 3 photos found?
There were.
Okay, and you previously mentioned the other photos had a modified date. Do these have a captured date?
They do have a capture date.
Can you tell us what the capture date and time of each of these photos is?
So you can see on the bottom of these 3 snips, it shows the camera make, camera model, capture time. They're at August 9th, 2024 at 5:05 a.m., 5:06 a.m., and 5:10 a.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to zoom in on one of those pictures so you can see the background. Can you identify who these pictures are of?
These pictures are of Nicholas Cruz.
And again, and you may have already said this, but does this appear to be in Colt's room?
It is.
Have you had an opportunity to review the picture that was taken on September 4th of Colt's wall?
I have, yes.
Do those pictures appear to be in the same configuration as the photos that were on his wall on September 4th?
They are.
Now, you said it was taken at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
Based on your review of the location data from the defendant's phone, would he generally be home at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Yes, it seemed as if he had a typical work schedule of 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay.
As a whole.
So generally would leave the house around what time?
I believe 6:30.
And then generally would get home around what time?
Depending, between 4 and 5. Some days were different.
And when he got home, would he generally stay home?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So also on August 9th, we have another picture of Colt. Can you tell us about that picture?
This picture is a modified date of August 9th of 2024. And this one, he has his hair dyed, so somewhere between July 25th and August 9th of 2024. And he is holding a gun. This one is not consistent with the Sig Sauer, but this is a shotgun that was consistent with the one found in the defendant's closet during the search of the house.
All right. And does that also appear to be taken in Colt's room based on the background?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up next the calendar for August, and we're next talking about August 10th. Can you tell us what happens on this date?
There's a Google web history for the defendant.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up that Google history. You said it was the defendant's history?
It is, yes.
What does he look up and what time?
So this was, it says visited online therapy with a licensed therapist. And what visited means is just that a URL was accessed at the specific time. So as if like that specific, when you click on that, it'll take you to the URL.
Okay.
And it was at 12:35 p.m.
Like those Google records are in UTC time and you have to convert them?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, the next day is August 11th. I'm going to pull up our calendar again. Tell us what happened on August 11th.
This is a text message that Colt sends the defendant.
Okay. Can you tell us what that text message says and when he sent it?
This was August 11th at 11:22 a.m. And he says, could you stop by Academy and pick up a 150 round pack of 5.56? If they don't have, and 5.56, 2.23 will do.
All right, so the rounds that he is asking, are they consistent with the ammunition that would be used in Colt's gun?
Yes.
And does the defendant respond to this particular text message?
No.
All right, we're going to move to next. I guess he sends a follow-up text, Colt does, to the defendant. What does he say?
On the way home, of course.
All right. So we're going to move to August 12th. What happens on August 12th?
On August 12th, there is a web history search from the defendant's phone extraction.
All right, so now we're We're one day after Colt asked the defendant to buy 150 rounds of ammunition. We're on August 12th, and what does he search for?
At 9:46 p.m., he searches for .223 ammunition.
And is that the kind of ammunition that Colt had asked him to buy for him the day before?
It is, yes.
All right, so now we are going to move to August 14th, which is just 2 days later. All right, so take us through, in terms of Colt's school, between his registration date of August 6th and August 14th. Did he attend school at all?
No, he has not attended. So he registered on the 6th of August, and this is now a week and 1 day later. All those days he did not attend school.
All right, so is August 14th his first day of school?
It is, yes.
And around what time does his school start?
I believe it's 8:15.
And what does Colt do before school starts?
Colt calls the defendant.
I'm going to pull up his calls. What time does he call him, and does the defendant answer?
He calls at 6:48 a.m. and he does not answer.
When the defendant doesn't answer, what does Colt do?
He starts sending the defendant text messages.
And again, are these text messages before the school day starts?
It is, yes.
Okay. We're going to just go through those text messages between Colt and the defendant. So the first one is at 6:49 a.m.
Yes, it says, "I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you."
And are all these text messages kind of like back to back to back to back?
They are. "No more apologies. I have fucking had it with you. The way you twist shit is so old. You fucking caused this."
All right, I'm going to stop for just a second. So as we're reading through these, it says, there's a line that says red. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so the red, it shows, so the message at the bottom shows 6:50 and 37 seconds, and then the red is 6:52, so that's when the message was actually opened in the messaging app.
That indicates the defendant opened the message at 6:52.
That's correct.
All right, so he says, "You effing caused this," and then what does Colt say next?
"Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands. Fuck you. Drive off a fucking cliff."
Okay. So based on your review of the records, is this the first day Colt attends school since May 19th of 2023? Or May of 2023?
I believe he wasn't in school all of 2023, so it would have been before that.
Or I guess went from Jefferson to here.
Yes.
So he has not attended school since he had been in Jefferson.
That's correct.
Okay. So Colt sends these text messages, and what happens after that?
The defendant drives and picks up Colt and takes him to Appalachian High School.
Does he respond to the text messages?
He does
at all?
not.
Okay. So you said he takes him to Appalachian High School. How do you know that?
These are the location records that I spoke about earlier. This is through the program tracks, and the little red dot that you can see on the yellow pin, that's a specific location from his cell phone extraction data. So this is the one on the left is at 8:12 a.m. and that's the first time that we see his location data from his cell phone arrive at Appalachian High School. And then the one on the right is 8:19 a.m. and that's when he is leaving Appalachian High School.
Okay. So he's there for 7 minutes.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, what else happens on August 14th?
In his Google records, or in the defendant's Google records, there's a reminder set in the calendar.
Okay. Let's pull up that reminder. Whose calendar and what is the reminder for?
This is a calendar from the Google records for the email address associated with the defendant. And this is a reminder that the title is Zoloft and the start date is Wednesday, August 14th at 10 p.m.
Okay. And at this time, on August 14th, was Marcy still living at the house?
Yes, she was.
Okay. At this point, had the defendant, or I guess Marcy, set up insurance through the defendant's work for the family?
Yes.
And based on your review of the records, when did that insurance start?
It was supposed to start July 1st, but the paperwork wasn't completed until July 31st. And then so the first date that the insurance was started was August 1st.
So we're going to move to August 15th. What day of the week is that?
It's a Thursday.
And did Colt attend school that Thursday?
No, he did not.
What's the first thing that happens on August 15th?
There's text messages between, I believe, Marcy and the defendant.
Okay. And we're going to So you've added some time, like a timeline also, or a time of text messages at the top. Is that because a lot happens on this day?
That's correct.
All right. So these first text messages are between who?
Between Marcy and the defendant.
And what's the time frame for when they're sent?
7:11 a.m. to 7:28 a.m.
Okay. And will you read those text messages?
Yes. It says, Colt said his neck hurts and he's nauseous, so he's taking today off school. And the defendant responds, what? And Marcy says, he said if you have a problem with it, he would talk to you. And then Marcy says, do you want to talk to him? And then defendant responds, it's his second day.
Okay, and so then after these text messages, what happens?
Colt then sends the defendant a text message.
All right, and can you tell us the time frame for these texts?
These texts are from 7:54 a.m. to 8:56 a.m.
All right, and what does Colt say?
He says, yo, can I get a headset that's on sale for $70? Stop ignoring my texts. I know you see them.
And was that much later than that first text?
It was. This one was at 8:56 a.m.
Okay. So now we're going to move to the next conversation, and is that also between Colt and the defendant?
It is.
And what's the time frame of this conversation?
This is between 11:04 a.m. and 11:08 a.m.
And what does Colt say?
He says, Mama just attacked me. Kept saying, fight me, like seriously. Tried to grab my gun. So I pushed her out of my room and onto the ground. I took a video, but it won't let me send it.
Okay, so in that text, Colt mentions taking a video. Were you able to find a video on Colt's extraction?
I did not find a video.
Did you find anything from that time frame, like a picture or anything?
Yes, a lot of times if you delete a video, sometimes there will be, I guess what easiest way to say is remnants of the video, so kind of still photos that you can find in the metadata of the phone extraction. And so there was a photograph that appeared as if it came from a video on the state.
Okay, and is this that photo?
It is.
And this one was previously introduced through Marcy, but would it have been kind of taken in that time frame, or appear to have been taken in the time frame of those text messages or of that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And then Colt now sends another text.
This is at 11:07 a.m. She kept saying, fight me, and she tried to grab my gun.
And what does the defendant say?
Just out of the blue. And he responds, yep. And the defendant at 11:08, why did she attack you?
And does Colt respond at 11:08?
He doesn't. He responds, but it's several hours later.
Okay. So in between when Colt responds to the defendant, what does the defendant do?
There is a text message, I believe.
Okay, and is that between Debbie and the defendant?
Yes.
And what time frame is that text message?
11:14 a.m. to 11:15 a.m.
And what does the defendant say to Debbie?
He says, Mama, I need you to call Colt or Marcy. I'm at work with my boss today, and the shit has hit the fan at home. Colt didn't go to school today. And then Debbie responds, I'm talking to Colt right now. Don't worry.
Okay. So after that, so about 8 minutes later, does Marcy call the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And what does, or approximately how long is that phone call?
It's about 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Okay. 5 minutes after that phone call between Marcy and the defendant, does the defendant then text Debbie again?
Yes.
All right. So at 11:28, the defendant texts Debbie, and what does he say?
Look, I just got a call from her crying so bad, said she is scared. I just found out Jenny is at home today. I'm going to end up losing my job, Mama. Did you talk to her? Debbie responds, I told her to go into her bedroom and stay there. I told Colt the same thing. I think she got mad because I called her out for letting them stay home. She had obviously taken too much of her Seroquel. Charlie wants to come and get her, and I agree. You guys are doing too good for her to screw it up. We will plan to come in the morning while you are working, if that's okay.
Okay. So that's 11:32, and then when does Colt finally respond to the defendant's text message about what happened?
At 1:52 p.m.
Okay. And what does he say?
She was grabbing for my rifle, and I didn't know what she planned to do with it. So I kind of acted in fight or flight.
And how does the defendant respond to that?
He responds, it's all good. Why was the gun involved? Or how? Colt responds, I don't know. She backed me into my room and started talking about, oh, are you going to get your gun? Even though I wasn't, and then she grabbed it.
All right, so that is at 1:54 p.m. that Colt sends that text message to the defendant. What does the defendant do next?
He then, there's a search about an hour after this text.
Okay. So what time is that search?
At 2:51 p.m., and it is, where do I take my son for anxiety near Winder, Georgia?
Are there any other corresponding, other than that search, has he visited any websites related to this that you're aware of?
Not at this time.
Okay. Now, does Colt send the defendant some more text messages?
He does.
And kind of when in relation to that search are these sent?
This is about an hour after that search that was on the defendant's phone, and Colt sends the defendant a message, and it's just an attachment of what appears to be a bore site from Amazon.
And then what does Colt say?
Could you please buy this?
All right, so that is the last thing on August 15th. So now we're going to move to August 16th. What day of the week is this?
It's a Friday.
And does Colt go to school this day?
He does not.
And what does Marcy do on August 16th based on your review of the evidence?
She goes back to Fitzgerald.
And does Marcy stay in Fitzgerald from August 16th until after the shooting?
Yes, she does.
All right, so on this day, on August 16th, so August 15th, Colt sends a text asking for a bore site. Does the defendant buy that bore site?
He does.
Okay. Does he do that on August 16th?
He does.
Okay. And how much was that bore site?
It was $15.99.
And what is this a picture of, 211.6?
The bore site that matches the Amazon records.
And was a bore site consistent with that found at the defendant's house?
Yes.
So that's 145.67. What, that bore site, can you tell me where it was found? Or is that a bore site, and where was it found in the house?
This was in the defendant's bedroom, and it's the one circled in red next to just the ammunition, and it's inside of a pair of goggles.
Okay. All right, so still on August 16th, the defendant buys a bore site. What happens next?
Colt sends him a text message.
Okay. So the text message is at 9 a.m. Can you read the text message that Colt sends the defendant?
He says, I'm restraining myself. As for what I feel like doing right now, I have barely any control over.
All right. So that was 9 a.m. on August 16th. And now we're going to move to August 16th at 10:30 a.m. What does the defendant do an hour and a half after Colt sends that text about restraining himself?
He searches troubled teen options near Athens, Georgia.
Okay. And does he, at this time, visit any websites related to that search?
Yes, he does.
What is the first website he visits?
Eagle Overlook.
I'm going to pull up that. Okay, so at the top of this record, it says cookie. Tell us what that means.
A cookie is just kind of small pieces of text that websites use to collect information about you. So when nowadays you pull up your internet and you type in go to a website, it'll say, do you want to allow cookies? When you do allow those cookies, then that allows that website to keep track of any information that you are putting on that website.
And so essentially, if you visit a website, there will be a cookie related to that website visit?
Yes.
And what time was this website accessed?
This was at 10:32 a.m.
Now I'm going to pull up our next picture. And what is this a picture of?
This is the picture of when you go to this website, Eagle Overlook, and it is a top-rated drug addiction treatment center for teens in the Georgia area and mental health treatments for teens.
Okay. And then we're going to move to his next website visited. What website did the defendant visit next?
Wolf Creek Academy.
And what time did he visit that?
10:35 a.m.
All right. And tell us what this is a picture of.
This is a picture of the website when you go to Wolf Creek Academy, and it's a therapeutic boarding school for troubled teens.
Okay. And for Eagle Overlook as well as Wolf Creek Academy, is there any evidence from the defendant's phone records that he contacted either of these facilities?
No.
All right. So we're still on August 16th. What happens next?
Colt texts the defendant.
Okay. And what does Colt say to the defendant?
At 11:46 a.m., he says, hey, if we can get 150 rounds, that's fine, but could we get at least 50? You said when you got paid, you'd get it.
Okay. So we have that first text from August 11th where Colt is asking for 150 rounds of ammunition. And then now we have another text saying, hey, or you can give me 50. Between August 11th and September 4th, based on your review of the digital evidence and the shooting range records, did the defendant take Colt to a shooting range?
No.
Did he take him hunting?
No.
Any indication that Colt and the defendant were hunting or were planning on going hunting or shooting in August or September?
Not in any of the digital records.
And then, is there any indication that Colt and the defendant went hunting or to a shooting range in 2024 other than the 2 times we've seen?
No.
Okay. So Colt and the defendant went together only twice?
That's correct.
And then any indication that they went hunting at any point from the digital records in 2024?
No.
When does a typical hunting season start in Georgia?
I think it depends on whether it's bow or rifle, but with a rifle, I believe it's always usually mid to late October.
Okay. And then when did the defendant read this text from Colt?
At 11:47 a.m.
Okay. And what is the next item of note?
At 11:55 a.m., which is about 10 minutes after, he searches child psychology and child psychologist near Bethlehem, Georgia. One being at 11:55 a.m. and the other one being at 12:23 p.m.
Okay. And then after that search, does he again visit specific websites related to that search?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the first one he visits?
Hope Anger Management at 12:24 p.m.
I'm going to pull up this picture. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the About section of the Hope Anger Management when you pull up their website. It offers services for behavioral issues, mental health, and therapy.
Okay. And then does he visit another website related to the child psychologist search?
He does.
Okay. And what website is that?
ccswinder.com at 12:25 p.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to pull up a picture from that website and tell us what this shows us.
This is Comprehensive Counseling Services, the website that would come from the URL, and it's a community-based health center that provides mental health therapy.
Okay. And does the defendant contact either of these 2 places, Hope Anger Management or Comprehensive Counseling, based on your review of the digital evidence?
No.
Okay. Does he contact a mental health provider, though, that day?
Yes.
Okay. And who does he contact?
Dawn Crook with Enlightenment Counseling.
I'm going to pull up that contact. This has also already been admitted into evidence, but if you could just remind the jury what time and what he said to Dawn Crook to kind of put it in, basically put it in relation to the other text messages we've seen today.
So this was at 12:41 p.m., so kind of 20 minutes after the last search. He sends a submission form to Enlightenment Counseling that says, I'm a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest, 14 years old. We have had a very difficult past couple of years, and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks.
Okay. And so after he sends this to Dawn Crook about Colt, does he respond to Colt's text messages about the ammunition?
He does.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that response.
This is at 2:05 p.m. On the way home, please, Bubba, tonight, let's just be mellow. Please, I have a need to work through. Just remember, I love you.
And then what does Colt say to that?
He responds, did you see my text?
And was that at 2:06?
It was, yes.
And what does the defendant say to that?
He says, yes, later. I need to pay everything first, but we will.
And I guess the previous text messages were those about buying ammunition?
Yes.
All right, so now we're still on August 16th. Now we've already been through all of the Dawn Crook messages. I don't want to bring them all up, but Dawn Crook does respond to the defendant.
She does, yes.
Okay, and is it on this day?
It is, yes.
Okay. And does he respond to her email to him?
He does.
Okay. Now I'm going to put up is this his second response?
It is his second response.
And can you remind the jury what he said to Dawn and what time he said it?
He said, do you have a number that I can call once I'm not in the field? And this is at 2:40 p.m.
And so, assuming the field is work, where was the defendant when he sent this message?
He was at his house, 896 Harrison Mill, and on the left-hand side you can see wireless network. This is wireless network connection. He connected to Gray Fam Wi-Fi, which is the Wi-Fi for the house, and it was first connected at 2:34, again connected at 2:50. So it was at the house during that email.
So fair to say he was not in the field at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And now we're still on August 16th. What does the defendant do next?
He searches for gun safes.
And how, in relation to that last email to Don Crook, where he's asking her to give him a number to call, what time frame are these gun searches?
It's about, I think, 11 minutes. The last one was at 2:40, so around 11 minutes after that response.
So 11 minutes after that, what does he search for?
He searches for gun safes, and these are the images that came up in the search. And this is from 2:51 p.m. on the far left to 2:52 p.m. on the far right.
And what kind of gun safes is he searching for?
It appears to be some gun safes that can hold rifles and a couple other gun safes that can hold handguns.
All right, and then we have some more searches. Are these also searches for gun safes?
They are, and the time frame for these was 2:52 p.m. until 3:14 p.m. So I think in total it was about 20 minutes.
In the defendant's financial records, are there any corresponding purchases for gun safes?
No.
Were there any gun-related purchases for accessories?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens on August 16th?
There is a phone call.
Before we get to the phone call, does the defendant send a screenshot of his response to Don Crook, to Debbie?
He does.
Okay. And what time does he send that screenshot of what Don Crook said to him?
This is at 3:46 p.m. He sends the screenshot of Don Crook's response to Debbie Polhamus.
Okay. And so after he sends that screenshot showing Debbie that he's reached out to Don Crook, does Don Crook attempt to call him?
She does, yes.
All right. And what day was that?
It was August 16th at 4:35 p.m.
And does the defendant answer?
He does not.
Okay. And we've already heard that voicemail, but did she leave a voicemail?
She did.
Okay. All right. So that ends August 16th. We're going to move to August 21st. Take us through. So August 16th, Colt did not go to school. Does he go to school the next week?
He goes to school Monday the 19th and Tuesday the 20th.
All right. And what happens on the 21st?
He does not go to school.
Okay. And what's the first thing that we have that happens on August 21st?
There's another missed call and voicemail from Don Crook with Enlightenment Counseling.
Okay, so this is 5 days after the first one?
Yes.
And then does he answer?
No.
Does she leave a voicemail again?
She does.
All right. Now, we're still on August 21st. Does Marcy text the defendant this day?
She does.
Okay, what does she text him about?
About the Advantage Behavioral Health Crisis Stabilization Center.
Okay. And again, we've introduced these for Marcy, but just for the timeline purposes, she sends this text and about them taking, or Advantage Behavioral taking their insurance. Does she also send a link to Advantage Behavioral?
She does.
Okay. Is that the link she sent?
Yes.
Does the defendant actually visit that link?
He does.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up that, which is also on August 21st at 4:39. So pretty close in time to when she sent the link. He opens it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, how do you know that he has visited the crisis stabilization unit at Advantage Behavioral Health?
This is web history from his phone extraction, meaning that the URL was visited and clicked on essentially.
Does the defendant ever respond to Marcy's text about the facility?
No.
And then after he visits the website, what happens next?
There is a follow-up email.
Okay. And again, and this is, we've introduced these previously, but this is Don Crook, again, trying to reach out to the defendant about counseling?
Yes.
Based on your review of the digital records, did the defendant ever respond to this email or either phone call?
No, he does not.
Okay. Okay, so now we're at August 25th, which is a Sunday, and it's the Sunday before the shooting. What happens on this day?
This day is another visit from web history on the defendant's phone.
Okay, and what does he visit on August 25th?
He visits, again, the Advantage Behavioral Health System Crisis Stabilization website.
And does he visit it, looks like twice?
Yes, 2:11 a.m. and 2:16 a.m.
Okay. So, I think August 26th, Your Honor, is a pretty Dent's Day. Do you want? I don't know if you want to go ahead and take a lunch.
Yeah, we're close. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Be recessed till 1 o'clock. All right, we'll be recessed till 1.
Yeah, let's start with this. Good idea. And on the 26th, does Colt go to school?
He does.
Does he do anything before he goes to school?
He does.
And what does he do?
He tries to call the defendant.
Okay. And what time does he try to call the defendant, and does the defendant answer?
7:34 a.m. and 7:35 a.m. and no.
Okay. And where is the defendant when Colt is trying to call him?
His location data from his cell phone device shows him at 896 Harrison Mill Road.
Okay, so is that his house?
It is.
After Colt tries to call the defendant at 7:34, what happens? What's our next relevant item?
A little bit later, Lisa Butler from Appalachia tries to call defendant.
Okay. So based on your review of the evidence, where is Colt at the time Lisa Butler tries to call the defendant?
He's in like the counseling office / suite at the school.
Okay. And these calls look a little bit different. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so these are not from location data from the phone. These are actually from the cellular company records. So these would be from T-Mobile. And so that's why they look a little bit different. And you'll see the date and time. And the phone number that says target number ends in 2768. So this was actually the phone number that the defendant had earlier in the year.
Okay. So this is not the phone number he's currently using?
No, it was not.
So after Lisa Butler attempts to call the defendant, does Colt attempt to call the defendant?
He does.
Okay, and what time was that at?
It was at 10:42 a.m. and 10:51 a.m.
And does the defendant answer those calls?
Yes, he does.
When the defendant answers that phone call from Colt, where is he?
He is in the vicinity south of Brazelton on 85.
About how far away is that from Appalachia?
I believe being mapped, it was about 15 miles or 20 minutes, give or take.
And what happens, I guess based on the phone records, does the defendant call Marcy after this?
I believe it was 11:23.
So about 30 minutes later he calls Marcy?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is that displayed on this
It is, yes.
slide? And where is that? Is that the top of the slide?
Yes, in the red box at 11:23 a.m. and they spoke for 7 minutes and 31 seconds.
And does, after that call, what does Marcy do?
She sends a text message to Colt.
And these are, I think, have already been introduced through Marcy, but essentially letting him know that this is Marcy, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then what does she follow up with?
She says, I sent this to you last week, not realizing I had the wrong number. It's an inpatient treatment in Athens, like we talked about several times, and you kind of said you wanted to try with the website for Advantage Behavioral Health Crisis Stabilization.
And at this time, is Colt still in the counseling suite?
He is.
Okay. And do Marcy and Colt then talk about acute mania?
They do.
Okay. And after he sends her text message about acute mania, what does she say?
She responds at 11:50 a.m., but your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it since then.
All right. So in this time frame, Lisa Butler sends the defendant the email about Project Aware and copies 2 other clinicians. Do any of those clinicians follow up?
They do.
So I'm going to bring up the first one, which is from Karen Hope. What time did she send that email?
She sent it at 12:04 p.m.
And does she give her phone number or email for him to call if he has any concerns?
She does.
Okay. And we're going to take the next one out of chronological order. But does Jade Baker also follow up?
She does.
And what does she say?
This is a couple days later, but she just explains that she's going to be the one working with Colt and that she plans to work with him early next week. And if they have any concerns, provides her phone number.
And so counseling is supposed to start sometime around September 3rd or September 4th?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the first email that was introduced to Lisa Butler, did she also provide her contact information to the defendant in her email?
She did.
Okay. From viewing the defendant's phone extraction, did he ever call Karen Hope, Jade Baker, or Lisa Butler at any point?
No.
Okay. Did he ever email them with any concerns?
No.
Is the only email he sent the one where he had signed the Project Aware form?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we are still on August 26th. Do we have some more photos from Colt's phone on this date?
We do.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that first one. Can you tell me the time of the photo and what it appears to be of?
This is August 26th at 6:25 p.m. This is, again, a modified date like we spoke about earlier, and it's a picture of a hand holding a box of Winchester ammunition.
Now, those consistent with the type of ammunition that was used in the shooting?
Yes.
They also consistent with the type that the defendant purchased in June?
Yes.
And based on this photo, was it taken in Colt's bedroom?
It is, yes.
I'm going to pull up another picture from that same date. Tell us about this picture.
This is a picture from Colt's bedroom, the wire rack, and these are different types of magazines that are on top of the rack.
And then I'm going to pull up the last photo from this slide. Tell us about that.
This is a picture on Colt's bed with the blue blanket with 4 black magazines, 1 tan magazine, and then the rifle, which appears to be the 6R rifle on the bed as well.
Those magazines that are in that picture, are they consistent with the magazines that were found at Appalachia on September 4th?
They are, yes.
Now, we've talked about the defendant's work schedule. Would there be days where he would be at home when Colt was at school?
Yes.
And was this one of those days where he was at home when Colt was at school?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then what is the last thing that happens on August 26th?
There's another Amazon purchase.
And what did the defendant purchase that day?
On August 26th, it's a unisex half mask for $5.79.
And is that a picture of Colt wearing that half mask?
It is, yes.
Okay, and in the photos over there that were found on Colt's wall on September 4th, is Nicholas Cruz wearing a half mask in one of those photos?
I believe he is, yes.
Okay. Moving to August 27th. So now we're 8 days from the shooting. What happens on this day?
This is a day where Colt does not go to school. And then this is when Deborah Polhamus calls Advantage.
Okay. And we have introduced those records already in through Luke Pyatt and Vicki Lee. Are these the records that came from Advantage?
They are, yes.
And what time did Debbie call?
She called at 2:02 p.m.
And how do we know this is Debbie's phone number?
We were also able to get cellular records from the company, and it comes with subscriber records, so it shows who the number is subscribed to, which was Deborah Polhamus.
And y'all, the investigation did not include getting Debbie's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Her phone was not extracted?
We did not have a phone extraction for her, no.
Okay. And then now, a little farther on August 27th, what does the defendant send Colt on this day?
This is at 4:24 p.m. He says, been trying to get in touch with y'all. Give me a call when you get this. Want to make sure everybody's okay and see how it's going for you today and make sure you're happy. I love you. Call me.
Okay. So is the defendant at work on August 27th?
He is.
And are Coley and Jenny, are they at school on August 27th?
They are.
Okay. What were their absentee dates? Was it a few?
In August, I believe Coley was only absent once, and then I believe Jenny was only absent twice.
And is Marcy still in Fitzgerald?
She is.
And then is Debbie, I guess, on her way from Fitzgerald, but she is not in Bexar County yet?
That's correct.
Okay. So on the day after Colt's anxiety attack at school, is he home alone?
He is.
Okay. All right, what else does the defendant do on the 27th?
There's another search for a gun safe.
I'm going to pull that up. And what time was that search at?
It was at 6:11 p.m.
And is that a safe that could be used for a rifle?
It is, yes.
Approximately how much did this gun safe cost?
When I looked this one up, it was around $180.
And was there any corresponding purchase for a gun safe on this date or any days between August 27th and September 4th?
There was not.
So now we're at August 28th, which is exactly 1 week before the shooting. Does Colt go to school on August 28th?
He does not.
And what's the first thing that happens of note on this day?
Colt calls the defendant.
Okay. And is this all of his phone calls?
It is from 7:31 a.m. to 7:32 a.m.
Does the defendant answer?
He does not.
Okay. And after the defendant doesn't answer, does Colt call him?
He sends a text.
Sends him a text, yes. And what time does he send him that text?
At 7:33 a.m. And he says, "Dude, pick up."
After that, does Colt call the defendant again?
He does.
And does he pick up this time?
He does.
Okay. Now, after their phone conversation, do they communicate some more via text?
They do.
All right, I'm going to pull up that text message.
And this is at 7:44 a.m. And Colt sends the defendant, "I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do."
Does the defendant respond to this text message?
No, he does not.
And the email that we talked about earlier from Jade Baker about giving her contact information for the defendant to call her if he has any concerns, when did that come in comparison to this text message?
The email came approximately 10 minutes after this text message.
Okay. And again, did the defendant call her with any concerns?
No, he did not.
And what does the defendant do instead?
He texts Marcy and tells her to call him. So the text message at 7:45 says, "Call me."
And was that just a few minutes after Colt sent the text about the inconvenient truth?
Yes.
And does Marcy call him?
She does, and they talk for 6 minutes and 42 seconds.
After that, does the defendant text Colt back?
Yes.
And what does he say?
At 9:10 a.m., he says, "Stand by for a call."
And does he call Colt?
He does not call Colt. Colt calls him at 9:15 a.m., so about 5 minutes later, and they talk for 8 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right, and then after that phone conversation, does the defendant then call Marcy?
He does.
Okay. And how long do they talk?
They talk for 11 minutes and 3 seconds.
And that phone call was at 9:25?
Yes,
Was
a.m.
that, close in time to when the defendant's phone call with Colt ended?
Yes.
And after Marcy gets off the phone with the defendant, what does she start doing?
Starts texting Colt.
And what does she text them? Or what are they texting about?
Colt is texting Marcy, and he says, "There are people after me, and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me."
And this is a few minutes after Marcy and the defendant get off the phone?
Yes, I think it was about 4 minutes after Marcy and the defendant were on the phone.
And is this, and we've introduced these in through Marcy, is this the same text thread where the defendant texts Marcy and asks her if she's made contact with Memu or Colt?
Yes.
And she talks to him about Colt. So here is this next text message where they're talking about that. And what does Marcy respond when he asks if she made contact with?
She says, "Not with my Memu, but I'm texting with Colt." And she says, "He told me about his teachers."
Okay. All right, so we're still on August 28th. What is the next thing that we have?
The next thing is another photo of from Colt's phone extraction.
Okay, we're going to pull that photo up and tell us what this is.
This is was found on Colt's phone, and the metadata shows that it has a capture time, so of August 28th at 1:10 p.m. And it is the pictures that were on the wall of Nicholas Screws.
And do they appear to be the same pictures that were found on his wall on September 4th?
Yes.
And do they appear to be in the same configuration as they were on September 4th?
Yes.
All right, so we've got one more picture from Colt's phone. I'm going to bring that up. Tell us about this picture.
This picture is from Colt's phone, and is a picture of Colt with the half mast on and holding what appears to be the 6-hour rifle in his hand. And this picture would have been taken within a day because we saw the records where he had ordered the half mask.
So this would have had to have been taken on August 27th or August 28th?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now we're up to August 29th. Tell us what happens on this day.
Colt did not go to school this day, and there are some text messages that the defendant sends to Marcy.
Okay. All right, so we're going to first start with the text that the defendant sent to Marcy. And what does he say?
He says, I wish that she would just take him back home with her for this long weekend so we can just figure out what we're doing without having to confrontation or anything.
And that was at 8:10 a.m.?
Yes.
And after this text message, does the defendant text Jan O'Brien?
He does.
And who is Jan O'Brien?
It's his sister, the defendant's sister.
Okay, I'm going to put that text up. And tell us about that.
He sends the message, morning sister, I don't know, we're having a little bit of trouble with Colt. I think he needs to be like, are you camp or something along those lines where he can go and get the help he needs and stay there until he does. It's been really difficult. I just wanted to give you an update.
Okay. And then the next thing that happens, tell us what happens next.
There's a text conversation between Colt and Marcy. This is at 10:27 a.m.
What does Marcy ask Colt?
She says, how do you feel today, Colty?
And how does he respond?
He says, yeah, I'm here. Sorry. It's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school. Trust.
Okay. And one second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, and so after he essentially says things are getting worse, what does Marcy do next?
She starts searching things on the internet.
And in the time frame between when that text was and when she started searching, what was that time frame?
It was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And what does she start searching for?
The first search is 259, which is school shooter Nick.
Okay. And then we're going to bring up that next search. And what time was that at?
At 3:00 p.m. And the search is school shooter parents charged with manslaughter.
Okay. And then our third search.
It's a web history. So she visited the URL at 3:00. What James Crumbly's manslaughter conviction means for parents.
And just briefly for context, who is James Crumbly?
He is the father of Ethan Crumbly, who was a 15-year-old that shot and killed students in Oxford, Michigan.
And was James Crumbly, the father, arrested related to that case?
He was.
Okay. So at 3:00, she visits that particular article. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So after she visits that article, what does she do next?
At 3:05, there is a search, why were Ethan Crumbly parents charged?
Okay. And then we're going to bring up another search or another article that she read. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is the web history at 3:05, what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict.
And is Jennifer Crumbly Ethan's mother?
She is, yes.
And was she also arrested in connection with that case?
She was.
And then we're going to bring up the next search. And what is that?
At 3:09 p.m., she searched safe storage gun laws, Georgia.
And again, for context, what are safe storage gun laws?
It's just laws in regards to storing your firearms away from children.
Okay. Then we're going to pull up her next search. And tell us about this.
This is a web history where the title is Secure Storage or Child Access Prevention Required, Everytown Research and Policy.
And we're going to bring up one more. Okay, and what did she, is this another website she visited?
This is a cookie that we talked about earlier. It's giffords.org at 3:13 p.m. And this is, I guess, like a group of activists that are trying to promote gun safety.
Okay, and so a few minutes essentially after Colt texts her and says he's worse, she starts searching for Ethan Crumbly. Does she talk to the defendant close in time to her searches?
She does.
Okay, and we're going to bring up that phone log. Okay, tell us about how long after that last search and how long their conversation was.
It was approximately 30 minutes after the searches at 3:55 p.m. And they talked for 14 minutes and 11 seconds.
What time do they get off the phone?
Around 4:10 p.m. to 4:11 p.m.
And essentially, as soon as Marcy gets off the phone at 4:11, what does she do?
She goes back to a website, what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict.
And was that a website that she had previously visited?
It was, yes.
All right. And then after this website visit, does Marcy talk to the defendant again?
She does.
Okay, and we're going to bring up that. Is this kind of the timeline extraction we were talking about where it has Marcy's phone calls but also her search history?
Yes, from the same day, yes.
So it looks like around 8 minutes after she accessed what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's verdict, she spoke with the defendant?
Yes, and then there's an 8-minute call, a 1-minute call, a 4-minute call, a 5-minute call, a 1-minute call, and then some more web history visits after that.
And are those web history visits also related to why Ethan Crumbly's parents were charged?
Yes, and then the last one was Mental Health Hospital, Athens, Georgia.
Okay, so it looks like there are about 6 phone calls between Marcy and the defendant after that search related to James and Jennifer Crumbly. Based on your review of the phone extractions, is that an unusual amount of phone calls for them in that short period of time?
Yes, around this time, yes.
All right, so now we're finished with August 29th. We're moving to August 30th, which is a Friday. Was that a school day?
It was a school holiday.
Okay. All right, so on August 30th, what's the first thing that we're going to talk about?
Colt calls the defendant.
Okay. And what time does he call the defendant?
At 7:04 a.m.
And do they speak?
They do not.
All right, and what does Colt do after the defendant doesn't answer?
At 7:05 a.m., he sends him a text message that says, "You forgot to give me my Zoloft."
All right. And then also on August 30th, the defendant and Marcy talk again.
They do.
And do they again have a lot of phone calls?
Yes, I think there were approximately 16.
I'm going to pull those up. Kind of take us through these phone calls.
They start at 9:50 a.m. and go all the way until 9:28 p.m. And there's a few minutes here and there. The first one, 13 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute.
August 31st, based on your review of the evidence, this is a Saturday. What's supposed to be happening this Saturday, or what has been talked about happening this Saturday?
This is the day in which Marcy and her mother were coming up to Winder from Fitzgerald, and they had all talked about taking Colt to Athens or Advantage Behavioral Health in Athens.
Okay. That morning, does Marcy text the defendant about coming up?
She does.
Okay, and let's bring up that text message. What does it say?
This is 10:24 a.m. About to leave Fitz. Mamu isn't coming to stay because my daddy's birthday is tomorrow. Can you and Boo meet us halfway so she doesn't have to drive all the way up and back in one day with a broken hand?
And do Marcy and the defendant have a phone call after that?
They do.
Okay, we'll pull that up. How long was that phone call and when was it at?
It was at 10:43 a.m. and they spoke for approximately 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay. So they talk, and then what happens next with the defendant?
He then sends a text to his sister.
Is this the Jane O'Brien he previously sent a text to about Colt going to a camp?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to pull that text up. So this text is about 15 minutes after, or 20 minutes after he texted Marcy texted him. Tell us what the defendant texts Jane O'Brien.
This is at 11:05 a.m. He says, "I hope everything is going good for you. I need a favor if possible. I'm a couple dollars short on rent and wanted to see if I can borrow some money, and I will zell it back to you Friday. I'm short because of co-pays for doctors for Colt. I think I'm going to have to check him in a place so they can try to help him. He had a full-on panic attack at school Wednesday. So I'm trying to get him into a psychologist in Athens. I'm doing the best I can and work 60 hours a week. Anyway, I will give it back next week. It's just crappy timing."
And does she respond?
She does.
And what does she say?
She says, "How much do you need?"
And then what does the defendant say back?
And he responds, 200, gets my rent paid, and I'll count change for next week.
Okay. So in that first text message to Jan about checking Colt into a place to get him help, he also says he's short on money because he's been paying co-pays for doctors for Colt. You mentioned earlier that as of July 24th, there was no evidence that the defendant had paid for any doctors for Colt. Between July 24th and August 31st, were there any payments to doctors' offices?
Not other than the medicine will.
And the medicine will, is that related to the defendant?
It is, yes.
Okay, and tell me just briefly what those, I guess, time frame of those visits, like how often do they happen?
I believe it was once a month or sometimes twice a month.
And so other than the defendant going to the medicine will, there are no other payments for doctors?
There are not.
Okay. And at this point, does the defendant have insurance?
Yes, he does.
And did Jan, in fact, send him money?
She did.
Okay. And what happens next?
The defendant receives some text messages from Marcy.
And what are these text messages about?
She says, so that's it. You were prepared to spend money on gas and everything else to go to Lake Blue Ridge, but you can't spend the gas to drive 2 hours and pick me up. That's bullshit, and you know it. At 2:01 p.m., I can't believe how selfish you're being. Me and Boo have literally been counting down the days for 2 effing weeks till I could come visit. I would never have done this to you.
And I know this is a little bit out of the timeline, but after the defendant texts Jan about the co-pays, does he continue to have a conversation with her?
They do, yes.
And what is it about?
There was a Georgia Bulldogs game that day, so they were just talking back and forth about the game.
And so this first text message is at 12:48 about the game being a defensive battle. Does Jan respond to that?
She does.
Okay. Agrees it's a defensive battle, and then the defendant responds. What does he say?
Oh, OMG, Jano, our QB is going to win the Heisman Trophy. Just still talking about the game.
And do they kind of continuously talk about the game until the game is over?
They do.
Okay. So we're still on August 31st, the day they're supposed to go to Advantage Behavioral. Does the defendant take Colt to Athens that day?
He does.
Okay. And does he take him to the crisis stabilization place in Advantage?
No, he does not.
Okay. Where does he go in Athens first?
They first stop at Sonic at 4:09 p.m.
Okay. And how did you know that?
By the location data associated with his cell phone records, his being the defendant's.
Okay. And then after they leave Sonic, where do they go?
They go to a Wells Fargo ATM.
Okay, I'm going to pull up that Wells Fargo ATM. And where is that Wells Fargo?
It's off of Mitchell Bridge Road in Athens.
And what does he do when he gets to the ATM?
He withdraws approximately $400.
And approximately how much money did Jan send him?
She sent $444.
Okay. So he gets to the ATM at 4:18, withdraws $400. You said it's off Mitchell Bridge Road. Is Advantage Behavioral also off Mitchell Bridge Road?
It is.
Okay. Approximately how far from Wells Fargo that the defendant was at 4:18 is Advantage?
It's approximately 2.17 miles.
Okay. So does he then go to Advantage?
No.
Where does he go?
He goes to the Guitar Center.
And where's the Guitar Center?
I believe it is off the Oconee connector, still in Athens.
Okay. And what time does he go there?
At 4:51 p.m.
And do we know if anything is purchased at the Guitar Center?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a Fender hat, or like a toboggan style hat with the word Fender on it.
Okay, and I'm going to bring up that. What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of Colt from the defendant's phone with a Fender hat on.
And I'm going to pull up another photo. Where is that from?
This photograph was on Colt's phone of the hat in his lap with the tag on it.
And that was from after they left Guitar Center?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the evidence, was this hat found at Appalachia on the day of the shooting?
It was.
Okay. And is that consistent with that hat?
It is, yes.
Okay. So we're ending August. We're moving into September of 2024. What's the first day we talk about?
September 1st.
Okay. And so September 1st is 3 days before the shooting. Is September 1st, what day of the week is that?
It's a Sunday.
Okay. And what happens on that day?
Marcy sends the defendant a text message.
All right. And what does she say?
She says, "Why are you doing this?"
All right. So during this between August 31st and now when she sent the text to him about not picking her up, has there been any other communication? Has the defendant texted her or called her or anything?
No.
Now we're at September 2nd. Was that a school day?
It was a school holiday.
Okay. Now, what's the first thing that we're going to talk about on September 2nd?
Another photo on Colt's cell phone extraction.
Okay. And when was this photo taken?
This was taken September 2nd at 4:58 p.m.
Okay. Okay, again, do these photos appear to be in the same configuration as they were on September 4th, as well as they were on, I think it was August 28th?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time this photo was taken, do you have any location data for the defendant?
I did.
And where was he?
His location data from his cell phone extraction was at the residence at the house at 896 Harrison Mill.
Okay. Does Colt take another photo of the school shooter shrine on September 2nd?
He does.
I'm going to pull that up. Can you tell us what the capture time of that photo is?
This one is September 2nd at 8:45 p.m.
Okay. So again, we're 2 days before the shooting. And so this photo, does it appear to be in the same configuration as the one earlier and then September 4th?
It is.
Tell me why it looks switched.
With any of the cameras now, there's selfie mode and your regular camera mode. So this one is in selfie mode, so it means it's a mirrored image, so that's why it looks flipped in the picture versus from the back side of your phone, which is just a front-facing camera.
And do we have any information about the defendant's location at the time this photo was taken?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And what information do we have?
The picture that we just saw was taken at 8:45 p.m. and this location data from his cell phone extraction was 8:43 p.m. at the residence of 896 Harrison Mill Road.
And just to kind of briefly talk a little bit about location data, you don't have a time for every second someone is somewhere, is that correct?
No, not necessarily. It just depends on what's logged in the extraction.
And this is the only, I guess, location data point that you have in this time frame?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, have you been out to the defendant's former residence?
I have.
Okay. And I'm going to bring up the crime scene sketch that was introduced through Heather Lashley. Okay. This is State Exhibit 144 for the record. Using the sketch, can you explain the purpose of going out to the defendant's former residence off Harrison Mill Road?
Yeah, so after I found the photographs on Colt's cell phone extraction with the pictures on the wall, I wanted a kind of a measurement and visual of how big the room was and where on the wall it was in relation to the photographs.
And I'm going to get, can you just kind of show on the sketch where you took measurements up?
Okay, so this would be Colt's room, and so I took measurements. The shrine was located on this wall, and so I took measurements from just the wall itself. There's a window right here, and then I took measurements from here to the door frame, and then also the door frame to the bathroom door frame, which is across the hallway, and as well as just the size of the room itself.
Okay. And generally, I guess when you were at the house, when you were standing in the doorway for what was Colt's bedroom, could you see across to the wall where the school shooter photos were?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Was it, as soon as you opened the door, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. And can you see that wall also from the bathroom door?
You can, yes.
Okay. Now you said you took measurements of the size of the room. How big was the room?
It was approximately 93 inches by 114 inches.
And then,
which is relatively small.
As far as the distance from the wall to Colt's door, what was that?
It was approximately 12 feet and 2 inches.
Okay. And have you taken an opportunity to measure where 12 feet 2 inches is in this courtroom?
I did, yes.
Okay. And can you, using the board, show us where the wall would have been in relation to the bedroom door?
Sure. Good to step down. So I marked 12 feet 2 inches. So this would be from the box right there all the way to here is 12 feet 2 inches. So that would be from the bedroom door frame to the bedroom wall to the door frame.
So if you're standing here, this is what you would see when you walked into Colt's room?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What's the distance to the wall, from the wall to the bathroom door?
So then it was an additional 39 inches. So it would be approximately here from the bathroom door and then the hallway and then Colt's bedroom.
Okay. So if you were here, then this would be the bathroom door.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. You just put it back.
Yeah, you can just put it back. All right, so now we're moving to September 3rd, the day before the shooting. Was this a school day?
It was.
And did Colt go to school this day?
He did not.
What's the first, oops, and actually, I missed one thing. We've got another photo on September 2nd that I need to bring up. Tell us about these photos.
These are from Colt's phone extraction from the 2nd of September, 9/12. These are modified and were sent in a messaging app. Excuse me. Like the photographs before, we can say that this is anywhere from July 25th until September 2nd.
And that's because July 25th is when he dyed his hair?
That's correct.
Okay. And are these, do they appear to be in Colt's bedroom?
They are, yes.
Okay. All right, so now we're moving to September 3rd. Colt did not go to school this day. What's the first thing that happens on this?
There's some text messages between the defendant and Deborah Polhemus.
Okay. Let's bring up September 3rd. What happens on this day?
Deborah Polhemus sends a message to him that says, "Let me know when to pay. Marcy wants to know why she has not heard from you guys, if there is a specific reason."
Okay. And did she Zelle the defendant money?
She did.
Approximately how much?
It was $100.
Between Saturday morning of August 31st and this text with Debbie, did the defendant communicate with Marcy at all?
No, he did not.
Does the defendant text Marcy after this exchange?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And we have one more text with Debbie where she says, "Did Colt go to school? Go to Zelle now." And then the defendant sends Marcy a text. Can you tell us about that text?
He actually sends this text to Deborah Polhemus. And it says, "Shoot, he told me he was. I texted him twice during the day, and when he didn't answer, I knew he didn't. But I didn't get upset with him. I told him I need him to go because it's part of getting the resources involved."
All right. And what was the next text?
This is also again to Deborah Polhemus. "He was great all weekend. No fights or arguing or nothing. I think he just has to break the ice and go back. Then he will be good."
All right. And now we are up to his text message to Marcy.
And this one's to Marcy at 7:31 p.m. "Hey, sorry, just trying to keep everyone and everything together and calm. It's not the easiest thing, but I want you to talk to Boo regardless, okay?"
And does Marcy respond?
She responds. She says, "I've been talking to all three of the kids every day. You were the only one ignoring me." And he responds, "Okay, good."
So this last text is at 8:25 p.m. What does the defendant do next?
He then searches for another gun safe at 10:49 p.m.
And is this gun safe approximately the same amount of money as the other ones?
It is, yes.
Between the money that the defendant is being given by Jan and Debbie, as well as his paycheck and his truck allowance, did he make about $9,000 in the month of August?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. Now we're going to move to the day of the shooting, September 4th. How is this part of the presentation laid out?
This is more kind of minute and hour chronologically.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with when the defendant leaves home. When does he leave home?
So he's still at home at 6:47 a.m. and then you see his device start to move at 6:53 a.m.
Okay. And based on your records or your review of the digital evidence, does he go to work?
He does, yes.
Okay. Does Colt take the bus to school that day?
He does, yes.
And approximately what time does he get on the bus?
At 7:46 a.m.
And is this from the surveillance videos?
It is, yes.
Okay. All right. What time does Colt get to school?
He arrives at school at 7:59 a.m., which is the photograph on the left, and then he enters first period at 8:01, which is the photograph on the right.
Now, Jenny gets to school after Colt, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What happens next?
Jenny calls the defendant at 8:29 a.m., and it's about a minute and 45-second call.
And is that around the time she gets to school?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happens?
And then Colt sends the defendant a text at 8:30 a.m. that says, "I will text you in about an hour." It's important, so please answer when I do. And then the defendant responds at 8:32, okay, what are you going to be texting me about? Is everything okay? And Colt responds, yep.
All right, so Colt is in first period when he's texting the defendant these texts?
Yes.
I mean, at this point, has he texted Marcy at all?
No.
Now, what time does Colt go to second period?
At around 9:40 a.m.
And what happens while Colt is in second period?
He sends another text message to the defendant.
Okay. And what time is that text message?
It's at 9:42 a.m. that says, I'm sorry.
And then, what does he say?
It's not your fault. And then the defendant responds, what's wrong, Bubba? You didn't do anything?
Did Colt respond to either of these two text messages?
No, he did not.
And what is that last one?
He says, hey, what's wrong?
Okay. So this is about approximately 40 minutes before the shooting starts. Is the defendant reading these texts as he's getting them?
Yes.
So at 9:43, he sends the last text. And what's the next thing he does?
He tries to call Marcy and then calls Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. At any point between getting the text, I'm sorry, and calling Marcy or Deborah, does he try to call the school?
He does not.
Does he try to call 911?
He does not.
Okay. So what happens at 9:46?
At 9:46, he tries to call Colt, and then at 9:48 a.m. he sends.
Or this is Marcy.
Oh, sorry. Marcy tries to call Colt, and he doesn't answer. And at 9:48, Marcy texts Colt, "Hope you're okay, Colty. Text me and let me know you're good."
Okay. And does Marcy then kind of follow up with the defendant about her trying to text Colt?
Yes.
And what does she say?
She texts the defendant, "No answer. I texted him too." And then he responds, "Tell your mama to text him."
And where is the defendant at the time of these text messages?
He was at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. All right, so what happens next?
At 9:50 a.m. is when Marcy calls Lisa Butler.
And again, approximately how long was that phone call?
It was approximately 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay. And so she gets off the phone with her around 9:59. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So while they're on the phone, what happens?
Colt leaves second period and he goes to the bathroom at 9:54 a.m.
So at this point, has Colt texted Marcy?
No, he has not.
Does he then text Marcy while he's in the bathroom?
He does.
And what does he say?
At 10:02 a.m., he sends a text to Marcy that says, "I'm sorry." And Marcy responds about what?
Does Colt respond to that text? Or I guess, what does Colt do instead of responding to Marcy's text? Does he text the defendant?
I was about to say, I think he texts the defendant and doesn't respond to Marcy.
Okay. And what time does he text the defendant?
At 10:03 a.m., he says, "No, I love you and Jenny and Coley." And then says, "You're not to blame for any of it." And then at 10:04 a.m., he responds, "Any of what, Bubba? Please tell me you're okay right now, please."
And at the time that the text comes in about "know that I love you" and Jenny and Coley, is the defendant still at work?
He is, yes.
Okay. And then does the defendant try to call Colt?
He does.
And does Colt answer?
He does not.
Does he try to call the school at this point?
He does not.
Okay. And so now we're at 10:10. Where is he located?
Still at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. Now we're going to move to 10:17. So we're still before the shooting, which starts at 10:22. What does Marcy send the defendant?
At 10:17 a.m., she says, "You should probably go ahead and make arrangements to leave work. They're going to need you at the school."
So she's telling him to leave work. Does he leave work?
He does not.
Okay, so at 10:22 he is still at work?
Yes.
And what happens at 10:22?
Colt begins firing.
Does the defendant attempt to send more text messages to Colt?
He does.
And what does he say?
At 10:23, he says, "Hey, look, let me just come get you and we'll leave. Okay, don't worry about school, no trouble. I'll come pick you up and we'll go get some lunch and just take a second, okay? And we don't even have to go back to school, okay? You gave it a good try. We can do this online. Don't just let me come get you." And at 10:27, "Baba, just give me a call, please. Let me know you're okay and let them know in the office I'm going to check you out. Just let them know and I'll come get you. And look, we just go somewhere and kind of chill and relax. Let's get through today. We'll figure out what we got to do tomorrow. Please, will you please call me?"
And where's the defendant at 10:38?
He's still at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. So the next conversation I'm going to pull up is between Jenny and defendant. And this first text, what time is this?
This is earlier in the morning on September 4th, so this is 6:21 a.m.
So she's just asking about going to Dollar General to get some gum. Other than that phone call we talked about at 8:29, is there any other communication between Jenny and the defendant between this text and the one we're about to see?
No, there's not.
Okay. And what does Jenny say?
At 10:55 a.m., she says, "I'm scared."
And what does the defendant say?
He responds, "It's going to be okay."
And based on your review of the evidence, is this before the news broke that the shooting had occurred?
Yes, it is.
Does there appear to be any discussion, or I guess based on your review of the evidence, was there any discussion between Jenny and the defendant about the shooting?
No, there was not.
Okay. And does he ask any questions about what she means?
He does not.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move to 10:55 right after Jenny sends this text message to the defendant and he responds. And what happens?
The defendant sends Marcy a text that says, "Anything?" And Marcy responds, "No," and now nobody is answering the phone at the front desk at the high school or at Heyman Morris Middle School.
What time was that?
At 10:56 a.m.
Okay, and based on your review of the records, is she attempting to call the schools?
Yes, between the last call and now, I believe it was, she searched Appalachia and called the school 5 times and also searched and called Heyman Morris several times.
Okay, and does the defendant ever call either school?
He does not.
Okay. And in response to her saying no one's answering, what does the defendant say?
He sends a text to Marcy. "They are apparently firing people today. Like, I need that."
What time was that
at? At 10:57 a.m.
And then what happens?
Marcy sends at 10:58. "How far away are you from the school? You need to go there now."
And is the defendant still at work?
He is still at work.
Does he leave when she sends this text?
He does not.
Okay. And what does he respond when she says, "Hey, you need to leave and go to school right now"?
He says, "Super" and a PM, asked if that was it and was told he didn't know. And Marcy responds, "Why did they fire them?" And he responds, "Not sure" on PM. And then she responds, "Mama has a doctor's appointment tomorrow and then we're both coming up there."
And what does the defendant say?
He responds, "Okay, he was kind of ahead." And Marcy asks, "Ahead?" And he says, "OMG, sorry, he was a dickhead."
Okay, and what time did the defendant send that text message?
At 11:01 a.m.
And does Jenny send him at the same time he's talking about that, does Jenny send him a text message?
She does.
And what does she say?
She says 3 people are dead at the high school.
Okay, and that text was at 11:01?
Yes.
And what does he say?
At 11:02, he says, "How do you know?" "How do you know?" And she says, "People are saying," and was an email. "Please, I'm scared." And then 11:06, he sends, "Did you talk to Colt today?"
Okay. And right before he asked if she talked to Colt today, what does he search?
At 11:05 a.m., he searches school shooting today at Appalachian High School.
Okay. And at 11:05, after Jenny has said 3 people are dead, and he's searching shooting at Appalachian High School, where is he?
He's at work.
Okay. What does he do while at work?
He then calls George Clackham.
Okay. And what time does he call George Clackham?
At 11:09 a.m.
All right. And so did Jenny and the defendant continue their conversation?
They did.
Okay. So at 11:11, what does Jenny say?
She says, "Are you coming to the school?" And he responds, yes. And she responds, thank you. And then at 11:13, she says, they may not let us out of our lockdown thing when you arrive, but still stay. And 11:15, he says, well, I'm on the way. Have you heard from Colt?
And when does he finally leave the Forsyth County Fire Station?
At 11:18 a.m.
Okay. And while he is in the car, does Marcy send him a text message?
She does.
And what does she say?
At 11:34, she says, it's already on the news.
So the defendant leaves work at 11:18. Does he go straight to Hammond Morris to pick up Jenny?
No.
Okay, where does he go?
He goes to Quick Trip.
Quick Trip? What Quick Trip?
It is in Buford, on the way from work to his residence in Bethlehem.
How long is he at the Quick Trip?
From 11:45 to 11:52, so I think approximately 7 minutes.
And does he buy something there?
He does.
And what, based on your review of the evidence, what does he buy?
So in the bank records, it shows QT and it says inside. So it usually with gas stations will distinguish if you buy something inside or buy something outside on your bank records. So this was inside for $1.79.
Okay, would that be consistent with the amount of a beverage or a drink?
Yes.
And did he buy any gas?
He did not.
Okay. So this is 11:45 to 11:52. He's at a gas station, and then do him and Jenny talk some more?
Yes.
So tell me about that.
So at 12:19 p.m., he sends a text to Jenny. Jenny, have you talked to your brother? And at 12:19, she responds, no. And at 12:20, she says, but I think we are thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. And then at 12:20, yep, 10-4, I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you.
And where does he go? Does he go to Hammond Morris or does he go somewhere else?
He does not go to Hammond Morris. He goes home.
And what time does he get home?
At 12:27 p.m.
Okay, so he arrives home at 12:27 p.m. What time does law enforcement arrive at his house?
At 12:32 p.m.
Okay, and what is this? How do you know it's 12:32 p.m.?
This is a body cam from one of the deputies that arrived that day.
Okay. After the defendant gets to the house and after deputies arrive, who does he call?
He calls Marcy.
And what time does he call her?
He calls her at 12:38, 5 minutes and 13 seconds.
I don't have any further questions right now.
Yes, actually.
Let me unmute. Billy, yes, you have to go watch Sausage Party, or you cannot talk about hot dogs. No, I'm just playing. Like, it's so funny because it was one of those movies that, just like SD kind of said, it's kind of, if you are an adult, you know what they hitting at, but I guess kids may not know what they hitting at. But I call BS on it, but whatever. Yeah, I did see that, SD. I see you put that note in there. I see it does not come out until Thursday. So, yeah, you are not allowed to put hot dogs in the chat until you tell us that you watch Sausage Party. It's a really cute film that I thought that was like really child related until I watched it, and I was like, I would not let my kids watch this. Like, what is that? Like, oh yeah, they trying to be slick. They try to make it like borderline kid adult friendly, but if you're an adult, you're like, okay, nah. Okay, I know what you're saying. I think, is it by Disney? SD, you have to let me know. I can't remember who it's by, but you cannot say you want to put your hot dog in my donut hole, and as an adult, I'm not knowing what that means. Like, man, miss me with that stuff. A kid, it may go over the head, but as an adult watching it, I'm like, okay, this is some old freaky deaky shit. But they put it out there, SD, like it was for kids. That's what I'm saying. They think they slick. You taking you and your whole family. Y'all think y'all going to see Sausage Party? Yeah, Sausage Party. Yeah. So yeah, no, I was not watching that with my kids. Like, okay, put the sausage in the donut hole. Like, what the fuck? What? No. Like, look, my teen is over there right now. Like, Ma, I know what that means. Yeah, okay. With Jonah Hill, that tells you all. So they put it as it was a sneak, okay? It was a sneak for you to get your underage kids in the movie theater. You consent to buying a ticket in order for you to find out how the sausage got into the donut hole, but you didn't know that's what you were doing. So a lot of adults may, go past it. So just fair warning for that. So what I did is, Film said that was a crazy movie. Film, did you get the same thing that they wanted you to bring your kids, grandkids, or somebody to the movie theater just to find out how the sausage got into the donut hole? Yeah, I don't know what the rating is on that. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, just underhanded ways that they try to do stuff. That's what I'm saying, man. We better be careful. We got to be careful out here. Oh, no. SD. It's rated R. So I guess maybe I need to do as a parent, better as a parent. Just because I see it's listed as a cartoon or I see cartoon figures, I need to make sure if it's PG or if it's R, because this movie is rated R. I just looked it up. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. They are something else. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. They, see? I didn't take my kids to see it. That's what I can tell you. So I'm okay. But when I watched it, I was like, this is not a cartoon. Oh, no. This is something different. Look, I will tell you my failures. I can admit to the things I never even, I think because when I watched it, I probably didn't go to the movie theater. I watched it at home. I didn't go to the movie theater. I know I didn't go to the movie theater to watch it, but I know I watched it at home. And I probably didn't pay attention to rated R, but I was like just thinking cartoonish sausage party. Well, all right. I don't know. But what I will tell you is that when we got into the sausage party, I was like, oh no, the kids can't watch this. This is about real sausages trying to get in donut holes. Right, Carrie? Carrie said this movie is cringe. I mean, only because I walked into it thinking that it was going to be like, and I didn't look at who created it. Jonah Hill, yeah. We know what kind of comedy he provides. I love him to death. Right? But, oh my gosh, I would have been one of them parents that if I would have took my kids to the movie theater, I would have been walking them out like, close your eyes. You know how your mom used to do you when she didn't know when you were watching Freddy Krueger that there was going to be some kind of scene that you shouldn't see, and she was like, cover your eyes. Like she didn't know. That would have been me. You say what, a donuts, Krispy Kremes? I don't know. I don't even know if that was a theme in the movie, Billy, to be honest. I only seen it one time. to be honest. I only seen it one time. And I just know that it was like, I was like, oh, this is kind of smexual. I can't say, I want to say the word, but it was kind of smexual, if y'all can understand what I'm saying. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was funny to me, but I was like, whoa. You say you watch Scarface? Oh, I'm telling. I didn't watch Scarface until I was an adult. Nope. Didn't watch certain stuff until I was an adult. Didn't even understand. Or even The Godfather. When we talk about movies. Like, I didn't watch The Godfather. I have not seen all 3 of The Godfather series right now as an adult. I think I've seen 1. Maybe. Did you say watch right, Gabbard? Like, I didn't see Scarface when I was up underage. I think I watched it as an adult, and I've seen it. It's not like one of my go-to movies, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather watch like Heat. Oh, because I love me some Robert De Niro. Oh gosh, if y'all don't know nothing else about me, I think he's a wonderful actor. And that was the first movie that I could see Robert De Niro. And who played in that movie with him that I so love? And I let me see. It's the first movie that I could see Robert De Niro and who is my other actor that I love in that? Oh my gosh. I can't believe that I can't think of his name. Yeah, my go-to movies is more like a Heat when we talk about that type of thing. Robert De Niro, and it was Al Pacino. And that was the first movie that I could see them two going head to head together. And like anytime that I can put that on, I'm all in. You got it, SD. Like, so anytime that I can see them two together, and I think that's the only movie that I really did see that was hot. That, yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in for those type of movies. So, even when Scarface came out and I was at an adult age to watch it, like I only watched it like once or twice. I didn't know what the big hoopla was about it. And maybe because the D-Rug life had transpired and there were other movies behind it like New Jack City, you know, with Nino Brown, you know, like, so other movies had came behind it that kind of like took me out of that whole Scarface realm. Goodfellas. Oh, yes. I love me some Goodfellas, Gabber. Yeah, you got me there. I like that one. Now, if I have to go to another one, yeah. Yeah, that's another one that I'll go to. I like me some Goodfellas. Only because I love how the wife portrayal, her aspect from that whole thing. So that kind of keeps me together. You say, hey, Carrie said, look, hey, if you want some laughs or you want some fun, go to open all hours. It is loads of fun. You ain't gonna have time for no doggone sausage parties. Oh my gosh. Yes, watch Sausage Party for Billy so she can see the sausages being thrown around. And maybe that's why I'm so maybe that's why I'm so funny when I hear the hot dogs being thrown in the chat. Yeah, she has to watch she has to watch Sausage Party or she cannot throw another damn hot dog in this chat. Like, how dare her be talking about throwing some doggone hot dogs in the chat? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You say you haven't been. I was like, it is so funny because when the movie came out, like I said, I watched it at home. I didn't go to the movie theater to watch it whenever it came out. And I was like, okay, I can't have my kids watching this. Like, why do they have it animated? But I never even looked to see that it was rated R. So that was a good thing that SD put up, like, what's the rating on it? And I went to go look. Yeah, I guess that's the key. You can't have your kids watching it. But fun times. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's go ahead and put the link for Discord into the chat. I'm going to stop our coverage for today's. You say you too old for social. Oh, shit. No, you're not, drunkie. Oh, no, you're not. But regardless, it was a really cute movie. It was a cute movie, but all I recall is that the sausage was trying to get in the donut hole. But y'all know I'm very, very immature at different points in times. And what I may think it may be, it may not be. But Sausage Party is a very good party. And I don't think that Toxic Love, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Please message me if when y'all decide to watch Toxic Love. Because I will come and watch that with you guys. But I think that at least when I was looking at my Netflix this morning, it said Thursday. Look, Lynn said it was a funny movie. All right, it's just not a movie that you need to be taking your kids to, because if not, you're gonna be like, not so much this. You'll probably be more of this, because they wasn't showing. It was just that if you are an adult, not were adult, but if you are an adult, you know what they're trying to do. They got two. Oh my goodness. Not two of the sausages. No, I did not know that film. I did not. I did not. Y'all gotta do it so Billy can be able to throw her hot dogs in the chat tomorrow. If not, she cannot throw her hot dogs in the chat until she watches Sausage Party. And just say I said it. Oh my, yeah, she could not. Hey Mari, welcome in. Yeah, she cannot. A Sausage Party Foodtopia? Really? Oh my goodness. No, I don't even know I don't even want to see what that might begin to be. Oh my goodness. Oh, so y'all got a part 1 and a part 2 that y'all got to do. Okay. Billy, you got homework to do, baby. You got Sausage Party 1 and you got Sausage Party Fruitopia. Exactly. There you go, Carrie. It was made by Disney. And when we hear Disney, what do we think? Oh man, oh man, oh man. I'm gonna have to look that one up, film. Thank you. I'm gonna put it on my thing. I don't know if I want to go into that one, but okay. Look, okay. If you say so, like they had a part 2 to that, all right. I guess the sausage did not get into the donut hole. The sausage is still trying to get into the donut hole. Wow. Amazing. SD say, look, Disney quit pretending that they only made. I can't even say what you said because it's so funny because I think people think that they really do still do that and that they own up to that. I did. Me? Maury, really? Holy shit. They made Deadpool. Okay, wait a minute. There is a difference between Disney and Marvel. Marvel is something different. Like, we got umbrellas. Yeah, because Deadpool is definitely inappropriate. Out. Back to Mari. I said your name right? Okay, you're going to have to tell me if I... Mary. Oh my gosh. Mary. Oh my goodness. And I would have kept thinking it was Mari. Yeah, Disney does own Marvel. You got that right, Drunky. They do. Awesome. Oh gosh, I'm glad you said that. Thank you so much, Mary. Aw. Oh, because if you don't know anything about me, I'm the host, Sweet Pea. And I will mess up some people's names. And I will chop and screw your stuff. And I do mean chop and screw it. No foul, no harm intent. Like, I don't mean anything by it. But I appreciate you at least telling me that I was kind of sort of close. And then you told me how to say it. I appreciate that. When my girl Marilda comes back, she been creeping on the come up. But when she come back in here, you can ask her how long it took me to try to figure out how to pronounce Marilda. It took me forever. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that. As long as you don't beat me up about it and just tell me, I appreciate it. Now you got to come back. I'm going to tell you like I told Marilda. You're going to have to come back whenever you see me live streaming so I can make sure that I always say, hey, Mary, whenever I see you in the chat room. You're going to have to come back and let me know. Yeah, Lynn, it airs tomorrow. I did get all the transcripts and stuff, so hopefully we can set up some type of stream because I'm assuming that whatever Netflix is going to show is not going to be the entire story. So I did get the transcripts, and it's so funny because in the criminal trial, I noticed that the ex, she does testify against Ian Diaz. She does testify against him. So I do have her testimony, what she says. So that'd be interesting. But I want to kind of see what Netflix is going to have in there. So we'll watch. Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it, Lynn? It was like it's that's the good thing about like any of our interactions and how we meet and how we become one as a like a little family intertwined is that we can remember how different things how what stood out. Like that stood out. Like I think if I'm not mistaken, at that point in time, I think Jules, if y'all remember Jules, I think she the one sent me the memo on how to. That's when I started getting voice, like in the time where everybody wanted to send Sweet Pea a voice note, and they sent me that about Marilda, and they was like, "It's like, is Marilda or something like that?" And they was like, "No, it's Marilda," and I don't know what I was calling her, but it was not Marilda. It was not her name. I was pronouncing every syllable. And the good thing about it is that because of her spirit and who she is, she was okay with me messing up her name and just kind of like helped me out. And that's what I like. Yep. Yep, the Jules, right? Yeah, everybody. Yeah, yeah, that took a lot. So funny. And it's like, it didn't, when I think back, I'm like, why was I struggling with Marilda? And somebody sent me a thing, it's like, is Marilda? That's what I remember. Is Marilda. But believe it or not, when even now, like still to this day, like it's certain things that I know that I know and that I don't know. But when I get in front of, and even after being, it's a year, right? I still be like, right? Being one of those people that want to be perfect. But let me see. I seen that Marilda, I don't know, she was I know she watched our video that we did, our live stream yesterday, and I seen that she did do a comment on the video yesterday. So yeah, I'll reach out to her and see. You say it was therapist? It might have been therapist. It could have been therapist. I can't remember. I know therapist sends me a whole bunch of voice notes. That's my other voice note person. They send me a whole bunch. Okay. Well, what we got here is that it's like the wee hours for I need to drag my liver out of here. What the heck? Well, I'm going to pause us right here. We will do part 2 tomorrow and finish us some testimony. Tomorrow, I really do plan on getting into his testimony and also the mom's testimony. So we can at least have that, because he kind of stuck the nail in his own coffin. So I do want to get to their testimony tomorrow. I don't know if the judge is planning, if they do select a jury in our Lindsay trial, I don't know if they're planning to start opening statements tomorrow afternoon. We only have one juror to be selected. One. And they decided to stop court today and let everybody go home and come back and try it again tomorrow. So with that being said, like I said, we'll just continue on with this. With our Colin testimony. And like I said, I'll try to first go into, we'll finish up this portion, but I do want to make sure that we definitely get to his testimony, because he was a defendant that took the stand, and there's not oftentimes that we do see him take the stand. Okay, guys? Was the link put in there for Crime Club yet? If you have not joined Crime Club, please make sure you go over and join Crime Club. Crime Club is our Discord, and that link will be placed in there. That's where crime happens, 24/7? 7 days a week. So if we're not streaming live here, Crime Club is continuing there. So it's the after party of the after party. And it's kind of like Fight Club, because remember, what goes on in Fight Club, and if you have not seen Fight Club, please go watch Fight Club. It is a wonderful movie. It has Brad Pitt in it. What more do I have to say? Okay? So if you don't want to watch Fight Club for anything else but Brad Pitt to understand the notion of Fight Club, I don't know what else to tell you. But Crime Club is just like Fight Club. What happens over there in Crime Club stays in Fight Club, because nothing is recorded. What happens live there happens live there, and either you catch it or you don't catch it, and nobody can tell anything about anything. So I'm gonna go ahead and put our outro song on, guys, and I will catch you guys in the AM when we get into some more testimony in regards to our Colin guy. Our Colin guy. All right.
When Sweet Pete's absent, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mom like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, try support her with pride. Melly shows up her family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope that truly lasts. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the parts part-timers keep this place alive. Curvy Hill, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're